to speak on this.
Go ahead.
You know, you got 10 guys here. 10 guys here that have left their families, left their damn families to help this country as in a sports venture. Got 10 guys, all these guys here. Do anyone understand that?
We do, and we appreciate that, and we wish them well with cultural exchange.
No. I'm just saying, no, I don't give a I don't give a rat's ass what the hell you think. I'm saying to you, look at these guys here. Look at them.
Yeah, but Dennis, don't put it on them. Don't use them as an excuse for the behavior that you're putting on yourself. You just basically were saying that Kenneth Bay did something wrong. We don't even know what the charges are. Don't use these guys as a shield for you, Dennis.
Listen. Ain't no shield. I got it. Let me do this. Really, I'm gonna tell you one thing. People around the world, I'm gonna do one thing. You guys behind the mic right now, we are the guys here doing one thing. We have to go back to America and take the abuse. Do you have to take the abuse? Well, we gonna take it. Do you, sir? Let me know. Are you gonna take that abuse? We're gonna get it. But guess what, though? One day, this door's gonna open.
You got a mama turtle and a baby turtle. I'm liking this.
Is that the right? Is that the right amount? I think it's 200. I'm sure that was the right amount.
My head's starting to hurt from my headset. I ordered a new one. But the top of my head starts to hurt after streaming for so much and so long. It got rejected off 18.5. There was a decent sized cell ball there. Shout out to my whales. Do you want to know how we've been doing?
which is reality. Time doesn't matter. We make up time. Time is something we made up. Time doesn't even exist. Time doesn't even exist. If you're in the whale pool, we got positions, and now it's all good in the hood. And it's all good in the hood. So all good in the hood. It's all good in the hood. To the tenure, it's all good in the hood. It's all good in the hood. To the tenure. What happened to my entry? Yeah, dang! Brought that shit up. Flopping rovers. Flopping rovers. Be mindful. You know, I love hearing stories of how you guys use signals that I've given to better your lives.
Crypto face, man. Make them trades, man. 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 Crypto face, 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 crypto, 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 crypto face, 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 face. Crypto face, make them trades, man. Crypto face, make them trades, man. Crypto face, make them trades, man. Crypto face, make them trades. Crypto face. Make them trades, man. Crypto face, 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 crypto face, crypto face, crypto face, crypto, crypto face. Crypto face, make them trades, man. Make them trades, man. Crypto face, make them trades. Crypto face, crypto face, crypto face. Crypto face, crypto face, make them trades, man.
Alright. I need a break. Locked in 150K. We'll take it. $450,000 so far today. With Bitcoin. Yeah, I need a break. Oh, yeah, shit, there she goes. Fuck me, I got out. Sorry if I dumped the market. Let's stay around for one more city. Any last questions? Any thoughts for our thoughts? Man, you were talking about shorting when it was down here at like 18,000. Great. So we were all the way up to 18.5. Yeah. Damn, we got out just in time, didn't we? Oh, did we cause this time? Gonna zig, gonna zag. Perfect timing. Ooh, there she goes. God damn.
Man, that was crashing.
Wow, we got out just in time.
We were about to do that 19K, we're making 17K.
Wow. Come on. What the? Come on. Come on. No, I want to get in. I hate my internet. My internet just fucked me out of $200. Oh, we set off the whale manipulation indications. So I like to think. I mean, was this us right here? This was us selling, wasn't it? Look at that. It literally, my own indicator called me. My internet fucked me out of that 7.4. That sucks.
I wonder if huh. Let me grab it. What are you talking about? No, I still. Yes, I did, bro. I sold. What the fuck? Why would people answer the questions people ask wrong? Sure, I fucking heavily contributed to that crash. I might take a break. That was a good solid run right there. Well, now it's 140 since the price has changed. But 300, 330, 340K, not including this right here. If this goes to 100, I'll think about it. But there was just a huge crash, so there's going to be some movement right now. I kind of want to chill. folks. See you guys later.
I mean, that's pretty impressive, honestly. To drop from 18.4 down to 17.2 that quickly is pretty impressive. But I mean, it's $1,000, right? It's $1,000. And what did we say earlier too? Remember, if it drops back to, say, back below our trusty regression band, or we go down to the 20-week, that is the time, in my opinion, the smart money would be at least attempting to make a risk, a proper calculation on whether it's a worthy investment. Not on an 80% pump, okay? Not on an 80% pump. I mean, I know a lot of people are worried, but I mean, Bitcoin could easily just go right back up. I mean, there's not, yeah, we could go down, but I mean, if you switch over to, say, like a 1 hour time frame, even, like, that's our 1 hour time frame. Yeah, it's pretty ugly, but it's not really, at this point, it's not really that bad. I mean, this is November 6th. We peaked at 16K. It came down sideways and then back up. So we're still doing okay here. But again, remember, the smart money is not buying 80% pumps. Not usually, especially when we're this much overblown. That's why we say, like, be smart about your investments, and don't FOMO into the market and bet the family farm on something that's up 80% in 6 weeks. Some people are saying Ethereum's dead. It's at 464. Remember, we said, guys, it's probably not going to make a significant move until for a few more weeks. Okay, so I would not get too hung up on whether it could make a move sooner, but I would not necessarily expect a major momentum shifting move immediately. Okay, I simply would not expect an amazing Ethereum move immediately, especially while Bitcoin volatility is so high. I mean, let this be, a reminder, right? I mean, when we're at the all-time high, people are going to think it's going up forever, and then a minute's going to pass and it's going to dump, and it's never going to recover to where it previously was. It's going to happen at some point in a few years, wherever the next blow off top is for the macro cycle. So don't get too greedy, right? Take profits. Don't worry about if it's exactly at the top or not, because you see how quickly things can change and how quickly sentiment can change. Huh. Are the CME memes back? Someone asked. The Gap Boys. Let's call them the Gap Boys. By the way, this area, not that it's an imaginary line at the end of the day, but if you look at this regression curve, we spent a long time in this region last cycle. You can see we did have, I'm not saying we have to, we had several tops around this point, right? Last market cycle. You can see we had several tops at this regression band. And that's where we currently are. We had one earlier back in February. This is where we currently are again. So, even if we come back down, it's really not a big deal. Not within the market cycle. It's not. Have you ever thought about ditching my day job and starting an investment firm? Not really. I think doing this, the YouTube channel, and trying to guide people this way is a lot of fun. I don't have any immediate plans to start a fund or anything. I work in computational material science. That's my day job. Someone keeps saying share this chart. I don't really know what you mean. This is just the Bitcoin USD Coinbase chart. What's there to share? Yeah, you can't find the studies in TradingView because they're private. Like all the regression man stuff is private. They're for the people on the premium list. So if you want them, you have to sign up at intothecryptoverse.com. So you can check that out. You get access to the weekly reports, the weekly videos, the private alerts channel, the private chat room, and the TradingView indicators and the risk dashboard, which is how I use to trade momentum shifts between the various coins. There are a lot of people on the premium list. I'm sure some of them are watching the channel now, or watching the show now. So there are a lot of people on it, and I think a lot of people find value in it. But yeah, check that out if you're interested in getting that. I don't know. I mean, I feel like at this point, there's definitely it's more likely than not, right, that we're not going higher right now. So it might need to live another day, right, for another live stream. Remember, if you have not subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Also, give the video a thumbs up. Maybe we can get to 2,000 likes. I've never gotten to 2,000 likes before, but we have 1,000 more viewers than likes, so maybe we can get to 2,000. There is a yearly discount. The yearly discount for the premium list is 15%. Is there a way to do? Does anyone know? Is there a way to do polls within the live chat? Is there like a way I can do a poll? I'm not sure if that's possible, but if anyone knows, is there like are there systematic ways within YouTube chat to do polls? Someone says no, it's impossible. Technology hasn't progressed that far yet. I like you. Oh, so straw poll. I'll look into straw poll next time. The annoying thing about having this many viewers is the spam. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with the chat. Let's see how many subscribers we're at. Actually, I haven't checked in a while. 50,468. Wow, we've gone up like 600 subscribers during the live stream. Mr. H says, why do alts matter if Bitcoin is storage of wealth and Ethereum is fintech platform for all contracts in the future? Seems like all bases are covered. Please help. He's a new investor. Well, I mean, a lot of altcoins have better. I mean, Link provide. It's like have you ever heard of oracles? Basically, it connects like real world data to the blockchain. So there's some applications there to get reliable data. There's a lot of other projects, right? I mean, Ethereum is the main number 2, and it's probably going to maintain its number 2 spot. But you can always hedge against Ethereum with other projects that are trying to take some of that market share. So there's other reasons to, not put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, right? I mean, the majority of my portfolio is Bitcoin, and the second coin is Ethereum. But you could hedge it with other coins like Cardano, like Polkadot, Some other coins that have much lower market caps, if they do really well, they have a lot higher that they could theoretically rise, but they're just a decent hedge against Ethereum. So I would say one reason to hold some altcoins is as a hedge. Another reason, for instance, with Link, it improves your Sharpe ratio or your risk-adjusted returns on and gets you, it improves your covariance matrix when calculated risk-adjusted returns. So there are reasons to hold other coins because of how they perform against, say, Bitcoin or against, say, Ethereum. If you take a look at Link USD, it doesn't really tell you a whole lot. I mean, you took a look at, say, like Link versus Ethereum. I mean, Link essentially continues to gain value against Ethereum. So, and if you put on the support line, or bull market support, you can see it tends to systematically not go too far below it. So this is the Link Ethereum valuation. So there's a lot of reasons, and we could talk about them all day, but there's a lot of reasons to hold a little bit more than Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I don't think you need to be, I mean, I think like 5 or 6 coins is probably good, not like 30 or 40. You cannot donate because super chats are off. Bitcoin's right now it's at 17.5. All right, I'm gonna start blocking the guys that are spamming the same question. So I don't know if it'll let you comment, but I can assure you we will no longer see them. So if you're gonna spam the chat, you're now gone. People are saying, why is it dipping? I mean, it's what markets do. Markets go up and markets go down. That's just what markets do. Short-term moves are irrational and more or less a random walk or a geometric Brownian motion. As I have said, it's not something that we can really predict. That's just what markets do. They go down sometimes. Sorry, I can't even really read the questions. They're coming in too quickly. Someone says they thought Bitcoin only goes up. Isn't that stocks? I thought that was stocks, not Bitcoin. I like how people are acting like 17.5 is like the end of the world when it wasn't that long ago we were at 17.5. Here's the 1 hour chart. I mean, literally earlier today we were at 17.5. You guys are asking me a lot about random altcoins. Like, I don't, I'm smart enough to know that I don't know a lot of altcoin stuff. Like, there's a lot of altcoins I have no clue about, and I'm not going to pretend to have an opinion on them, because I would not do them justice. So, a lot of the altcoins you guys are asking me about, I don't really have an opinion on them. And I'm not going to pretend I do either, right? Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of sensationalists out there that will basically be like, always talking about like major world-ending events, or the collapse of the U.S. dollar, whatever it is. I'm a bit more pragmatic on the channel. You're not going to hear any of that stuff here. So sorry, I'm not going to provide those catchy headlines. I'm not going to push that narrative that the dollar is going to disappear. I'm not going to push those narratives because I don't believe they're true. I think they're put out there to get clicks. They're put out there to get views. It's the same way if you look at YouTube, you'll see a lot of YouTubers saying their real estate crash of 2020 or 2021. I mean, yeah, real estate could correct. It's probably not going to crash. I can get into it in another video. There's a lot of evidence to support the fact that it's probably not going to crash next year. I know that goes against what a lot of people think, but if you think about it, how often has the herd been right? Right? How often does it happen? And every year, there's always going to be someone predicting major crashes the next year, and for the most part, they'll be wrong. Every once in a while, someone gets it right, but they were predicting it for the last 10 years anyways, and then they take credit for it, and then at some point, they fall back into obscurity because they keep predicting a crash, and it never happens, right? A lot of the people that were predicting crashes for the last several years, when the pandemic hit and we saw a crash in stocks, they took credit for it, but a lot of them don't recognize that we know stocks have quickly recovered. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a lot of government printing and whatnot, but we have recovered. We're at newer highs, and for the most part, the market will trend upwards over the macro scale. We're going to have corrections, but we already had a stock correction of like 40% this year. That was the buying opportunity. I don't think we're going to have another 40% correction in stocks this year or next year. I know that might go against what a lot of you might think will happen, but that's just what I think. I don't think it's going to happen. We're back at 17.7 right now, so we're still doing okay here. Yes, I am married, and I have 3 kids. Do my kids know Bitcoin? Well, the oldest one is 4. I like to troll the chat with this question. You guys know my first initial, because you guys were talking about it. You guys know my first initial and last initial. What do you think my middle initial is? You guys. Unfortunately, I don't think the rally is about to immediately continue. So I mean, we've been going for over 2 hours, and normally I try to cut the stream at 2 hours, um, but I don't know if I don't know if it's worth staying on too much longer, because I mean, we're at 17.7, which is still doing pretty good right now. But in terms of an immediate rally to 19K and higher, it does not seem like it is on the cards tonight. All right. I mean, maybe should we call it there? So I won't leave you hanging. So my middle initial is not a T, as great as that would be. But here's the really sad part. I have a twin brother, and his middle initial is a T. So if my parents had given me the middle initial of T, then I would have been BTC. But they gave my twin brother the middle initial of T. So I think we'll have to write that off as a key missed opportunity. So someone says, is my wife a twin too? Actually, she's not a twin. She's a triplet, and I'm not lying. My wife is a triplet. We met dancing. All right, guys. I think it's probably time to call it for the night. I mean, we're at 17.7, and I don't really know. I think we're kind of exhausted right now. I think the Bulls are maybe taking a break for a little while. So, I think we should probably go ahead and call it. We've been going for 2 hours and 12 minutes. So it's been quite a while. So I think with that said, let's go ahead and wrap it up. So if you guys like the content, subscribe, give the video a thumbs up. Can we get to 2,000 likes? We have 1860. Maybe we can get to 2,000 likes. But remember to give the video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. We hit 50,000 subscribers on the stream, so I'm happy. Thank you guys for helping me get to 50,000 subs. It looks like we're now at 50,500 subs. So quite an eventful night. Now we're at 17.8. It looks like we are pushing higher somewhat here. Yeah, but I think this was a good night. We talked a lot. We talked a lot about like what to be aware of. what coins I think are worth following. Remember, as long as Bitcoin volatility stays high, I would not expect too much out of other places in the market. Yes, on any given day you might see alts pump, but we want to see these macro shifts in the market, and we're just simply not going to see that until Bitcoin volatility reduces. And right now, Bitcoin is the showstopper, right? I mean, it stops with Bitcoin right now. That's what people want to see. That's what's moving the market, and you see how quickly other coins can really go down when Bitcoin starts moving up this quickly. So remember, the smart money is not buying typically on these major pumps, right? The smart money is buying in here, and when it does pump, you're not, you don't want to be FOMOing in. You're ready for the pump if and when it happens, rather than FOMOing into the market. So yeah, and remember, if you guys do want access to the premium content, you can sign up at intothecryptoverse.com for the trading view indicators, the reports, the videos every week. You can pay for 12 months and get a 15% discount. And from there, I think we'll wrap it up. I also want to remind you, we do have a Telegram chat. We have 7,900 people in it. So if you guys want to join the Telegram chat, I'll just put it in the comments. You can also find it in the description below. That will wrap it up for the video. We'll tune in next time. We're at 17.7 today. We'll see where we are in the future and go from there, and we'll be here every step of the way. So thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. Hope it was enjoyable for you guys. It was for me. Subscribe, give the video a thumbs up, turn on notifications, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Thought it would be useful to just hop back on and see what's going on, see if we can observe any major breakouts or corrections, see if it happens live. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm just going to post this a couple different places, so just bear with me for about 1 second. And I like how someone said first, and they're like the 11th person to comment or something. All right, let me just post this. I'm just gonna post this in the chat so I can, in the Telegram chat, so people know I'm streaming. So I'm just gonna do that, and then we will jump in. All right, maybe one more place. All right, so I actually just recorded a video. I haven't posted it yet, but I'll probably end up posting it later. But let's go ahead and kind of see what's going on. So yeah, I mean, Bitcoin has rallied back up to that local top that we've had for a little while now. And if we zoom in, I mean, sometimes you actually have to zoom into the 1 hour time frame. We don't like using 1 hours. When we're watching price movement this quickly, it's hard not to kind of see, want to see what it's doing. And you can see that this has basically been our level for about a week now, right? If we just draw from top of this candle over, this is essentially where we have been 3 times. Okay, so here, and now here. And now, of course, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys are screaming, ascending triangle. Yeah, you can draw these types of patterns. But remember, I mean, it's all based. I would never trade something like this, of course, in terms of like trying to figure out if these moves can actually be timed. But I do think it's sometimes interesting just to kind of see what the price is doing in the short term, just kind of see, okay, well, this is where we have found some resistance the last two times. But I mean, there's kind of came up to the top, came back down, back to the top, back down, back to the top. So we'll see, right? I mean, it's at the top, of course, by definition, where we could theoretically see a breakout and continuation higher. But I just want to warn people, remember to stay pragmatic about this. Let's not get too carried away and think that it necessarily has to break this in the short term. But, if it does, hopefully it happens while we're on stream, because I seem to be really good at missing major moves on stream. Actually, I found, too, that if I do come on stream during a rally, a lot of times that's when the rally stops. So, hopefully we can see this rally on up higher. But if not, that's fine. And one of the things I did want to, draw your attention to, as always, is, okay, well, where's our 20-week? Just keep it in the back of your mind, right? It's not that we're going to necessarily visit it tomorrow, but let's just be a little bit cognizant of where is the 20-week moving average, because we know that that's our bull market support, right? So in a bull market, even if we are in a bull market, which there's a good chance we are, right? I mean, Bitcoin's rallying. Even if it's not a multi-year bull market, we're still in at least a smaller bull market at the very least, right? A rally from 3,800 to 16K over a little over half a year certainly seems, like a bull market to me. Whether it's a multi-year bull market remains to be seen. But we'll see. Let me see something. Let me just check the chat. Huh. Ollie says, "Well, why do you guys watch the price? Just buy and chill." Dude, you're watching a YouTube video that's watching the price, and you're asking people why are they watching the price. You're watching someone else watch the price. So I thought that was funny. Okay, so just to keep in mind, where's the 20-week? Let's just keep it in the back of our heads. It's at $11,450 or so. But remember, it's increasing quickly. This is a good thing, right? I mean, if this is a multi-year bull market and we're just kind of kicking it off, the 20-week moving average means that there's at least some level of hope that even during a correction, whenever that might come, there's at least some level of hope that even during a correction, the 20-week moving average could hold the line, which is exactly what it did for 6 weeks. Just a few weeks ago, when we held the line at 9,800, then 9,900, then 10K, then 10.3. We lived through this every step of the way. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember all those videos. That every single week I was publishing a video, maybe more than one on this week or test of the 20-week. So just keep an eye on the 20-week. It's currently at 11,450. However, and I'm going to post a full video on this later, it is increasing by about $300-400 a week. It might increase by more than that if the price continues to rally. So with that in mind, if the price of Bitcoin, if the 20-week moving average is increasing by $300 to $400 a week, it's only going to take 4 weeks or so for it to be up another $1,500 or so. Okay, and if it's currently at 11.5, another 1,500 will put it at 13K. And so let's just be cognizant of the fact that this is probably going to continue to go up, right? The 20-week moving average, and even into December. And if the price does cool off, right, then we could see that. I mean, that could be the next support line. If the price continues to rally in the short term, and it continues to do this or something, then obviously the 20-week moving average is going to really get really heated, which might be some concern for holding it whenever we test it if we go up too quickly. So we'll just be a little bit cognizant again of the fact that the 20-week moving average in about a month will be around 13,000. And so if we do correct back down, that would probably be the level that we would want to hold. Maybe somewhere between 12.5 and 13.5. And for those who did not watch the live stream yesterday, I just want to remind you that during the last market cycle, the time between tests of the 20-week moving average, the first 3 times was approximately 10 weeks. So this one was 11 weeks or so. I mean, it depends on exactly what candle you draw it from. You could say it's 10 weeks if you go by the wick, 11 weeks if you go by the candle. So this was approximately 11 weeks between, 12 weeks between, 9 weeks between. So we can say that during the last market cycle, we had approximately 2.5 months between tests of the 20-week moving average, and they range between approximately 20 to 30%. So, I mean, does that make sense? If we were to go up 20 to 30% from here over 10 weeks or so, 2.5 months, that would put us in mid-December. If it was 20% higher than the last test, that would put us at testing at 12.5. If it's 30% higher, that would put us testing at 13.5, which could very well fall right on top of the 20-week moving average if we were to see some remnant of what happened last market cycle. Again, we don't have to see this. We don't have to see any remnants of anything. To some degree, each market cycle is its own, it's its own horse. Like, I mean, it's going to be different. There's going to be differences between each cycle. One key difference is the fact that this market cycle, our first test of the 20-week moving average occurred over 6 weeks. However, during the last market cycle, our first test of the 20-week moving average occurred over about 4 months, right? So this one occurred about over 4 months or so. So there's already some key differences here. They're not going to be identically the same, but just keep an eye on the fact that during the last market cycle, the first 3 tests of the 20-week moving average, 3 to 4 tests, were approximately 2.5 months apart. And so far, we're only about a little over a month out from the last test. So, I mean, the higher this goes, right, whenever we do come back down and test it, the higher the 20-week will be, just because it's a measure, it's an average of the price. So let's keep an eye on that. Remember, if you guys follow the Ethereum videos, one of the things we spoke about a lot, we made a video, called the reaccumulation phase of a lifetime. And it was just that general trend of watching it rally, go up into this bull market support band, a rally, sideways, down, sideways, rally. That's for Bitcoin. So keep that pattern in your head. And then we're just going to take a look at Ethereum. And you can see exactly the same thing playing out, right? We had a rally, and then we had sideways, and then a rally, and then sideways, and then down, and then sideways. And we said, okay, if we're going to follow Bitcoin, it's time to continue moving up. So you can see that same pattern, right? Up, sideways, down, sideways, up. Same thing with Ethereum. They don't always move exactly at the same time, of course, because when Bitcoin volatility is high, Ethereum can really struggle to keep up. But at the same time, I mean, when Bitcoin volatility does reduce down, Ethereum is very primed, catalyzed to continue this rally. I mean, it's currently at 472. We're a stone throw from $500. If we were to hit the same Ethereum Bitcoin valuation that we hit at the peak in the summer, then we're looking at a valuation of Ethereum around 650. That would be if Ethereum Bitcoin hits 0.04 again. Okay, if it were to hit 0.04 again, then at the current price, Ethereum would probably be around $650. So the primary reason, in my opinion, that Ethereum has not made a substantial move against Bitcoin, again, as we have said, is because Bitcoin volatility remains high, and I mean, now it's even pushing back up against $16,000. So as long as this is the case, I would not expect a major breakout of Ethereum against Bitcoin. Yes, it's going to go up if Bitcoin goes up, but it's more so Bitcoin dragging Ethereum up rather than Ethereum kind of having a true breakout of its own. Okay, if you guys like the content, remember, subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up. We don't even have 100 likes, and we have almost 700 people viewing, so please give the video a thumbs up if you guys like the content, and subscribe to the channel for access or information on future videos. So that's essentially where we are. We'll try to get to questions in a minute. Let me just see the chat, make sure everything's going okay. And so if we take a look at our kind of the grand scale here, and just zoom out and put on our regression band, you can see where we are. Bitcoin has in fact poked its head above our regression band, which we have been in for a very long period of time, right? I mean, the last time that Bitcoin was above the regression band was way back. I mean, I guess it actually slightly went out of it back in February, but only slightly. But it's been, since February, it's been about 40 weeks or so, approximately 40 weeks, 39 weeks, since Bitcoin last had a breath of, had a fresh breath of air here. Because, I mean, for the last almost 8 months or so, we've been playing in the sandbox down here within our regression band. And we know that our regression band, historically speaking, right, it continues, I mean, has been and will likely continue to be, for this market cycle, our primary reaccumulation zone, right? I mean, this is our macro view. Let me remove the support band. Let me remove the 20 weeks so we can just get a clear picture of this. And we see it, right? And we see these accumulation phases of Bitcoin. They're pretty easy to spot. They're not. I mean, it's really not as difficult as it might seem, especially if you have more of a macro outlook on the price. But again, accumulation phase. We exited the accumulation phase over here, so we might say, okay, this was the accumulation phase. We also had an accumulation phase here. Maybe we go out of the accumulation phase and then revisit it for a while, right? And then maybe we have another accumulation phase in the market cycle. Again, we're still until we start making a move, up into this kind of no man's land region. We're still playing in the sandbox to some degree. And I mean, yes, a Bitcoin price of $16,000 is incredible, right? I mean, the $16,000 Bitcoin is great. The only thing concerning with the $16,000 Bitcoin is how quickly we've moved there. But at the end of the day, Bitcoin's going to do what it's going to do. So we'll see it when the correction comes. I actually did just make a video on talking about this. I'll publish that later. But yeah. So I as I said, like I think it's just playing in the sandbox until we really get out into no man's land out here and start pushing towards the upper regression band, and that could take a while. Right, I don't want to give anyone the impression that we're going to start pushing toward it over the next day or two. Right, this is probably going to take a while, and you can see that if you look at the regression band, right, this one was almost an instantaneous move up. Okay, so we left the regression band in January, and then we went to the top of the band over about 20 weeks, so a very short period of time. The next cycle where we left the regression band, we didn't reach the top until 41 weeks later, which was about, I mean, and you can also see the percent gain was a lot less. And if you actually take a trend angle, which depends on the aspect ratio, let's actually measure it from when we exited the band. This one was approximately a 79-degree angle. This one, as measured from the band to the top, was approximately a 65-degree angle. This one was approximately a 59-degree angle. So you can see that the angles from when we leave the band to when we get to the upper regression band, it is decreasing. And so, if we were to project that out yet again, on the off chance that this is the last time we visit our fair value logarithmic regression fits a non-bubble data for the market cycle, on the off chance it is, let's just measure this out and say it's somewhere in the 40s, maybe. I mean, it could obviously go a lot lower. It could be, right? It could be 59 degrees for all we know, and that would actually, if it were 59 degrees, we're essentially talking about peaking at the end of this year. If it were the same, more or less the same angle that we've seen in the past. But again, this would be as measured from the current move, not as measured from when we know we can look back and say, okay, we left it for the last time. Because again, there's a good chance that we come back down and continue sideways for a while before going up, and then from that point we would have to measure it from there and say, okay, well, where does that take us? But if we were to leave it here and not come back, and let's say we go up 40 something degrees, right, then it could put us at the end of the year, right, at the end of 2021. I don't think this is going to happen by any means, but I'm just saying, like, that would be if this is our last, this is our exit from the regression band for the market cycle. What I want to warn people against, though, is the idea that this has to be our exit from the regression band, our permanent exit, because we also had an exit in February. We also had an exit in 2019. Okay, and in fact, in 2019, we had an exit from the regression band that took us over 100% higher than it. Here we came back into it. We came back up approximately 20%. Here we had another exit of the regression band by maybe 10% or so. Now we've just poked our head above it. We're ready for anything, right? We're ready if it starts moving up, but we want to be a bit pragmatic and say, you know what, it might not, and if it does, that's okay, and it's still business as usual as long as we're holding our Bitcoin bull market support band, right? So this is what we want to hold. By the way, we're still fairly far away from that. You can see the 20-week moving average is at 11,452. If you prefer the 21-week EMA, that's currently 11,696. So there's a few $100 difference between whether you prefer the moving average, the simple moving average, or the exponential moving average. So I hope that kind of covers what's going on. And I mean, if you look at Ethereum, we can see that it really is starting to make some moves here. But again, as I said before, this is playing in the sandbox until we really get above, until the Ethereum Bitcoin ratio starts to turn around. Because until that time, Ethereum's just going up because Bitcoin's going up, right? And we want Ethereum to go up because Ethereum wants to go up on its own regard against Bitcoin. And so until that happens, as I said before, this is, it's playing in the sandbox, because the whole idea of holding other coins besides Bitcoin is because you want to see a higher ROI in those other coins. They tend to have higher volatility, so they sure as hell better give you a higher return. Otherwise, what's the point of holding them? So if you ever find yourself, holding a ton of coins and they're giving you super high volatility and they can't even keep up with their ROI of Bitcoin, then why are you holding all these coins? And so this is the general idea with Ethereum, and we've talked about this, potential turnaround point. We're not sure yet if this is going to be the turnaround point or not. What we do know is that the fourth quarter of the year, especially December of the year, as we have said many times, tends to be a great opportunity to buy Ethereum with Bitcoin. And that's, we've said this many times. I even left the percent increases on here so you can see them, right? Buying Ethereum in December against Bitcoin has typically resulted in a really good 90-day ROI. Time and time again, we identified the one last year. We saw a modest 60% move against Bitcoin from December. Okay, a modest 60%. Every trend has so far played out, and just like every sub-cycle before us, we're seeing a downtrend going into December. And remember, that doesn't mean we're going to hit a lower low. This could have been the low of the Ethereum Bitcoin ratio, right? This could have been the low. And it does not mean we have to go lower in December. It simply means that if this trend continues and Ethereum does not see a major breakout over the next few weeks, and Bitcoin is remaining bullish, then in the first quarter of the year, this tends to be when Ethereum rallies against Bitcoin. We've also had some Ethereum rallies against Bitcoin in the summer. Okay, here was one. This was a rally of Ethereum against Bitcoin this past summer. We've had other ones as well. You can see here was a small rally against Bitcoin back in 2018, even during the bear market. We've had other, even earlier on in this life of Ethereum, we've had some pretty major runs of Ethereum against Bitcoin. You can see here was another major one that took place in April, May, and June of 2017. So first quarter of the year tends to be really good for Ethereum as measured against Bitcoin. Also, the summer tends to be really good of Ethereum measured against Bitcoin. The primary time that it doesn't, it tends to not be a great time, is as you get closer to the end of the year, because you can see during the end of the year, Ethereum tends to bleed against Bitcoin. Whether it's a bull market or a bear market, whatever it is, Ethereum tends to bleed against Bitcoin during the last part of the year. So here was the one back in the last year, and then this is the one we're seeing now. So again, this is playing out exactly how we've talked about it, right? This is the idea that Ethereum would bleed against Bitcoin during this quarter has continued to play out. The question is are we going to see Ethereum rally against Bitcoin in the first quarter. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure, right? There's no free lunch, but we're sure as hell going to watch to see if this pattern plays out for the 6th time in a row, and we'll be here every step of the way. So again, I would encourage people. It's not financial advice, but the idea of going all in or all out on anything is somewhat ridiculous to me, and that's why trying to time the bottom is a little bit absurd. Again, be more pragmatic and maybe just you could just take profits on the way down, and even on the way up if it continues up, and then hopefully we'll see it continue to rally. Remember, this green line, this green rectangular box, is where we said we would spend a decent amount of time during this market cycle, that Ethereum would spend an extended period of time within this, what I would call, reaccumulation band of Ethereum against Bitcoin. And so you can see so far we've done exactly that, right? We rallied to near the top. The top, by the way, is at 0.042, 0.043. The bottom is at 0.028. This is just measured from prior cooldown phases being projected to be the next reaccumulation phase. We came back down to the bottom of it. I mean, at least in the short term, it seems to be a pretty good rectangle. We have dipped below this macro trend line that I drew, but I drew this, if you think about it, I drew this trend line like 8 months ago, and I have not touched it. I have not touched this trend line for like 8 months. And maybe when we get to the beginning of the year, we should reevaluate where it is, because it hasn't gone exactly how I drew it out, right? It's come close, but we were down here, and we had a bottom slightly below, and then slightly below. So not a perfect drawing, but again, I drew this back in the first quarter. If we were to redraw it, maybe we would say, it's following more, say, this trend, right? As opposed to the slightly more bullish one that I drew way back then. Maybe something like that. And that it's possible that it takes off on a slightly different trend. If we just try to color code this so we can see kind of how it compares. So maybe this is ultimately the trend that Ethereum is on against Bitcoin, and not the slightly more bullish one that we drew about 8 or 9 months ago. But I think it's fair to say it's okay to redraw a macro trend line every year or so. So we'll see if this continues to hold. Maybe I'll just leave this up and see how well it does. A lot of times I like to just draw the trend lines and then just leave them there for every video for months, so that you guys can see them and I'm not constantly changing them. But we'll see. Maybe we'll see if this continues to kind of respect this new macroscopic view of the market, and ultimately maybe we rally up, right? As we get into December and in January, maybe we see this rally back up to the top, and then maybe it comes back down and continues to spend some time within what we think is our reaccumulation phase of Ethereum against Bitcoin. And I think 0.05 would be a pretty reasonable level for, 0.05 is a really bullish level for the Ethereum Bitcoin ratio. And one of the things I've spoken about before, there's a lot of coins that lose value against Bitcoin over the macro scale. Ethereum's not one of them. It has lost value recently, but it tends to slowly go up. So I tend to think that an Ethereum Bitcoin ratio of less than 0.02 will probably not happen during the next market cycle. I think that if Ethereum does end up peaking against Bitcoin again, let's suppose that it does something like this and continues on up throughout the years, and then peaks somewhere up here, and then maybe it comes back down. I don't think it's going to come back down to these levels. I think it will be significantly higher, and we're just, over the macro scale, we're just converging to whatever that fair value is going to be. Okay, so that's generally my thoughts on it. I don't think Ethereum's going to, over the macro scale, lose value against Bitcoin. I think it will go up, but seeing it below 0.02 is probably something we'll only see this market cycle. Probably not next market cycle, if I had to guess. But again, anything's possible. It looks like Bitcoin has kind of fallen back down a little bit from that local top near 16K. So we'll see. We'll see if that continues. Again, guys, if it does come back down, in a world where this comes back down, and it falls back through, remember, keep an eye on the 20-week, right? I mean, a lot of traditional technical analysis will tell you that ascending triangles tend to break up, right? And they do, but they could also break down, right? There's plenty of examples in the past where they break down, and then of course the narrative will shift, and people will then look back on it, and they'll delete the ascending triangle maybe, and then they'll just call this a double top, and a double top, and then coming back down. So again, I would just be careful about using this type of stuff too much to try to time your trades. But if you want to, you can, right? It's just not something that I would personally recommend. Not that this is financial advice. Remember, if you guys do like the content, subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get to 50,000 subscribers. Give the video a thumbs up, and also check out the Telegram channel in the description below. I'll try to go ahead and get into some questions here. Before I do, I will just remind you that if you want access to the premium list, you can find that at intothe.cryptoverse.com. You get access to weekly premium reports, weekly premium videos, a risk dashboard, which is what I use to trade, a Telegram alerts channel, a Telegram chat room, and some of these trading view indicators. So if you want to sign up, you can sign up at intothe.cryptoverse.com. I put it in the chat. If you want to pay with crypto for 12 months, you can get a 15% discount. I do not run any paid promotions on the channel. I do not have any affiliate links on the channel. So we have none of that on the channel. That's just the way I monetize it. So if you guys want to support the channel, you can do so through that. If not, that's fine. Just please subscribe. And I think from here, it's probably a good time to start taking questions. So I know there's probably a lot of questions that people have. If you have questions, go ahead and ask them. The last thing I'll say before I get into the questions is, remember, we do also have a public Telegram channel, and you can check that out. We have over 7,500 people, so if you're looking for a chat room, check it out. Yeah, so Polkadot. Someone asked about Polkadot. I've said many times, Polkadot is one that I think it's worth. It's definitely worth picking up some, in my opinion. So let's just quickly transition on over to Polkadot, and this is one I've said before, right? If we switch this over to, say, the daily time frame, Polkadot is a coin that I personally am bullish on, right? I don't say that lightly. There's 4 major coins I talk about on the channel: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Link, and ADA. We talked about the reason for those yesterday. Maybe I'll segue into that today, because we have a lot more people viewing it today. But Bitcoin, Ethereum, Link, and ADA. If you don't like ADA, that's fine. Maybe just substitute it for the altcoin of your choosing. As we've said, a lot of altcoins tend to bleed against ADA when Ethereum's bleeding, or a lot of altcoins bleed against Ethereum when Ethereum bleeds against Bitcoin. But I do contend that this is likely just a simple accumulation range of DOT, and that every cycle there's these coins that come out right at the beginning of a theoretical multi-year bull market, or depending on which cycle it was, and it then can end up doing really, really quite well. And it does have a market capitalization of like one. Let me pull up coin market cap. So if you scroll down and you see Polkadot, you can see that the market capitalization of Polkadot is around 4 billion, and Ethereum is at 53 billion. And so, seeing it's a full order of magnitude down. I personally think it would be easier for Polkadot to go from 4 billion to 40 billion than it would be for Ethereum to go from 40 billion to 400 billion. That's just the idea of looking at these. The idea that it's a lot harder to move up in order of magnitude by market cap, but it's easier for smaller projects to do so. And I do think Polkadot has a decent amount of development behind it, and will probably play a role this market cycle. So remember, the main coins that I follow are Bitcoin, Ethereum, Chainlink, Polkadot, and Cardano, ADA. Bella, DOT. Those 5. The other ones, as I've said before, I think that, and I said this one way back when BSV was way up here, I think that Bitcoin SV, Litecoin, and you could argue that BSV is still in the top 10 because Tether, I would not count stablecoins. I think that this one will fall out of the top 10. BSV, I think it'll fall out of the top 10. I think Litecoin will fall out of the top 10. I think BCH will fall out of the top 10. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another on Binance Coin. XRP, it's one of those coins, right? It's cool to hate it, and I don't generally talk about it because it tends to bleed against Bitcoin until Bitcoin gets to the prior all-time high. I don't think that XRP will necessarily fall out of the top 10 this market cycle. It could, but I think it will at least lose some ranks. I think that Chainlink will overtake XRP. I also could see Polkadot and Cardano potentially overtaking XRP. I don't think that XRP will remain in the top 3 for the entire market cycle. But with that said, as much as many of you guys would maybe like to see it move out of the top 10, I'm not sure that it will move out of the top 10 this market cycle. I mean, you can see the market cap is currently 11 billion, and Chainlink is the closest one to overtaking it, and it still needs to go up 2x before it can even start flirting with the market cap of XRP. So just consider that, yeah, XRP generally is not a coin that people want to like, and you'd like to maybe see it drop down, but it does tend to pump against Bitcoin whenever Bitcoin gets to the prior all-time high. So that could be what's going on. And remember, it's only 25 cents right now, which is basically what it's been for the last year or two. And this is why I've always said, having a lot of money in XRP before Bitcoin gets to the prior all-time high is a huge opportunity cost, because it's money you're not putting into Bitcoin. It's money you're not putting into Ethereum. It's money not going into, say, Cardano or Polkadot or Chainlink. There's a huge opportunity cost. And Link, as we made a video the other day, is king of the altcoins, right? In my opinion, is king of the altcoins. There aren't many coins that continue to stay this bullish against Ethereum. There aren't this many coins that stay this bullish against Bitcoin. Link is one of the only coins that has done this. So this is one I would definitely want to watch. And as we said yesterday, right? And I'll just go off on a brief rant here as I went off yesterday, so that people fully understand the reason behind Bella. You have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Link, and ADA. Bitcoin and Ethereum tend to have these key moves against each other, right? Where Ethereum tends to pump against Bitcoin at pretty predictable times. Bitcoin moves sideways after it's bullish. Ethereum goes up. You have a lot of other coins that tend to bleed against Ethereum during this period of time, but Link's not one of them, and this is why we're so bullish on Link. Just look at the data. The data tells you all you need to know. The other coin that we look at is ADA, and the reason we look at that is because it has a very different trend against Ethereum. And overall, that trend is down, but the nice thing is that it tends to have these pumps that peak at that same level, right? And this is what we want to see. And the idea of maybe even being lengthening cycles between ADA and Ethereum. And so this is kind of what I envision for ADA. So if you see Ethereum pump and ADA not, it could be a nice segue into an altcoin. It doesn't have to be ADA. It could be another coin. Could be VeChain if you want yourself some of that. I don't know. I mean, you can see this macro trend. We're getting close to the bottom of it. We've also had these 2 local tops up here. And as I said yesterday, you can use this type of analysis, this macro analysis, to not trade if you don't want to trade and don't want to deal with tax implications. If maybe you buy crypto every week or every month, you could just look at these macro trends in the market and say, okay, let me look at it. All right, Ethereum, Bitcoin is trending down in the 4th quarter, just like it always does. Maybe I'll buy that. Link is back down at this at this area that it's historically been at, right before it has historically moved up. Maybe that's one to look into. Maybe you go over here and you say, oh, maybe this isn't quite as low as I want it to be, because if Bitcoin volatility remains high, then Ethereum will have trouble keeping up with Bitcoin, and then altcoins will have trouble keeping up with Ethereum. So maybe I'll check back next month and see what this is doing. Same thing goes with ADA against Ethereum, etc. So the general idea again is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Link, Bell, A for ADA, Bella. It can be another altcoin of your choosing if you prefer. I know a lot of people, because I see the comments, a lot of you guys like XTZ, but again, that also has been bleeding against Bitcoin, right? I mean, it's been bleeding against Bitcoin for a while, and it's just something you want to keep. At the bottom, it was done 60%. Now it's back up to only a 50% drop over the last few months. But be that as it may, right? I mean, these are general trends of the market against Ethereum, that when Bitcoin pumps, these altcoins tend to lose value not only against Bitcoin, but a lot of times against Ethereum. And you can see actually Atom has bled significantly this year against Ethereum. It's down from the peak at well, actually that's the very end of last year, but more or less the beginning of this year is down like 70%. So just keep that in mind, that too much exposure in altcoins can be detrimental because of the fact that when Bitcoin pumps, Ethereum has a hard time catching up with Bitcoin, and then altcoins have a hard time keeping up with Bitcoin and also have a hard time keeping up with Ethereum. So I would say look at it from a macroscopic view. You could wait. One idea would be to wait for this type of a move, for an Ethereum move against Bitcoin. And if it does, and the Bitcoin risk is too high, then you could put that into altcoins. But I mean, obviously that's up to you. And I can't tell you what to do. I mean, you could argue, you could also make the argument that, you know, you're in an accumulation mode now of some of these altcoins. And to some degree, you probably are, right? I mean, as long as you're okay with, like, you know, some short-term moves to the downside, but the idea that over the macro scale, the trend will be back upward, you probably can't go too wrong. And remember, if you're following these link moves, again, link, as I said before, king of the altcoins. If you're following these link moves, when we do pump, don't fall into the FOMO of this time is different, right? Don't necessarily fall into that FOMO of, okay, it has to be different this time because of whatever reason. Recognize that if it does rally on back up, right, it's okay to take profits back to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin and Link are great, historically speaking, to swing trade against each other. We've been doing it on this channel for like the last year and a half. So just follow the move. As I said before, I think Chainlink is a coin that's too risky not to hold. Now, with that said, if Bitcoin corrects back down to 13K or something over the next month, a lot of coins will bleed, right? I mean, that's just common sense. A lot of coins will bleed if Bitcoin corrects back down to the future 20-week moving average at, say, $13,000 or something. If you see something play out like that, a lot of coins will bleed. But as long as you're not concerned about these short-term moves and have more of a macro view of the market, I think you're probably going to be okay. And as I've said before, Link has a way of bailing people out. I mean, even how many altcoins do you know of that were around in 2017 that have now put in higher highs now than they did back then? I mean, the peak of Link in 2017, 2018 was like less than $2. And today Link is at $13. If you think about it, about your altcoin bags, how many of them are 6 times higher, 6 to 7 times higher than where they were back in 2017, 2018? I can guarantee you not very many of them. And if they are higher, they're probably not higher by as much as Link is, which measured from the peak, it's up a modest 766%, as measured from the peak of 2018. And we're not even talking about practice. We're talking about the game. We're not even talking about the candle. We're talking about the wick. The wick takes us to over 700%. Okay? If we go to the candle and measure it, we're at almost 1,000% up from the peak in 2018. So you have to consider that, you know, there's winners and there's losers, and I see time and time again people throwing money into these, you know, random BS altcoins that they hope to make a killing off of, and sometimes they do. The downside is that when you make a lot of money on it's kind of like a dopamine rush, and you think you can keep doing it, but that's just not generally how the market works. There's a bull period, there's a bear market, and the bull market can bring this euphoria, and then once things turn around, you find all those random altcoins that have like $10 million market caps, so these other crypto YouTubers shield to you, are dropping 95%. So you got to be careful. You have to be careful about this strategy of throwing money into a ton of different altcoins, because of the fact that a lot of them will bleed against Bitcoin and Ethereum over the macro scale. And you might say, well, I'll just wait for the pump and sell, but will you? And that's the key thing. Like, will you sell? Will you sell? Will you sell in that situation? And that's the primary highlight, right? I mean, there's, you know, if you look at ADA against Ethereum, as we said, ADA Ethereum, and look at these general trends. I mean, I did not sell a lot of it because the risk level in USD was not that bad. And in fact, ADA has actually done quite well in USD. It's still sitting above 10 cents. But the idea is, you know, would you sell any? And I did sell some. And at this point, I sold it to Ethereum at 235, and then Ethereum took off. So if in the future you do see this happen again and you get here, will you sell? Or is it going to is the sentiment going to be, oh no, this time it's different and it's going to continue on up higher? Okay, so I would say be pragmatic. It's better, in my opinion, to be pragmatic about things and take you, like, what does the data suggest is likely to happen, and from that point, try to secure profits if you can. Because, you know, when you look back on things, if you look back at, say, the Ethereum market cycle, and if you were one of the people, you know, all the way back here, let's say you were accumulating Ethereum back in early 2017 and you were buying it for $10, you know, like if you had sold it at $1,000 right here, are you really that upset about it when you're looking at the price a couple years later and it's in the $200 to $500 range? No, you don't care, right? I mean, this is just noise. Yes, it was another 40% or so. So what? Who cares? You can't time the top, you can't time the bottom, don't worry about it. For all intents and purposes, why don't you just pretend like this was the top? You know, like maybe that's something you can do. Like just say, you know what, let's just pretend like that didn't happen and this was the top. So I would say don't get too carried away with exactly where the peak is and exactly where the bottom is. If you're up 100x, you're up 100x. If you're up 1,000x, you're up 1,000x. And again, $1,000 investment in Ethereum in October of 2015 would have given you 1.5 million at the peak. If you had cashed it out at say 1 million, with $1,000 investment going from $1,000 to $1 million, so what, right? So what? So again, be pragmatic about your approach. Don't worry about timing the bottoms, timing the tops. Just stick to a systematic strategy and go with that. That's my advice, anyways. It's not financial advice, but it's just my opinion on the markets and how I like to see it. And so if you look again at these long-term trends of Link against Ethereum, we're kind of back at that lower point, right? You look at a trend against ADA against Ethereum, it could continue to come down maybe, right? And again, it's all about being pragmatic and not getting too emotionally attached to any coin, right? Don't get too emotionally attached to any coin, because if you do, then you might look at something like this and say, okay, it has to immediately come back, but you say, you know what, it might not, right? I mean, it could continue on down, and in that situation, the ADA Ethereum valuation could bleed if Ethereum pumps against Bitcoin and altcoins can't keep up. So that's generally the idea behind Bella, and the reason why we have DOT on there, Bella DOT, just BELA and then a period for DOT, is because I'm not trading it, right? I'm accumulating it, and I'm going to accumulate a position, and then I'll have something to work with in the next few years. But it's there's not enough data on it. It's kind of to me, I don't think it's going to have, you know, returns like Ethereum did during the last market cycle. But you know, when Ethereum first launched onto the market, it had a pretty crazy start, and then it had this period of sideways movement as well before it took off. So I'm not saying DOT's going to overtake Ethereum. I own way more Ethereum than I would Polkadot. I mean, like way more, several times more Ethereum than Polkadot. I own several times more Ethereum than ADA. Ethereum's my number 2. But just recognize that this is the purpose the coins serve, and if you find yourself with 30 different altcoins, look at their Ethereum valuation. Are they all bleeding against Ethereum? If so, why are you holding on to 100 different altcoins? Because a lot of times they tend to behave in the same manner. Remember, if you guys, oh wow, we have 1,100 people viewing. I don't know if it's ever been this high. If you guys like the content, make sure you subscribe to the channel and give the video a thumbs up. We have not even 400 likes. Maybe we can get to 1,000 likes. I've only gotten to 1,000 likes on a live stream 2 times in the past, so maybe this will be a video that we can actually get to 1,000 likes. We still have a ways to go. But again, please subscribe to the channel if you guys like the content. And remember, if you guys want access to the premium content, you can always check it out at intothecryptoverse.com. You get access to the weekly premium videos, the weekly premium reports, the Telegram alerts channel, the Telegram chat room, and the risk dashboard, and some of the trading view indicators. And you can pay with crypto for 12 months and get a 15% discount. So from here, I think we've covered a lot. We're at let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's at 15.8. If we look at the hourly chart, we're still kind of flirting with this top here. If it does break out, maybe we'll see it on stream. If it doesn't, be prepared. And if we do go back down, as a reminder, the 20-week moving average is currently at around 11,452. But of course, this depends on exactly what exchange you want to use. So with that said, let me post the Telegram chat one more time for those who want to join there. And I'll try to get into some more questions. Okay, so sorry. Let me try to get into some of these questions. Okay, I need to pause the chat. So, do you expect altcoins to bleed heavily as Bitcoin enjoys price discovery? Even bigger coins like Link, ADA, not necessarily microcap. I think they'll probably bleed against Bitcoin if Bitcoin continues on in price discovery mode. They probably will bleed against Bitcoin. For altcoins, we need Bitcoin to just chill out. Um, if Bitcoin does not chill out and continues to do this type of stuff, and looking at the weekly time frame, if it continues to print bars that we're essentially just going up week over week, then I would not expect any major moves from any altcoins against Bitcoin. Yeah, you might see Link rally to like $14 or something if Bitcoin continues to do well, but I would not anticipate a Link rally against Bitcoin until Bitcoin volatility cools off. And we know this just by looking at the covariance matrix as we calculate risk-adjusted returns and seeing that negative volatility of Bitcoin tends to offset positive volatility of Link and vice versa. So I would wait. I mean, not wait. I mean, if you don't have Link, if I didn't have Link, I would buy some now, right? If I didn't have Link, but buying some at this level is very risky because I mean it's rallied significantly. Remember, if you on the premium list we talked about buying it when the risk got below 0.5. That happened twice over the last few weeks. It happened in this region on this wick down here, and it also happened at this wick here. So it happened between 7 and 8, and then between 8 and 9. So that's where I picked up a lot of Link. If I didn't have any, I would buy some here, but I would be a lot more concerned about its short-term moves. Not that I would be that concerned about it, because I think the general trend will continue up. But if you buy Link at $13 and Bitcoin goes back to 13,000, then there's a good chance that Link is going to come back down to 10 or 11 bucks at the very least. So that's just something to consider. And this is why I say, right, trying to time the top or bottom is very difficult. And it's better to take a more systematic dollar cost average approach, because no single person on YouTube or Twitter or in this world can tell you exactly where the bottom or the top is. We can try to get as close as we can, but we're not going to know where it is. Okay, Franco says, I agree with your lengthening cycle theory. I, however, wonder if real events such as we saw this year might act as accelerators. I don't think so. I mean, I'm certainly not going to play that card if it does turn out to be a 4-year cycle. I'm not going to blame it on external events. I'll just say, the data suggested this, and I was wrong, right? I'm not going to blame it on anything else. I still think that the cycles are in fact lengthening. I don't think that we are going to even see anywhere close to $100,000 Bitcoin in 2021, but maybe Bitcoin will prove me wrong. We'll see what happens, but I don't think it's going to necessarily accelerate it forward by that much. Someone says, yeah, Charlie Lee was the only man to call the top. Yeah, he sold a lot of Litecoin near the top during the last market cycle. If you only have 2 coins, what's the Bitcoin Link ratio? That depends on how risky you want to be, right? I mean, there's a different thing, like if you're say like young and in your 20s and you have the money to burn, or if you're in your 50s and you want to make sure you're securing retirement. Right? There's not a one-size-fits-all approach to this. You just have to figure out how risky you want to be and then act accordingly. It's silly to think that some YouTuber is going to tell you necessarily what's best for your situation, because it varies significantly from person to person. I mean, if you bought Bitcoin at 16K, I mean, over the macro scale, there's probably a good chance you'll be bailed out. Over the short term, yeah, it's a toss-up, right? I mean, that's a complete toss-up. If in fact you think that if it's going to bail you out in the short term, there's no guarantee of that by any means. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you guys want to follow along with future videos. Turn on the notifications and give the video a thumbs up. We are almost at 600 likes. By the way, there are, given the bull market, there are a lot of scammers going around. I've noticed on the comments to my videos. So just a fair warning, if you see someone that's like pretending to be me, they're using my name and picture in the comments of YouTube, and they're asking you for anything like personal information, or they're telling you to contact a phone number or someone on WhatsApp or Telegram, it's not me. And there's a quick test to see if it's me. Click on the person, even if it says my name. Click on the face, even if it looks like it's me. If they don't have the videos that you see on their channel that I have, if they don't have the subscribe on my YouTube channel, they're going around everywhere. Spencer says, do you think Litecoin is only worth buying once Bitcoin hits the all-time high? I think yes. I think there's 2 times. I think after Bitcoin hits the all-time high, probably, maybe at the end of the bull market, and actually maybe a 3rd time as well, maybe like half a year, or maybe 3 to 6 months before the Litecoin halving tends to be a decent time. But for the most part, I don't think that Litecoin would be worth holding right now. And it's not to say that it can't go up. I mean, if the market trends up, it will too. But it's just that $1 in Litecoin is $1 not somewhere else. And I would much prefer Ethereum over Litecoin. I would much prefer Chainlink over Litecoin. Yeah, Truth Seeker, you can see it's a fake. I would say just report them, right? Report them, make sure we get them banned, because I hide them from the channel as quickly as I can. But, I mean, scammers are going to scam. There's people that just literally have nothing better to do with their life. And so just try to report them and get them removed. Spencer, I just answered your question, specifically your question, so you don't need to spam the same question. Someone says, have you done a risk metric superimposed over Ethereum 2017 bubble? Would you have bought? Yeah, it actually did go back down to the buying levels for like 4 weeks. It went back down to the buying levels between the pumps. So I think what you're talking about is this here. Okay, so there was this one in 2016, and then it came back down. And so it would have allowed you to repurchase Ethereum in 2017. I know. So. And I think even here too. I think even here too was another short-term accumulation opportunity. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. It's still at 15.8. Of course it is, because I'm on stream. It's not going to do anything. Buying level? I mean, as I said before, I think it's an accumulation phase now. Someone says, how do we know that I'm the real Ben? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe I'm not. I do have a twin brother. I'll let you guys think about that for a few minutes. Actually, here's a fun fact. You might not have known about me. So I have a twin brother, and my wife is a triplet, actually. So I'm a twin, my wife's a triplet. That's just something to now you know me a little bit better, I guess. All right, Miro, I will hide you if you want to be a troll. Someone said I got forked. Is that because I have a twin? No, we're not identical twins. I guess identical twins would be like a fork, because then you have an egg splitting. We're fraternal, so it's not a fork. I no longer work as a postdoc. I got promoted. If you want to check if a scammer is the real Ben, ask him a question about silica. Yeah. Alright, Samyak Meta looks like he wants to be hidden because he's spamming on the channel, so goodbye. A sidechain. Yeah. Someone says their family doctor looks like me. Yeah. What is the mathematical chance your kid isn't... I have 3 kids, and none of them are twins. Remember to subscribe to the channel. Let's get it to 47,000 subscribers. And give the video a thumbs up. I think that we can make it to 1,000 likes. I've only made it to 1,000 likes 2 times in a live stream, so I think we'll do it this time. Someone asked how old I am. I'm kind of curious, how old do you think I am? $45. I'm not 45. Wow. So it seems like most people think I'm in my mid to late 30s. Some people think I'm in my 40s. Some people think I'm in my 50s or 60s. I'm getting some low 30s, some mid 30s. Alright, I'm 30. I'm 30. I'm only 30 years old. I'm not 32, not 36, not 38. I'm 30. Yeah, I mean, okay, think about it. Like, I graduated undergrad in 2000. I graduated high school in 2008. I graduated undergrad in 2012. I finished my master's in 2015. I finished my PhD in 2018. I finished my postdoc in 2020, and that's where I am. So I'm 30 years old. It takes me from a high schooler up to 30. Here I am. And I do have 3 kids. One of them's 4, one of them's 1, and one of them is a month old. So one's actually pretty new. I wanted to name him Ethereum or Ether, but that was a no-go. I do contend with my wife, though, that if we have a girl, we should name her Isabella for Bella, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Lincoln, Ada. I'm not sure how successful I'll be if we ever do have a girl on getting her named that, but... I can't believe you had another kid before there was enough data on the other 2. I was joking. I said this in another live stream about like the length of the pregnancies, the first 2. So my wife's first pregnancy was like 39 weeks, and then the second one was like 38 weeks. And I was like, okay, well, the evidence is there. We're going to experience shortening cycles. And yeah, just as I predicted, the next baby came earlier in terms of the length of the pregnancy than the first 2 did. So shortening cycles. And you guys thought shortening cycles weren't a thing. Will my wife and kids ever appear on stream? Actually, there's a couple streams where my 4-year-old has come on. So if you look at a couple streams, I think my 4-year-old appeared in a couple of them. I want to say there was maybe, I don't know if it was the halving stream or it was right around the halving, but I think my 4-year-old like came up to me and was he like sat in my lap or something for a little, and said hi to the stream, and then he like pulled off an engineering textbook from the bookshelf and was like reading it for like 30 minutes while I was on stream. And I ended up getting off stream because everyone was telling me to go play with him. So. I mean, to me right now, it looks like we're coming back down a little bit here, which is fine. I mean, this is business as usual. And in fact, remember, the 20-week moving average is all the way down at 11,452. And if we do drop over the next few weeks back down, it could correspond to the 20-week moving average. You know, this is going to keep going up. So if we come down to meet it, right, it could look something like that. And then we just continue on our merry way. And then maybe we look back on it and say, okay, you know, maybe that's our trend or something, right? Like this is the general trend up or something. I don't know. It's possible Bitcoin goes to 20K, right? This is always a possibility in the short term. But again, I think it would be a short-term bubble. I don't think it would be sustainable. John says, what did I get my PhD in? Nuclear engineering. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you guys like the content and give the video a thumbs up. Let's get to 1,000 likes. If you try to get 6-figure ROI this cycle, would I rather put money into smaller coins instead of Bitcoin and Ethereum? I would still get some Bitcoin and Ethereum because, I mean, you see what happens when Bitcoin goes up. It leaves everything else behind. I would still get some Bitcoin and Ethereum, and you could always pick up a couple altcoins. But I don't think it would be wise to necessarily go altcoin hunting and just throw like $1,000 at 100 different altcoins. Someone says our only regret is only having one like to give. It's okay, we gotta do our part. Yeah, the gaps don't have to fill, right? I mean, like, saying it builds trust is just a way to keep people from potentially buying Bitcoin and then they FOMO in later. You might say that they fill. Yeah, they fill during bear markets and accumulation phases just because of natural volatility. But we didn't have a bull market with these in the past, so we don't know if they're going to fill. And I said all along, like, in my opinion, it's silly to think that they have to fill. It's silly to sit on the sidelines on the idea that they have to fill. Because what if you're wrong, right? No one here claims to know exactly what's going to happen. And if you think you do know exactly what's going to happen, my only response is, what if you are wrong? Is it worth betting the family farm on the idea that Bitcoin has to fill the CME gap on the daily time frame at $9,600? And we said months ago that it's too risky not to hold Bitcoin. Therefore, if we fill it, great. Then the gap boys will just shut up. But if we don't fill it, then the gap boys are going to continue squawking about it until Bitcoin is maybe at $30,000-$40,000, and even then they'll still be saying, oh, it's going back to $9,600 any day now. Yeah, we can't risk the family farm, guys. I was not raised in a barn. Despite the fact that I talk about family farms, I was not raised in a barn. Connor is a 17-year-old. He's asking, as a 17-year-old, would having a larger percentage of my portfolio in alts be better due to my higher risk tolerance as a younger person? It's a catch-22, right? You could look at it from both perspectives. Like one perspective to look at it from is, okay, you're 17 years old. I don't know how much you're investing, and I don't want to know. But let's just say it's $10,000. If you put that $10,000 into the market, you could split it over, say, Bitcoin and Ethereum and Link, something like that, and maybe that 10,000 could turn into 100,000, maybe more over the course of a market cycle, and so you could see yourself having a decent amount of money in that regard. Or maybe what you're talking about is gambling on very risky altcoins that have like less than $10 million market caps. It could work out for you, but what if it doesn't? What if they go to zero? So the idea, and again, these probabilities are just pie in the sky. Like, would you rather have like a 50% probability of getting to 100K, or like a 5% probability of getting to 300K? Like, what would you prefer? Because if you take the more if you take the more conservative route, then at least you're having a much higher probability of increasing your wealth, so that then after the market cycle you're sitting at 100K or whatever it might be, and then you can invest that. But if you say invest your money into altcoins to then go to zero, then you don't even have that to continue on. So I mean, you're still pretty early. There's nothing wrong with picking up a couple altcoins. And I've said before, right, if you want to go invest in microcaps, you can. And I've said many times, I own a couple of them myself. Am I going to tell you what they are? No, I'm not, because I'm not here to pump microcap coins. I don't want to move the market. And I don't want it to appear like it's like a pump and dump or anything like that. So I'm not going to talk about microcap coins. But if there's like one or two pet projects you have out there that you think are worth following for the duration of the market cycle, and you want to see what they can do, there's nothing wrong with putting like a very small amount in them. But again, I would not focus on them. Like completely excluding Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Link, in my opinion, would be a bad choice. Even if you somehow pick the perfect altcoin and it goes up 100x, I would still contend that it probably wasn't the best choice. Like, you can get lucky, but you don't need crypto to get lucky. I mean, you can get lucky at a casino. So that's generally my thinking on that. It's not about your returns, it's about your risk-adjusted returns. And also, you have to consider, too, that even if you do get one of those risky altcoins, will you sell at the top? Because they can pump like crazy. They can also drop 90% in a week. So that's just something to consider. I hope that answered your question. The risk charts are not live on the premium list, but you can access the live risk levels, the numerical risk levels, and the risk charts are put in the weekly reports. And Connor, to follow up on that, I mean, like, imagine right now, like, imagine if you had put like a lot of money on altcoins 2 months ago, and you had completely excluded Bitcoin. Look what Bitcoin has done. It's gone up 50%, and a lot of altcoins haven't done anything. So I'm not saying you should go buy Bitcoin right this instant, but if one idea is to see, okay, well, Bitcoin will probably test the 20-week at some point, and we know that historically speaking, the 20-week moving average, at least in a bull market, is our support line. So that's something to consider, right? That in a bull market, the 20-week is our support line. Doesn't mean we're going to hold it. You could invest at the 20-week and it might not hold, but it's a lot less risky, in my opinion, in putting money in at the 20-week than putting money in after a 50% pump over a month, right? Remember to subscribe to the channel. Help me get to I want to get to 50,000 subscribers, but we got to get to 47,000 first. So let's try to get to 47,000. And remember, give the video a thumbs up. We are almost at 1,000 likes. We just need about 200 more likes, and we'll be at 1,000 likes. If you listen, maybe you can hear my 1-month-old. Yeah, the lifetime subscription to the premium list is available. If you want access, you just have to reach out to me through the website. You can email me. But yeah, it is available. Are we getting a special episode at 50,000 subscribers? We could. What do you guys want? What do you want at 50,000 subscribers? The nice thing about subscribers on crypto YouTube is that you can increase subscribers when Bitcoin is going up or down. It's when it goes sideways that people lose interest, and then they start going outside or something crazy like that. Huh. A drunk stream. Is the logarithmic regression band ready for TradingView? Yeah, if you sign up to the premium list, you can get access to the regression band on TradingView. We're not going to do giveaways on the channel. The reason is because then like I want to get to 50,000 subscribers, but I want them to be like quality subscribers, right? I mean, if you start doing giveaways on the channel, then you're just attracting people that are just constantly chasing these like giveaways or like airdrops and that kind of stuff. And I think it would significantly lower the quality of the subscribers to the channel. So we're not going to do any giveaways. And I mean, that's the same reason why I also don't show you guys affiliate links, because I don't expect you guys to do it, and if I don't expect you guys to do it, then I shouldn't do it either. Someone asked me about BNB. You know what? We'll take a look at it. Primarily just because it is in the top 10. I don't talk about it that much, and the current price is higher than where it was in 2018 or so. So I mean, yeah, I don't have a ton of thoughts about it, right? And I don't typically talk about BNB, but if Binance does maintain decent market share. I mean, if it remains one of the leaders, then maybe this will continue to improve. I'm just like kind of looking at it. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't really know what it's going to do, but we'll see what happens. I mean, you can see it's been on a pretty nice uptrend here for the last few months. We already talked about Polkadot. No affiliate links. We already talked about Chainlink a lot in this video. Yeah, I mean, we don't typically talk about the Fibonacci retracement stuff because when I made this channel, I was like, what can I do different from other people, right? What can I do different? And everyone does that, right? Everyone looks at Fibonacci. Everyone looks at a lot of short-term analysis, and so I was like, okay, I need to do something different. Otherwise, I'm just more of the same. So let's do something different. So I don't really talk about that as much on the channel. And you can find, I mean, it's not that it's not necessarily useful. It's just that you can find that plenty of other places. What do I think about Tom Brady? I don't know. I'm having a hard time watching him play for the Buccaneers. It just doesn't make sense. I'm so used to seeing him play for the Patriots that like it's hard for me to like accept that he's not with them anymore. Hobbies of a nuclear engineer. Well, I play a lot of board games. Maybe you can see a lot of them on that bookshelf back there. Yeah, so there's a lot of board games back there. I also play tennis. I like playing soccer, ultimate frisbee, disc golf. I like playing chess. You guys, I've done a few chess games on live streams before as well. So those are some of the main hobbies. But it's hard to have a lot of hobbies. I have a full-time job. I do the crypto YouTube channel. I have a family. I have 3 kids. So it's hard to have too many hobbies. Someone says I look like I'm a Settlers of Catan type of guy. That's an okay game. It's like the gateway game, but it's not really that complex. I prefer harder, more strategic games. I like playing like Through the Ages. Terra Mystica is one. So some of these more complicated games. Settlers of Catan is kind of playing in the sandbox, I think. I have not watched King's Gambit. Have I played Twilight Imperium? I've not, but I have it. If you look up at the top of the bookshelf up there, I have Twilight Imperium up at the top. I've not played it yet though. Bitcoin or precious metals? Bitcoin. It has much better risk-adjusted returns than precious metals. The Sharpe ratio is much higher. If I had to just pick Bitcoin or precious metals, I'd pick Bitcoin. Easy. Reminder to subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 1,000 likes. We're at 850, so let's try to get there. Looks like Bitcoin's cooled off a little bit here, but we'll see if it goes back up. And I mean, of course, Ethereum's cooling off as well. It's back to 466, but this is not surprising. I've never played Magic the Gathering, though. We don't talk about Labyrinth on the channel. Which coin will have the best ROI this cycle? I don't know. This is why I buy a few of them. And it also depends on how you're measuring it. Like, are you measuring it from bottom? Or are you measuring it from now? What are you measuring it from? Because if you're measuring it from bottom, I would probably say Chainlink if you're talking about the four main coins that I follow between Bitcoin, Ethereum, Link, and ADA. If you're measuring it from now, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, Chainlink's already up 10x from the bottom in March. Ethereum to break out if Bitcoin goes sideways right now. Yeah, but I mean, it depends on what you mean by right now. It doesn't mean like 5 minutes from now. It means like, if Bitcoin can start going sideways systematically over a longer period of time, then we'll see a break, right? I mean, looking at a short-term move is nothing because over the macro scale, the trend could still theoretically be down. Any given day or week, it can change, but we want to see a systematic and fundamental shift, not just a short-term shift. So we'll see what happens. I get tired of people asking stupid questions. I mean, like, I don't necessarily. I get tired of people asking me like the same questions. Like that's kind of tiresome. I mean, I can't necessarily hold it against them because you can't expect someone to watch the entire live stream. But at the same time, right, for people that are tuning in for the entire live stream, I shouldn't have to repeat the same answer like 5 times. Hey Brian, stop spamming the chat, otherwise I'm removing it. Alright Brian, last chance. Alright, Brian, I will oblige you if you want me to remove you, I will. If I can actually click on it. Alright, bye, Brian. Everyone say bye to Brian. I don't understand, like, why do people just join chats and then spam it, right? Like, what's the point? Is it healthy for Bitcoin to visit 3K or 13K? Yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin visits 13K, you know, over the next few weeks, business as usual, right? Nothing too crazy. I just made a video before this stream talking about, okay, well, based on the prior stuff, we even talked about it in the stream, right? Like, when could we expect a correction? So I'll publish that video after this stream is over. Yeah, I mean, it could go down, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? You could say it's a good thing if we can go to 13K, hold it as support, and then go back up. That would be a really great thing. If we continue to go up to 20K, then probably a big short-term bubble pop is coming. If Bitcoin goes below the 20-week EMA or moving average, does recycle theory not hold any longer? Well, I mean, I think we're experiencing lengthening cycles. So if it does go below the 20-week, I feel like it would even further validate that we're not going to 100K next year. Which I don't think we will. Like, I don't think we're going to go to 100K next year. Someone says, give us a rundown of what we talked about so far. I think primarily we've said Bitcoin goes up and Bitcoin goes down, but it mainly goes up. I think that does a pretty good recap of what we've talked about. Remember to subscribe. We're almost at 900 likes. Trying to shoot for 1,000 likes. If you haven't liked the video yet, give it a thumbs up. What ratio of Bitcoin and Ethereum would I recommend? It depends on, again, it depends on your risk tolerance, of course. Actually, if you calculate out risk-adjusted returns of a Bitcoin and Ethereum portfolio since 2015 based on historical volatility and historical returns, it's like 68% Bitcoin. Actually, no, I think it's 69% Bitcoin, I think, and maybe like 29% Ethereum or something like that. But that's just risk-adjusted returns based on historical price and historical volatility. We're seeing it come back down a little. So I mean, it kind of has, you know, retested the same area for the third time. If we were to go back to the bottom of this, it would be around 15.3. But again, I don't know what's going to happen in the short term. We focus on long-term stuff. We're just watching the price in the short term. David says, why an academic guy like you doesn't find a job in a university or an institute? I do have a full-time job in computational material science, so I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I do change a lot of diapers on my kids. says it's surprising seeing Bitcoin price go parabolic above 20K. It's not going parabolic above 20K right now. I don't. Maybe we're looking at a different chart. It's currently at 15K. Yeah, I have my doctor. And it's coming down pretty quickly. We'll see if it continues. Remember, I mean, we're still pretty overvalued right now in terms of where Bitcoin is. I mean, going up 50% in a month is quite drastic. So again, as we said before, we'll see if the rally continues. But at the same time, don't be that surprised if we just come back down for a little bit, test the 20-week, and continue on our journey. Right, this is always a possibility. What's the ratio of men to women on my channel? It's 95, based on the YouTube statistics, it's 95% men, 95% male, and 5% female. So there's only like 5% of people that watch my channel that are women. So if we have 1,000 viewers, then statistically speaking, 50 of them are women. 50 of them. I'm not assuming anyone's gender, I'm just telling you what YouTube assumes, and I'm assuming YouTube is using whatever you told them you were. Where do you guys think Bitcoin's going? Like, do you think Bitcoin's going to break through 16K in the coming weeks and climb higher, or do you think it's going to retrace a bit and try to find support lower down? People say 12K, some people say 13K, some people say 16K, then 13.5, then 20, 17 to 12, to 20 to 15. Someone says maybe down to 9 to 11K. Yeah, if we were to go sideways for a few weeks, that would at least give time for coins like Ethereum and maybe some other coins like Chainlink to start moving up. MT says 16 to 20, back to 14. Kim says the 4 hours still bullish. Here's the 4-hour chart. Oh, we're almost there, guys. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Final push to 1,000 likes. We're at 953. Let's get to 1,000. And also subscribe to the channel while you're at it if you guys like the content and like hearing me ramble about the markets from time to time. Look at that. Bitcoin's back at 15.7, corresponding to getting to 1,000 likes. Someone says, will Bitcoin ever hit 5K? I doubt it. I mean, if you take a look at like the 300-week moving average, which is where we wicked to at the bottom of the last one, even the 300-week is at 4,900 now, and I don't think we're going to dump to it in the immediate future. So I highly doubt that 5,000 is on the cards. You know, the 200-week moving average is at 7,100. So you can see where the 200-week moving average is. And as we showed before, you can see the 200-week moving average is exiting the regression band. And the last cycle where it exited the regression band was right around the time it held its 1 week before it. And then again, as we showed before, it re-entered the regression band right here, which was at the top. So it'll be interesting to see if that same thing happens, right? Like if Bitcoin, if the regression band, if the regression band and the 200-week moving average diverge, and you see something like this, and then eventually maybe it'll come up back into the regression band or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but this would continue. How to draw regression bands on TradingView is just PineScript. You just put in your regression equation and you can put it on the chart. I don't typically talk about leverage on the channel now. I'll remind you that if you like the channel and you want to support it, we do not have any paid promotions or any referral links. But if you do want access to extra content, you can sign up at intocryptoverse.com and get access to weekly reports, weekly videos, private Telegram alerts channel, a risk dashboard, and some of the TradingView indicators. And you can pay for 12 months with crypto if you want a 15% discount. So check that out. And then also, as a reminder, if you want to join a Telegram community, we do have a Telegram community. We have over 7,500 people in that chat. So if you want to join, I'll also link that as well. Lane says, wow, someone trying to call it Head and Shoulders, how original. I have not mentioned Head and Shoulders one time in this video, so I'm not really sure what narrative you're pushing. Exactly in the premium list. It's like a weekly video. So like if you like these videos, I put out like generally it's like a 30 to 40 minute video, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more every week. Usually it's like a special topic. Like last week I went over, what did I go over? Last week was the addition of trading view indicators to the premium list. The week before I actually went over the range of portfolio percentage that I keep the various coins at, to give people an idea. And the week before that was, we talked about like trading Bitcoin within the confines like of an IRA or something that tracks Bitcoin. So we have like a special topic every week, and then you get access to like a Telegram alerts channel where I put out like generally daily thoughts on the markets, and then a risk dashboard, the risk levels. This is what I use to trade. So yeah, you get access to a lot of things, and you actually, the nice thing about signing up is you get access to all the prior reports and videos too. So that's something to consider. Oh, Lane, sorry, I see you're talking about someone else. Okay, that's fine. I mean, book recommendations, it depends on what you're interested in. I mean, I generally read nonfiction, but I don't know what your taste is. I don't know if people, the problem with offering different tiers is that it's like a lot of extra administrative work I have to deal with. It's easier just to have one tier that like everyone, if you sign up, you just get access to everything. John says, my problem is I just want to wait if I sell at certain points. I'm scared of it going higher. I don't think there's anything to be scared about, right? I mean, if you take profits, you take profits. Like, you don't need to be scared about it. If it goes higher, it goes higher. I mean, there's all sorts of assets in the world that you might sell that will eventually go higher. It doesn't mean you need to be scared about going higher. Adam says, coming from a computational background, how come you don't do any algorithmic trading? I guess I would respond, how do you know I don't do any algorithmic trading? Yeah, thanks for getting to 1,000 likes. We're at 1,039. I think this is the third time we've reached 1,000 likes in a live stream. No, I haven't really looked at adding subscriptions to the chat. The stock market is getting pretty heated. We've talked about this in prior videos, but it is getting pretty heated right now. I'm just basing it off the risk metric. I tend to sell some stocks when the risk levels of the stocks get to 0.8. So that's what I'm referring to. I mean, the algorithmic trading stuff is, I mean, it can be profitable, but you have to also be careful too. Sometimes when if you have a lot of trading bots, when you're trading them in say like a bear market, they basically just hemorrhage money. It can be fun and games when altcoins are moving up and they're just trading back and forth, but the minute that changes, it can be a completely different story. I do work full time, yes. Yeah, and I'm doing home office. I just use my own risk metric. Sorry, I'm not going to give you advice on long or short in the market. I mean, the stuff that goes into the risk metric is mainly just price, time, and volatility. Well, what do you guys think? I mean, should we call it here? It's starting to, I mean, Bitcoin's not really moving that much right now. We've been on the stream for about an hour and 45 minutes. So, typically around 2 hours is kind of like my, as far as I'll go here. I think we should probably call it. Remember, go subscribe to the channel if you guys like it, and that way you can see future streams. Give the video a thumbs up. A final reminder: we have the premium list into thecryptoverse.com if you want access to more stuff, and then we also have the Telegram channel, which I will link as well. So lots of ways you can stay involved. You can find me in the Telegram chat fairly frequently, so I'll post that if you guys want to join. That'll wrap it up for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Remember to subscribe, like, turn on alerts, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
So, yeah, basically, what we are seeing right now is a lot of crazy stuff going on. So the first thing is the hash rate indicator. So I spoke about this in the last video. I said to you guys that basically what we got over here is a bearish crossing, and generally when there is a bearish crossing, we do not see any significant outbreak. This is very, very normal for the Bitcoin history. You can see it over here, sideways action. Over here as well, we did see some sideways action, but we did see high highs. But the actual outbreak happens the moment that we get highs on the right over here. And if we go over here again, you can see sideways action, and then over here, well, we did have this major dump to the downside, but again, no pump to the upside. But look at this, we are seeing clear capitulation, but we're seeing the opposite price action. We're seeing a move to the upside. So if you're now buying, look, if you have been in crypto, let me tell you, seriously, if you've been here in crypto since 2017, 2018, you have plenty of time to buy. If you are now planning to buy, you're too late. I mean, it's still a good moment to buy, but what the heck have you been doing in the last 2 years? If you're just getting into crypto now for the last few months and you want to get into Bitcoin, I would say dollar cost average, invest maybe a little bit every single week. That's what I would do, but because I'm not a financial advisor, do your own research. With sell-offs, I don't really care about sell-offs and stuff like that. Half of it is just fake. They're just walls. They're trying to manipulate you. I don't really care about sell-off barbells. What I care about is volume, indicators, price action. Not really really sideways or barbells, because it will just flip through the car. I have 4 big C's, well that's enough to be in 10 years. Before I do it, that's a lot. 4 big C's a lot. If you been in Bitcoin since 2017, you have plenty of time here to accumulate at least 1 Bitcoin. If you didn't do it, I mean, then you didn't really understand what Bitcoin was about. Now you're seeing basically why you should have done that. It's not too late. No, it's not too late. We're probably gonna go to $1,000, right? We'll get to Roobet Nick. Take out the Bitcoin workers. Probably gonna go to $1,000. Come back to about $40,000. So we would always buy a dip here and then wait until it goes about $300,000. That's what I expect actually. $100,000 this cycle, next halving $300,000. So if you hold 4 Bitcoin, as I said, if I hold 1 Bitcoin, it will be more 2025. That's what I expect. So you can still buy here at $40,000, but you're probably not being able to only buy like a quarter or half of Bitcoin if you're just a normal working class person. Yeah, me too. But not everything. Definitely not everything. Only just like 5%, 10%, 20%, something like that. But the thing is, once you see Bitcoin go to $100,000, everyone will expect 1 million price or $2 million. Then everyone will just make unrealistic targets, and that's when you should sell. That's what we did here back, and you see, back over here, 2018, we were like calling $50,000, but if you zoom out, that makes absolutely no sense. Here, we want to have a chart that Bitcoin would just do something like this, go up and down, go up, and then like this, that doesn't make sense. We'll always go here back to the bottom, we'll always go here back to the top. So you just sell here at the top, and then you buy back here at the bottom. It will probably continue to do that for the next few months. I see really no reason why this would go to 1K or 2K. I think this will just follow this exact same trend line for the next few halvings at least. And I'm looking at $300,000 around 2025. So if you're looking at 10 Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin, you're going to know. Dollar index is indeed HC9 SMA or two-way country, and once impulse from the strap line, it's just going to set new highs, and you're not going to be able to find more. And look at this, just beautiful impulse bounce here. This is something we haven't done here since 2017. We haven't had an impulse like this from the strap line since 2017. For instance, right over here, and Bitcoin was just setting new highs, over here as well, impulse, and then after this, it impulse actually the opposite way. So you see here, impulse down, and then once we broke above it, impulse up again, but this was just a clear fake out, went under it if you move it this way, in a fixed dollar value, so not inflation adjusted, then it will go up because if there's inflation, everything will just go up in price. It doesn't mean that you're getting more value for it. So nothing will eventually go up forever, that's true. But looking at this chart with a fixed dollar value, it certainly can if there's inflation. you see a chart like this, you might think, oh, look, it has stopped out. We're going to go down. And then, well, let me see here. Well, you can see it went even higher. So, I remember over here at 3 or 4,000 US dollars, people were saying like, oh, it's going to top out here and here, and then it went even 300% more, even 600% more to the upside. So, predicting a target is either not, it's not going to top out at your target. The chances of that happening are very small. Now, I will take a profit if it does take $100,000, but if it even goes $300,000, it might only go to $80,000. Predicting something like this is like that is going to be impossible. It's probably going to be hard. And you can see how some of the cycles play out. Sometimes it's just one big move to the upside, sometimes it is one move to the upside, correction, side correction, and then another large move to the upside. So it can go, to $100,000, go back to 40K, then go to $300,000. Or it can do, one big move towards $80,000, then make a correct that way. Or it can go to, another. But again, I will take profits if it does go to the upside. Once they see the one, let's left one on PC1. These are way better. Definance. You guys really thought that this was going to be much. I never hyped up the default validator. Can you see why now I didn't do that? I could have promoted default projects and they would have given me shit ton of money. They would have given me thousands of dollars per video. Right? Some YouTubers did it, I know how much they're getting paid because I'm getting the same workload free. Okay? I could have got all of you guys to invest here, over here at the top. they should see this as a moment that they can get rich, a moment that they can actually get ahead of some of the rich people that know what's happening is that the young people and that is my age they're not really interested in it. They're only interested in Bitcoin and the course and that is just the way to go. But that's not my problem. I know plenty of young people across the world that are investing into Bitcoin and know some other YouTubers as well. And those who don't really have that of having most of this generation. This looks to me like it's going to produce a standard. It looks very similar to what we, for instance, saw here. If we go to Audi, it's kind of similar to what we see, for instance, over here. Over here you can see the bottom and then most of the upside standard. Same over here, most of the upside and the bottom. Most of the upside standard. Current price actually. And then you can see here most of the upside to the bottom. Maybe it's getting big. Possible. I mean, it has been for crossed. Could be possible, but I'm not betting on it right now. And I also don't really care because if there's going to be dip, it's going to be bought anyway. What do you think about the G, GT, or I, Tory? I don't know what it is. I don't know. How is the Netherlands starting company to invest in it? I noticed some friends I have in the Netherlands playing for. I think it's possible. If you copy that with some flavors and they're saying I need to look into this photos. Okay, so this is a movement here. I'll let you do it. Do you still say nope, no school for me. Look, what am I going to do in school? Right? What am I going to do? Get an education, work for euros, so I can get the base, so I can get inflated away with living euros. There's no point in me studying because if I make money, I would just get debates away. When everybody is going, I have a theory about life that I created when I was 16 years old, and that is if everyone goes left, you go right. You always go the other way. Everyone goes to school and you can a little bit of money because that's how you make money. Right? It's the same thing in Bitcoin. When everybody's going wrong, you go short. Right? Everybody goes crazy. Maybe not always, but generally speaking, everybody goes crazy. And then you go all the way wrong. For instance, when everyone was going crazy in 2017 and buying into Bitcoin, you actually go short to the bought here and to bomb again. If I go to school more, if I go get a job now, I would only do more while the Bitcoin goes. I can much better spend my time trading than so crypto is the only because no, actually, the people that are Bitcoin, the actual holders, actually maximize around Bitcoin. Not necessarily maximize, but people that hold Bitcoin for a longer period of time are the most smartest people ever. The people that bought here back in 2015, 2011, those are the smartest people ever. If they're going to build, those people are visionaries. They're the smartest people in the world in financial stocks. Even if you do it right now, you buy Bitcoin and you hold, I'm sorry that you're smart. I don't really like to say it that way, but you're ahead of 99%. You're visionary, you're just watching things before it happens. You have a whole position on trade, basically the whole. 95% I do is holding, completely destroy any future opportunities for mining operation in China. They would destroy a $1 million business, $1 billion business, create a lot of unemployment. Yeah, and all they would be able to then is just maybe do a little bit on the spend. It would be so stupid. Bitcoin would already be down because of that. But won't destroy anything. Cruise ship it went down $30 and now it went up again. Yeah, if you watch the 1 minute charts, it's kind of crazy. But I mostly just watch the daily here with 3-day, half-hour, 4-hourly, 4-hour. Maybe 15 minutes on some occasions. Generally, I don't watch a lot of attention. And then most is deflation. I guess one of most is deflation. Guys, I'm a Bitcoin user. Well, that's a deep philosophical question, Brian. You don't know what time is. I think it's especially what time of day is infinite. Assuming the piece is infinite as well. So yes, you could live more times. And then I can also do more Bitcoin. So if you missed out on Bitcoin now, you might be able to buy Bitcoin in your life. So hey, you won't actually be able to go that too. Warren Buffett is Satoshi. Guys, Warren Buffett is just Warren Buffett is just 80, 90-year-old. How old is he? He's 90 years old. This guy doesn't even hold a computer, guys. Warren Buffett. He's a 90-year-old dude. He really doesn't use a computer. He's talking like this guy doesn't understand what he's doing. And this is not the kind of guy who wants to hear information from about Bitcoin. Now, if you want to know about what Bitcoin is, would quit with his company when the university started reversed, he would just go into the front. Because he will never make as much money as he will probably make on this because he comes in to fight that as well. 6K today, I don't think that's a decision. Yeah, Marcus says you will be good. There will be a lot of those people. The Winter Falls guys. That will be a list to follow right now in this chat. That will be in 10 years. So many people. There will also be people in 10 years who will miss out on all the time. they don't know what inflation is. You're saying like, hey, yeah, my co-workers, they don't know what inflation is. Engineers, yeah, they don't know because people have lost the idea of money. People have lost it. They have absolutely no idea. So if I tell a story from my Muslim friends, they think I'm crazy and I'm talking about statistical finances. But it will come. Because it's clear that there's been inflation. It's so clear. How long is it? If you just study history, you would see that this is just the start of inflation. Because if people, as long as people don't realize this, the government have free modes to do whatever they want. Because people just can't afford it. So if you would print money, if you were a government, you would print money. You know, what are you going to do? People would just continue to use the currency. They would just continue to print. One thing is also this, we use Bitcoin not just as an investment, it's just every other stream. But if you heard about the internet for the first time ever, and the first thing you thought about was, oh great, I can trade internet stocks now. I can trade blue stocks and blue stocks. That was the first thing you thought about when you heard about the internet, you're missing a ton about the internet. Same about crypto. If you just hear about crypto, the first thing you thought was, oh, I can make money, you are missing a ton about crypto. I'm just looking for this as a look here, Bitcoin price. That's what we're doing. And this is continuously going up and up and up, like a purple line. I'm still waiting for the price to go up. I hear about Bitcoin as well because when I was back in high school, I was 40 years old, and a friend from me would joke about setting up a mining rig. Saying like, oh, we're gonna set up a mining rig tomorrow to keep you from stealing. I heard about Bitcoin. I know what Bitcoin is going, I know it's going to run very short. Yeah, I'm 20 years old. So if you're old and you drop down to that sum of money. If you're 21 years old and you're broke compared to me, I think you're doing great. Because you mentioned over Bitcoin, well, let me tell you something. There will be something effective for Bitcoin also. One, you can probably donate Bitcoin in the future of life to some poor now streaming your live. So I guess you can use your money eventually for pilgrimage. That's the opportunity, isn't it? was still the pre-Team Underground days, and I gambled a bit with money. Not on that, but I went all in here on one position. Exactly, you can find the tweet still, but my first tweet that I ever did was on this exact one. That was the second best trade I've done, and the best trade I've ever done was this trade. again? You guys see that again? Someone is market buying here. Look at this. 2 weeks, someone is market buying. No, I don't know. Hey, you can see someone is market buying. You can see that he wants you to charge. I don't really care about that much. Whoa, you see this? You guys keep seeing this? This is promo. This is it. Look at this, he bought up all the way to $60. You know, we're gonna see soon a big order for this 1,000. Look at this. You guys are going crazy. Yeah, it's coming, guys. Look at this. It's just, look. These are just market orders. They're just eating all the sell rolls away. They're like, give me all that Bitcoin. This is so much bigger than watching football. Yes, I'm a commentator, guys. And we're waiting over here to watch the $50,000 coming in. $50,000. Yes, the buyers are continuing to buy. They're putting up pressure. The sellers are trying to put it down to the bulls. And they're buying. Is this FOMO? Is this FOMO? Are they going to be able to hit $50,000? No, they're not. We're almost getting there. Very close. Ooh. Oh, here we go. We're getting very close. Can we hit $50,000? Yes, we're going even higher. Can we see resistance or really focus support? We will see it very, very soon. Oh, we're pushing higher. $1,500. Here we go. Let's go further to the upside. Can we hit even higher? Oh, here we go. The bulls are making a nice goal over here. Yes, it's going to be 0-1 for the bulls. Right over here. Oh, they're pumping even higher. Whoa, the bulls are going absolutely crazy. They're going even higher. Whoa, the bulls are going crazy. They're pushing the price to new all-time highs. Oh no, and here, the sellers are coming in. They're pushing the price lower. The chat is going crazy. What is going to happen? Are we going to be able to push towards crazy high levels, or will the price go back down? 50.1k on Coinbase. Here we go. FOMO in full spring. How high can the bulls push the price? Oh, we're moving to the downside. Oh no, are we going to get liquidated? Or not? Are we going to make another one? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Oh no, we're going down. Yeah, this is the 1 second chart, guys. If you guys want to have a live stream about me watching the 1 second chart, leave it down in the chat. I might be able to do it in the future. Imagine this was the day. this! Look at this! What is going on? It's going to $50,300. What is going on? Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this a scam week? What is going on? What? Holy shit! We're going soon to $20,000. No, not soon, but this is insane. I have not seen ever so many as crazy as this before. Is this the historical volatility that's finally breaking? This must be the historical volatility. Where's my historical volatility chart? Oh, funding rate is peaking there. Impossible. Oh, yeah, we're going to positive funding rate. Ooh. I think this might be the top. Ooh. But this might be the God Almighty historical volatility chart. Don't you know this? The God Almighty historical volatility in the is still under 20. Let's go look. Let me get all the settings right for that. The God Almighty historical volatility. 20. In the blue market. Yeah, we're even going higher, guys. So welcome everyone to the stream. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit for today, only 2 days. Best today you might see. Let me see what it's on. Alright, so let's go talk about let's talk about historical footage. Okay. My idea is right now that Alright, calm down, guys. Okay, I understand it. Okay, I understand it. Alright. Alright, thank you guys so much for streaming. I'll see you guys in the next one. This is the end. I will do a new video in 2 days. We're going to go analysis. Might do a new video tomorrow. But because all the price action so far, 50,000 pieces of goods to be coming. There might be some scandals here and there, so prepare for change. Generally saying there's just a little FOMO going on. Maybe a little volatility, and it looks like we'll be able to prepare higher. I will keep the watching charts and inform you guys as well. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in the next video or the next Gang. What's up? How we doing this morning? Oh, stop messing with the screen. Easy, brother. What you saying? You good? Yeah, Freaky Friday myself. And I was like, right, I don't want to go take a trade, but I woke up and literally 5 minutes, I was like, half asleep. I'm going to go for trade. So that's a trade. Alright, cool. Yeah, just literally, let me go through it one time. Right. It's a very short-term idea. It wasn't like a big plan, but there kind of was a big plan behind it because on MT4, I know daily wick, so no top wick on my daily. So I was like, I'm not saying it's going to go up, but when you're looking at the daily because of that, it's like, okay, so where are we in conjunction with areas of interest, things that we've got to pay attention to? Like a big push up, which we know is mainly my place of optimism. If we fall back yesterday with a bit of shitty news as well as kind of maybe a little fallback from optimism and such. Areas here which you've got to be paying attention to, right? You know this was key point, right? That was properly important before based on what we had over here. And I was like, okay, cool. If I start to see signs of like rejection and structural change around this level without no top wick at the time, let's see if we can start to see reactions from it. I'm not trying to get up here. They know that shit. So I'm literally trying to push a little piece probably on the 5 minute and stuff. So I was like, okay, let's see if I can get an opportunity if we start to react to that. So when you've got them, if you've got them marked up, like weekly, daily levels that we spoke about before, at the same point, right? So they're the same points that we had before, weekly and daily. Go down on the 15, obviously we were sleeping like all the way through where support from the Asian. But we had this big candle in the middle of the Asian session, started to break up, that resistance broke down, and then we've looked as if we're starting to break back up. Now, from a break and retest perspective, if you're looking at this area as like, okay, we broke out, we've tested it, we've come back, then that's my area of kind of paying attention to in between now and then, right? So as long as we start to get above that, I'll be looking to then probably break to that level somewhere around here from a target perspective. But on a higher time frame, doesn't really give you that risk reward. So this would be a nice option. But realistically, the idea would you should have been in somewhere here, but you'd be risking crossing into that zone, right? So I was like, I'm gonna have to wait to see what's up. So I was looking at lower time frame than that. I looked at the 5 and basically was waiting for see if I can reject it or get some support. But if you look at structural 5, I was like, yeah, cool, alright. So I like the idea of, I know what's happened down here anyway, higher time frame, so we created our support, started to push up, broke down, created higher support, started to break up. This one closed above like the last on the low end candle. So I was like, okay, if you're gonna go here, which is way too early, so I wasn't even waiting then. You could look here probably if you want to risk it and try and push up to that level, but you haven't really got no confirmation it's broke. And it's at the same point as this on the 5, so I was like, not so sure I like it. So here, I had a kind of area between here and here, all the way across, which lines up with what we just spoke about in the daily and weekly, not daily and weekly, this level here where we broke down originally. And when I saw this, I was like, right, as soon as that closed, I was like, I'm going to take it there and I'll stop here, because my target was been into the lower percent, about there somewhere. That's basically my target max. But the chance of going into profit on this next candle was pretty high, so it was more of a case of what I can get into a trade that's going to allow me to go into profit and move to break even. Literally, I let this next 5 minute candle close bullish, move to break even and left it, and that was just as quick as that. My idea was just to get in and see if I can break through and continue, because that's to close above. And if you see to the left on the 5, the only thing I weren't for was try and push into that. Like, will it give me enough room to know that, okay, I can probably push up to them candle bodies, which should get me to target. So get me to profit. I was like, okay, go with it that way, which feels like rejection wick. And I was like, cool. If we break through that, then realistically, the next area is what we were just talking about in 15. We should be up here. Overriding factor in all this, if you're using lower time frame, you've got risk reward from, I don't know, literally like somewhere here to here. And then your target's going to be roughly that low, which is based on like 15 and 30 is about there. So that's a decent target, right? As long as you get to profit and move to break even, which is there. Then the overall idea was like, busting up if you can start to break the daily wick, you know, make a daily wick, which is somewhere around over here somewhere. So at that point, if we can get it there, that would be cool. But when it got to roughly here, I closed 0.5%,
jump one because you see it yesterday. Remember, it had like the movement happened kind of before. Well, not the movement happened, but the move started way before our session, which gives us an opportunity, which if you're awake, and cool. I thought, well, if we get a little of a continuation, if we had clear candles up until that point, as long as we don't react to that. And when you start seeing on a high time frame, you're getting reactions down from this zone here between the weekly and daily resistance, which is pretty key. As long as we start breaking up the point there, we should be good to break into that zone here. That's your consolidation, right? So if you've got if you say you've got your support resistance here, getting in here is risky, but you're based on the fact that you're going to break into this level, and then that maintains, which is the daily wick high, well, right there. But then that'll end up being your support, hopefully, or at least there will be support, which was my target, which was the main bit of resistance that we had, support we had this time. But we'll see. Not too sure if it's going to continue, but this cleanish candle's only got structure now as well, where we are looking at this time frame. Pretty cool. But yeah, it's early, man. It's very early. So I was making sure that this candle, you see that, when I was looking at 30 minutes, see the difference. I was like, I ain't keen on that, because we're pushing back up through here. If you're going to expect further downside, then break, create lows, push back up. We're going to retest this and then bust, and then that would be the trade, right? That would make no sense. But that's not that is not solid. It could well create resistance, but it didn't. When you're looking at that level and then watch the lower time frame, you've actually gone above that. You've created support above it on lower time frame and went. And then that really is target level down there. But you'd see that. You'd only see that on lower time frame. Otherwise, it's going to look peak. Or your entry is going to be somewhere here, or you have to be up over it. So I couldn't take an impulsive entry like breaking that. You see what I'm saying? Because I still expect downside at that point until we start busting in here. That could easily react anywhere in that point. How about you? What would you be looking at?
I closed when I woke up. I closed my room.
Yeah, it moved down heavy last night. When did you get up? Did you get it throwing us down? Or was it kind of where we did?
Basically closed right there.
Oh, that's pretty good then, because that's about the same time I jumped in then. So yeah, that makes sense. Nah, it's never been. No, I mean, yesterday, and ones that we talked about last night, I was just that, but when I closed was a sick close, right? Because if you look at that 5 minute at the time, it was mint. It literally was like all them 5 minute candles. The trade down was all them, right? So that's like, I think it's from about here somewhere, and then the other one was kind of as we broke that bit. I think the 2 inches there and there or something. But it was, and I was like, sweet. But I swear, and that's when I said, I was like, nah, I don't like it. I'm out. Like literally one little candle, it didn't even close the bell. I was like, nah, I'm out. But same as that play we just talked about then. Look, what we're talking about from the low points of your structure. This is where you come up, and this is the area you'd be looking for. But the thing is, I've been comfortable to hold that position all the way back today. You know what I mean? I'd rather wait and be like, okay, I'll go. I didn't, because it was like late and I want to go get on with my life. But it gave you that option. Like, you know what I mean? I'd just get out and be like, yeah, sweet, and then jump in again here if you want to. At least you've got a confirmation. See what I'm saying? But the difference is with what I've just explained on my other trade is that confirmation never came, even on the low time frame. Nothing closed below, it never really reacted. It just really just came back a little piece like this, and it's like, well, we'll just keep going there. And prior to that, you've already got support created down here and stuff. And it's a very big similarity. But I was getting super confident when I started saying this one really made me think, yo, yeah, am I going to close or what? And I started playing up, and I was like, no, don't. And it's flipped round a bit. I was watching the 15 with that one, and it was not too bad. So, but yeah, there's a few that was starting to get my fancy, and I was like, I don't like it. I'm not sure I'm going to close now. But as soon as that happened, I was like, yeah, I'm not even trying to play. And then I expected this to be like a massive, like, dog. But it didn't come. So I was like, thank God for that. But yeah, it's still pushed. It's still pushed out to open and stuff. So I mean, there's way further downside from the higher time frames as well. So it worked out nice, especially when you got this sort of retest out level there. But you can clearly see the same process. Like if you're looking at the process of downside, when we're coming up, it started to break down, and that could be interesting to look for the downside at that point, lower time frame. But as soon as it did this, it started busting up. I was like, you look, man, trust, I'm interested now. It's soon as I broke this, although I knew this was eaten, well, you know, it's going to grab a little bit of thing. Plus, I had confidence that Daily Wick didn't have Daily Wick yet. So I was like, is it going to happen or not? I wasn't basing it on having a Daily Wick, but I was like, if it starts going in profit, we'll leave it and see. It's Friday, you know. If I'm getting the trade, no, it's Friday, then do its thing, innit? So, that worked out nice. So I'm going to see if it plays out. It's close to half, okay, so I'm good. But, yeah, this one has gone way more than expected. We'll see. Anyway, what's up, YouTube? Let me see what people are talking about this morning. How are we getting on? Did you have a nice evening? Nice night? We had a nice webinar last night. We sat up chit-chatting for a little while after the webinar was done. Talked about impulsive entries, so if you didn't watch that, go and have a look at impulsive entries, ideas behind why, and using them. Seen this before, bro. Seen this before. Is that just here? You said yesterday about watching out for these pullbacks. Like we spoke about these pullbacks being heft, and people be like getting carried away with the daily candles thinking it's a bad boy, and then it's actually just a pullback or a liquidity grab to smash every target because it needs that push to get through certain things. I'm not saying we're going to go down, but you know, it's just we've seen that numerous times on this downside move so far. It was from up here. As soon as you get these like, levels you want to break, it starts to pull back, and I was like, yeah, unlucky, you're. And then it does the same thing. You know, in here, big pullback, bangs down. Every time it's where it's at a solid, important level of like daily or weekly or something, and it does the same thing. Big push out. It's got another level over here to the left. I don't see that. Big pullback potentially to push down again, or is this going to be like end of week move stuff? You know, we'll see. I think it's Euro news today as well, so that's going to be pretty damn important. So I would be saying, if you're looking at this, and if you're adding this potential idea to your world, this level, we've mapped this out already over here, talking about downside potential areas to look for, everything's been paying attention to. But is this just another one of them pulls down to bang through again? We saw the same thing exactly here from a daily perspective. Heavy movement back to the upside, downside, exactly the same thing here. Big push up, but continue move down. Is that what's going to happen, or is this now going to be a complete end of move? I think that'll be confirmed when the news comes out later on. We'll see a bit potential, maybe a bit of change in the market with the news, and if that continues the opposite direction because of positivity or whatever, then we will see that in the chart. So pretty interesting points either way. Our time frame to see where this is starting to react to certain levels, which is cool. I am not convinced we've got full roof yet, so we'll see. We've seen it before, but I think today will be pretty cautious. This is Friday, plus man.
People will sugar that stick.
Exactly. Millennium all over again, bro. The virus and that's about it. It's Friday the 13th. Add it all together, it's like, yo, I'll press the stand back. Gold's had a bit of a madness. I think gold's about. I'm not really. I wouldn't be just. There's a lot of random range movement currently. Just starting to step up a little bit, as we see. We talk about gold moving in on step ups as such, but you can see the pullbacks to previous levels. It's very solid. You know, we've got a step move up, but then these pullbacks do become pretty big into the zone. It's what you expect to see. Very similar. Are we going to get a pullback down here and then just rattle around in this area with low support now? Potentially. Bounce from here all day. So we'll see. I'm not a massive fan of gold the way it's moving right now. There's too much uncertainty going on, and that's not fun when you're trying to trade in a safe, solid, structured manner. Okay? Anyway, I'm going to leave it on here to see what's up. Those looking for entries, send some charts in and let's see what we're planning. But that's basically what I was going to say about today. Target wasn't up for potential. As long as these low time frames get broken, if you're in a trade already, I think realistically you could look there. But you've got to pass off the psychological levels and important zones of resistance, which it always works out around the same kind of points over to the left. Around 200, obviously we know about, and again 138 itself, we know that's also very important. So if you look at these levels, they're very important based on that. If you can get through this level and maybe create some support above this level, ideas to potentially test this, and this makes a very big sense at that point, I think. So keep it in mind, but don't jump in yet. Understand where the move began. Understand where the move really should have ended from a target perspective. If you're playing it on this type of time frame, that's the max kind of area you want to be looking at, because you're going to start pushing into these points, which could cause you a headache. If you're in already, cool, but you should have been in down here somewhere. If you're in now, you're in a continuation state, in my opinion, which means you probably want to wait for some form of support before looking to see if you get options to take trades to retest that. If it doesn't, this may just be a pullback for kind of pre-London before we start further downside, because obviously we've had, up until now, from a daily perspective, pretty much straightforward downside the last 2 or 3 days. So it gives open confidence for further downside. We've also got just the level here which we need to be breaking, which is very important. Key points there which you want to get through. Maybe we need a bigger for further downside, so let's see if that's the case. Either way, you're going to wait for the options, you're going to be in a safe position. If you don't and jump in, you can get yourself in the shit. So don't ruin yourself on a Friday, right? Nicole, good morning, my love. Hope you're well. How's things your end of the world? Let's see what people are saying. Right, send some chats, people, if you want. Sorry if I've missed some. Let me see this one. I've got this one. This is the last. What? Let me see that. Push on button as well. Can you hear music all right, people? No. Okay. You can, yeah. Still, that's just... I can't believe... Heck. That's massive. Still from my headphones. You look here if I think. I see them almost now. Oh, look. Man's the same tray as me. At the same point, fair enough. But based on this time frame, how did it end up? Yes, it did. That's, yeah. And then if you look at the 5 minute after this point, it creates a weird... Oh, hopefully you're looking at the start of the stream. If you missed it, go back to the start of the stream and I'll show you how... I explained how I looked at a specific level on a weekly, which was about roughly over here, or just above, actually probably about there, and looked how I got a 5 minute kind of entry like this in there, which gave me a good confidence that we're going to break into this point, and then more likely use this bracket, which you've got marked up quite clear at that point, right? That's a pretty good trade, dude. Nice option. And target-wise makes a lot of sense, because I was also aiming for exactly the same point. If you were lucky, you'd break up, and then you'd have a potential area of daily wick highs, which would be pretty cool. I think that's it. Is it there? That's great. I'll have to check exactly where it was, but there was no wick on my MT4 anyway, so it kind of gave me confidence that even if we're going to have a pullback further downside today, potentially, are we just going to pull back to maybe create a bit of wick, grab a bit of liquidity, and then bust down through the floor? We'll see. But either way, it's a good trade, dude. Congratulations. Friday now, don't go throw that away. No, don't go ruin it now. Don't go overtrade and ruin your day. If you start off with a high, has anyone took a good trade already today? How many people in the chat took a good trade today? Don't forget to like the stream as well. It's dark. Yeah, well, I suppose it is super silly time over there for you. It's Friday, man. I'm playing. Just got to stay asleep.
I don't want to put this in my head.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, trust me, bro. It's not even nice outside. It's dark and yeah. Not the nicest. I hate it this time of year. Wake up and shit's dark. It's just, yeah, it's not fun. Do you have a low wick on the 4-hour candle? No, I don't think I do. Actually, that's another factor I took into account. Hang on. I've got the tiniest little nipple. There is. It's a very, very, very small, but it is something. Based on if you're looking at high side movements on higher time frames, you'd expect further downside today. But as we said, expect to see reactions as you would normally on any time frame. If this was 30 minute or 1 hour, if you're coming back down to this level, you're clearly going to be here. You're going to be thinking, like, okay, what's going to happen? You've got to be looking at that option, right? So create a resistance call. You've had a big fat move up. From this time frame, you expect a higher support form than over here. Is it going to create on this level here, roughly? Is that going to happen? That's what you've got to look for. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to be, oh, we're going to push up here. That's not the case. It doesn't mean that's going to happen. But where is the most obvious place to look for some form of reaction for potential upside? top wick at the time. I think it was roughly, oh, it was there. We had no top wick at the time. Where are we going to start to create reaction? If we start to see reactions from down here, you know, if Asian creates support and then we start to break up to create new highs, that obviously would be the bit that creates the daily wick, right? So it doesn't mean we're going to end up bullish for the day. However, this is a perfect scenario to see where you'd look for some form of reaction. And if it does start to push up, then great. Maybe you'll find some resistance at some point to look for further downside to break through into the levels we spoke about before, which will be great testing back into these kind of zones all the way through. So, you know, it's a good idea. And with a 4-hour opening up with a very small high wick, plus we've had the really big previous candle, let's see what happens. You know, you've got opportunities. If you wait for it, you'll start to see resistance forming if you're one of the guys to further downside. Again, if you're looking for further upside, you probably need to find a decent support being formed now above this level. So it's pretty straightforward at that point. So see where you are, get yourself in a good position. And I'm sure there's plenty of people waiting for just sales today. After what we've seen yesterday on the higher time frame, it makes sense. I'm going to have a look. Some people not even finished their tea yet. 40 degrees. Brendan's got 40 degrees of burning daylight. We know what game. Do you know what? I sometimes wish we did the clout gang thing where we could just go and pretend we have like a lifestyle of freshness, so we could just pretend to be in some really posh hotel somewhere, so we could flex for a bit on the beach and be like, yo, actually trading shit. But then it's not about that. But get me. But then it'd be like, yes, we got a bit of a break.
Yeah.
I love the idea, like, just a bit, because then it will get us a bit of sunshine. Maybe we should do that, you know.
Literally in the shower, you know.
That's it, mate. Let's just turn this into pure flex. Pure flex. That's it. We can go and, you know.
Next winter, if we're not in a lockdown again,
Yeah, we should go and do something.
we'll just go.
So you just flex for a week, and they'll be like, yo, we're here. Look, this is what trading brings. Financial freedom. Financial freedom. Rent a little car and that, you know. And stand next to someone's private jet when I'm on my way to my Airbus. You know. You know what I'm saying?
I'll go away somewhere, but I can't do this.
I'll do the bit sitting outside having dinner somewhere. Not having dinner, having like a lunch somewhere, or not somewhere, sit beat.
When your laptop,
Yeah, well, I'll be down with that.
With a little mark chart.
or realise you got your trend line all fucked up, or whatever. Yeah, I always do that. I love attention to detail, people, right? When you see people flexing like that, they're not posting pictures of, look at me on, this is what, if you trade and follow my signals, this is what you could have. Go and look at their charts on their screens and that. You know, they post their screens up in the background, they're sitting there like that. But if you look at their laptop, it's got all their lines and stuff on. Trust me, just go and look at it yourself. Yes. What up, Ralph?
The one I was thinking of that is when they post the green and red
Yeah.
and it makes no sense.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like they're
true.
even running they've done it wrong. So like the red is the take one and the like
Exactly. It's like this.
I used to screenshot it, so
Yeah, same thing. Be like, yeah, well, we took, what would it be? Was that, well, we're on the daily time frame. Well, our entry was like the wick. We got our entry right here, right? We're way in profit right now. You know, 400 pips up in profit. You know, we only had a 1 to 95 risk reward. You know, and that's why we now live in wherever it is in the Bahamas or something, chilling on my yacht. I went there for the weekend for 20p. But, you know.
Bro, my mate had a message against this video. He was like, money. Anyway.
Yeah, don't say fucking.
We're teaching people to trade forex and that. So my mate said on the website, the website had nothing to do with forex. All it was like putting stickers.
MLM and that. Yeah.
And then I said to my mate, asked him a couple more questions, and my mate was like, so what kind of trading do you do with that? And he's like, this month for me, I made this much percentage. Well, he sent him a screenshot, bro, May. The MT fund was from May.
Well, that one good trade. I said that when I took in March where I made $2 grand. I was like, yeah, this is what I do all the time. Every day it's like this. March 2018.
You know what, yeah? all they're all like, he had like 10 trades open,
Mm.
all like 2 or 3 pit moves,
Okay.
with massive flux, massive loss.
Wow.
You got decent, it's crazy.
Madness.
I like the whenever people post my max picks, it's always like 2 weeks
Yeah.
as well. They never have one. It's like 2 years.
Yeah, you never get over a month, what, a full month. Well, rare. There's a few people do, but yeah, most of the time you just get nothing, and then there'll be some sick move on US 30 or gold or I don't know, something GGL go through the floor or something, and everyone's like the other day, all the optimism which everyone predicted from like a 1 minute candle or something, but then it went 7,000 million pips, and I was like, yeah, well, I knew it was coming. All right then. You know, with no bottom wick, and it's like straight up through the roof on 5 minute and 15 minute. Everyone's like, huh? Yeah, don't be that person. How long should you ride the wave? Well, I don't know where your wave starts. Where's your entry? From down the bottom? Where's your target? This is the thing, right? So when you set a trade out originally, right, you have a plan, right? So what's your target? Where's your target? If you just enter a trade and just let it go, then, well, wait, next week? I don't know, Christmas? I've got no idea. So, why, you know, if you're using a specific, you know, indicator for a reason, what's that for? Why are you using an indicator? If you know what you're using an indicator for, where is your idea to implement that? So, are you going to use this as target, this as target? What are the lines for? You know, or are you just putting lines on there for? You have to have a target in mind, right? Same as when you set out a trade. Before you set a trade out, you need to know where you're going to put your stop loss, right? So, what's your risk reward on this trade? Without a target, you've got no clue, right? So if it's just pure guesswork, then you might as well just close it now and be happy and say, yeah, cool, I made a good trade. It's very hard unless you've got a target. So I mean, it's a bit pointless having a trade with no structure about understanding where you want it to go. Do you know what I'm saying? So I mean, if you want it to go up to, well, let's just call it 80.00. Let it go to there. Yeah, there's not much you can say really. I mean, if you've got a target marked on there, you've set that out originally, so that's where you should let your wave roll to, you know, if that's your idea, because that's where you analyse to, right? You know what I'm saying? Ryan, you need to listen way more. Attention to detail. That's another thing that's very important for trading. What did I say about trade I'm currently holding? I don't know if you can even hear sound effects, but if you can hear sound effects, there it is. Dude, listen up. I'm already holding this power off. Called a flex gram. And I'll even get my phone. Here you go. Friday. Flex phone. What's my setup? Leo, what's up? John Lou, tried my stops yesterday. I would have had the best trading day ever, but you didn't. So it doesn't count. Don't think that way. Don't think that way. Because you could do, right? Anything. If I held the trades that I sold out that I bought earlier in the week, then you know, I'll be like 95,000 million pips up. So can't think that way. Fact is, you did what you did. Solid, great targets. You know, you set out your trade. You're consistent. Fine. That's the way it is. Don't look at what could have been, look at what you did do. You know what I'm saying? Pretty straightforward. And you've done a good job. You know, if you make a good job of it, you'll be proud of it. And that should be it. JD, no problem. You have to have, it makes sense in, you know, it's pointless just taking a trade, right? If you're doing that, you're just guessing. You've got to have, same as I explained, go back to the start of the stream and understand why I explained about how I aimed for my targets, what I was looking for. Why did I close my trade here? On the upside from getting in somewhere around this level. Why did I close here? You know, because I've had a plan in place, right? There was a reason to hold that and close that. Why did I let this go? Because of another plan of understanding what was over here that I was talking about. There's a plan, right? You can't just go, I'll press buy, sweet, now I'm just going to chill. That's what the flex people do, and they don't care if it's demo and that. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't give a shit where it goes. If it goes at 400 pips, I'll talk about it next week and go, yeah, hold this for a week. 9 days in drawdown, but still, you know, nice profit. No, don't be fooled. You know, I think it's still going to keep going up for a bit. Yeah. Donald's had a nice week. Good. That's it. Take the positives from what you're doing. Look at, today's, you don't need to trade today. You don't really need to trade today unless you're in a great position for the week. You've had a very good week. You've got a bit of positive movement in regards to balance increase, percentage gain. Maybe you can then start looking to take a little bit of a trade. Similar to I did this morning, noticing that some of the bigger or better options for entries happened before our session. So the session still continues, but we've had a few sessions that have ranged this week, but we've had movement prior to that comes in to create the range, which pull down into creating the range. You see what I'm saying? So the options have been easier before our session starts. Between 6 and half 6 has been good entries. Now, we can still find entries, and yesterday I tried to take an impulsive entry and fleece myself, just for everyone to see, right? So that's the way it is. But I was training in range, I understood that, I explained it. Still got to do a write-up actually on that and then post that in Slack. But we talked about it last night on the webinar, and the reasons behind it. Didn't work out where it goes. But there's no emotion involved, right? It's just we'll come back to and do the same thing. I've took a different entry earlier on, and it's worked out just fine. So no problem, right? But this is where if you're having a bad week, you don't need to just jump in a trade today. You need to understand your issues. Why have you got problems? Why are you making mistakes? Why are things going wrong? Once you start to understand that, that'll help the mental side, and that'll help you be positive with, even though you're having a bad time with it, you can be more positive because you understand the faults. So if you understand why you failed, that's a positive movement to understanding overall how you can be a lot more confident with your entries, because you found out what the problem is, or you've identified where you're making a mistake, and then you can stop making that mistake. Get me? Reviewing you, Jay. Yep, it's in the chart. Ian Long, let's have a look. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, hang on, let me see this. Sorry, I just did this one. I didn't talk about it. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Yep, 100%. That's the area of, this is what you're paying attention to now. This is your block of movement. That's your structure, right? That's clearly your structure we talk about now on this time frame. Go look on the high time frame also, you can see that as well. And we also know these areas are massively important. So if you can stay above here, create some support around this level, as we said at the start of the stream, which stays above this point, you'd be very much looking at further upside to test this level minimum. I actually think, look at this point here, which is I think 320 something over there, very, very sensitive at that point. That's an easy target at that stage once you break this, right? So if you can get into a trade down here because you start to see support, further upside potential, makes sensible targets where you got marked as very, very sensible. You know why they're sensible? Because structured movement yesterday was it was easy work. Entries. It was very straightforward. It was just straightforward. As soon as we broke, we talk about it all the time. How many people listened up? Wait for resistance to form. Wait for resistance to form. That all the time. Everyone's like, no, you're too cautious. You wait too long. All right then, take that trade. Now what? That's the same thing all the time. You just have to wait for it. Use your time frames to assist that. You know you've got consolidation. You know it's an all leg to range trade. Let it break out and do its thing, right? If you miss it, you can take the impulsive entries to break out if you wish, or wait for resistance. As long as you don't break up all up in here, you're still good, right? So the entries yesterday came fast and furious. There's plenty. You're going to look on a 15-minute chart. There were so many options where it pulled back like this and created resistance to them. Give you entry options on the way to the downside to the levels we have marked as well. Overall, I'll see here you've got another level there, which I'm assuming is your weekly, daily. Straightforward, right? Just got to wait for it. And hopefully people do. I think this idea is very solid as long as it can continue to hold some support. Don't be surprised if it pulls back a bit all up in here as well. So if it does, be very cautious. But idea makes sense. Wait for it to see if it reacts at that point, like you said. And if it starts to break up from that, then you'll have a good opportunity for upside back to where you said it. Good market of capital. 100%. 100%. Have a look at this one. Clean move left, no, not clean move left, rejection. That's rejection from the top. Clean movement is this, like a candle, like that, right? That's a clean movement, but this is an area space. If there's nothing here, for example, you see an area where you start to see this again, print it again here, print it again here, print it again here, like the same. Oh, you can't see that, so it's behind my So let me see. If you find an area on the map, let me go and find it. Identifying a clean area of movement. Right, so remember the other day we spoke about this 2 lines. I've been here before. Cool. How do we understand it's a clean movement area? Oh, sorry, not the 2 lines. This bit here. How do we understand that the clear movement happened between here and here, right? So what I'm looking for, it's probably hard to see on the screen. So if I can just go closer here, you can clearly see. We traded this numerous times, this same area. So we were looking from here to here, roughly, right? Now you go all the way across. Look how easy these moves are in this area, right? That's like 70 pip range, right? 75 pip range for that all the way between here and here. And if you go across the board, if you're in, I think this is Tuesday stream or Monday stream, go across here, look, same bit, look, in the middle, clean movement, all the way back over to where we're at. We were looking for push through that zone to create a clear movement. Same area, bang, straight forward. Right, so we were talking about the same stuff, that's clean movement area. Now on the lower time frames, you'll find the same thing. Look left here, clean movement, same as this downside, cleanish movement. When you're looking at this, that's just a wick, right? So if you zoom out or zoom into this area, this is clearly a form of range, right? So in that area, this is rejection to downside, that's gone, that's then broke out and finished. So, you know, where you're looking there is a messy range, right? So this is what you should identify, this is range, right? That's range, all that's in the range. So that's a tough area to be trading within, right? But it is potential areas for rejection, 100%. I would be saying, as long as you can get out of this box, or you start to see rejections from potentially down here, if you see pull back, and then you see fat candles looking like this, then upside momentum's got a good chance, right? See what I'm saying? But you're more likely to looking to test these levels, right? Go looking at hour and clear that up a bit. The higher up the time frame goes, this will become easier to view, and you'll be able to find easier options. I mean, looking at what we've got here, that's just course crap. I wouldn't even be touching anything in regards to that over here, unless you start to see solid structure movement. You know, if you start to see that, then I can look for potential ideas. But currently that's not massively clear, right? We've got options, we are moving up slowly, but it's very inconsistent with the candles. It's quite clear, right? So again, that's going to bring inconsistency. So yeah, I wouldn't class that as a clean area though. Not for a target or anything. Your target's going to be based on that resistance or this kind of area you've got marked, you know. Get me? Just wait for it, man. Don't rush. You've got all day. If it don't come, it don't come. You know, you don't need to panic it. Email goes and trading with boom. Back at 138, start to react from that same as the other chart. What targets have got in mind for my longs? They're gone, finished, already gone. My target was here. If you listen up, my target was there. This is all just pure extra. My target was here, my entry was around here, my stop was not even there. I think my stop was probably that low, that candle in the end actually. So that was my target. I closed 50% at that point. I'm done. I'm going to let the rest go. And I was looking, okay, if we do start to break up, maybe we could create a daily wick. It makes more sense for us to go down from the day, but we know a solid daily weekly resistance level. So what we're looking to do is maybe grab liquidity in the morning session before we see further downside to finish bearish for the day. So maybe. But again, it's pure speculation until you see it. Fact is, what we've seen is consolidation, breakdown, great support, tried a little piece of resistance just here on a lower time frame, didn't really hold, great support, started to break up. If you're happy, at that point somewhere around here you'll be looking to try and break through this area, which you know you already have. It's also above this point, which is our older resistance point, lower time frame. You're then looking to break up into this zone of consolidation. So if you get into there, targets are going to be in the middle of that zone, potentially the top end of that zone. Overall high time frame play would be to like, let's go create the daily wick, because at that point we never had one, right? Not open. That's it. That's the trade. My targets are here. You know, I wasn't looking for up here, but my long targets now are completely off. There's no targets for me at this point. However, whoever just sent the chat in a minute ago talking about upside on BJ, when you see potential support formed above here, if that happens, you see support, which is what people are waiting for. If you see it and you like the idea, target target sort of marked clearly based on structure here and here, which is resistance to support zone. Buys above that zone make more sense. Or once you see support from down here for further upside, that's your play, right? Jumping now is stupid. If you're in trades already, I think you should have took profit already. 138 is going to be a key point, which 138.05 has been key for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Also, around the 200 level, as we know, this is our previous resistance anyway, so that's the point where you can be paying attention to target perspective. So you've got 2 or 3 areas to pay attention to all the way on the way up here. If you're in the trade already, you should have dealt with it, right? Get what I'm saying? If you're trying to take a trade right now, I think you're rushing it. You're too late. The move started down here again. You know the support was created off the bottom of the screen, and now we start to do the move up to the upside. So the move began ages ago. And as I said, if you're paying attention this week, some of the moves have started about an hour before this session starts here, live stream. It's about an hour before, between 6 and quarter past, 25 past. There's been some good entries for upside or downside, better options, right? Let's try and make the most of things like that. If you notice that, start paying attention, maybe get your ass out of bed an extra 30 minutes early and pay attention to what's up. See what I'm saying? Because what we had mainly in our session, we've had a couple of big pushes based on optimism. Other times it's just been range and then a breakout later on, right? Or if it has broken in London, it's been slow, which has made it harder to get solid entries. It's not impulsive big bangers, you know? No problem, Jazz. Appreciate it. Got to stream? Do your business. Your business. Don't you think we did a pullback on daily perspective price support? Can you moving up? This is the thing, Matt. You can argue both ways right now because it's inconsistent. That's the thing. There's going to be an argument for either direction right now from numerous people. This is why trading is so independent. It's your thing, right? What people's viewpoints are, pay attention. We're still sticking to my overall monthly bias. That's been on there since before the start of the month. You know, that was 20 days ago. That's me silly. So that's still my viewpoint for the month. That hasn't changed. Nothing's changed on a monthly perspective. We've got a green candle that's got a big fat wick on right now. That's about it, right? Someone sent in the chat yesterday explaining their viewpoint based on weekly time frame. That was potential downside too. We're still in the middle of a big fat bullish candle right now, but they still see that, right? That's their viewpoint, and I think that's a solid viewpoint too. It could also be exactly as you said. Look at it this way: are we pulling back for further upside? Well, yeah, potentially makes sense, right? It does look like it makes sense. We've created support, we've created this kind of range resistance kind of crack area through October, which you'd expect to see, and then we start to break up and out. Now, are we creating support yet? This is it, right? Did we do a pullback though? How do you know the pullback's been done? This is where it's key. If you're planning it based on the way you just state the question, on the daily, is it a pullback? It ain't shit until we start to see support. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a pullback until support's created, right? So then it is, we've got support, now we're going to start looking for some upside, right? We've got support yet? Now we've got shit. So unless you're just going to use maybes, like we did, like for my trade was a maybe. Okay, if I start to see maybe some kind of support created here in there on lower time frame, maybe it's worth an idea to push up, because you'd expect to see if we're going to go down more by a wick further downside, right? You'd need to grab a bit of liquidity to bust up into here for us, because that was quite important from long all the way across here, massively here. If you were trading at this time, you know how much a ball like that level was. It was here where we had pullbacks, and exactly the same as here where we had upside not too long ago. So I mean, you can argue both ways in a minute, but you've got to, you know, if you're using daily, we've got no support yet at all, so you'd expect further downside, so this could well be a pullback, 100%. But we'll keep way around, you know what I'm saying? And then you start looking at those ones, and those look like, it's buying so obvious. Why ain't you buying? You know, that's what you get, because we've now got one big fat green candle. Is that going to change the week or the month or the day? Probably not, right? But then your viewpoint, if you're just looking at this time frame, is cool. Let's get support to form above this level to the left. We should have further upside, right? Cool. That's our session we're looking at. That is a long ass time. You know, really long ass time. Who's to say we don't get some fat news later on? Friday the 13th, man. Something could happen, like aliens land on Earth and then everything goes through the fucking roof. You know what I'm saying? Mad. Or the optimism would be great if they turned around and said, oh, vaccine don't work. you know what? Sometimes I find things really hard. And life is tough sometimes. I appreciate it. Chris Ellis, thank you for sending this chat as well. Thank you. It's Friday, so I'm going to give people a little bit of a leeway, right? But Diego, that's such a hard question. Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't get it. If anyone can answer that question, please do. Which time frame do you use to trade the 15-minute? I need to. I'm lost. How's my head? Sometimes I wonder why I wake up in the morning really early on YouTube and get abused with stuff like that. I'm sure you're new. If you're new to the stream, bro, I appreciate you get some abuse. But I don't really know the question. You probably got a legitimate question. So try and reword it to a way which, what is it you need to know? Because the answer to that question would be 15, right? But I'm not sure what you mean. So look at. I can't help this for that. Anyway. There was a question, and also there was Chris Ellis and Sharks. Yes. Thank you for those that subscribe. Appreciate it. Yo, we hit over 23,000 people yesterday. You know what? That's legit. That's madness. Honestly, that is madness. Doing no advertising, doing no clout chasing, no clout game. So, none of that. We don't have to call people out on nothing. 23,000 people. Real respect for that. So, you're part of the gang. You've subscribed to the thing. Got respect. Thank you so much. Awesome, man. Imagine. A lot of people in the world do that. Blew my mind, really. I thought about 15 people. Well, it'd just be me and the dude. That's it. I mean, every day, what's up, man? You good? Yeah. And that's kind of what it is. Maybe that's what people like, because it's just us and the dudes. It's just like, oh, go and do buy a TV and that. Yeah. So it is every day, isn't it? It's just business. You can go. Oh, Whitfield, potential Whitfield, maybe. That's a risk one, because that's a big rejection. Isn't it? It's a retracement of the news event, so. Well, yeah, I would have said realistically you should have been in here. This is the place you're going to be playing at. Do you know what I mean? That's where you're looking for. From a let's break this level, continue in here, look for low time frame movements, because this is your level to play in, right? So, you know, at that point this would be a one. Because if you're playing that game, you're looking to finish this whole move, which we know what this. If you don't know what this move is, if people know what this move is, we spoke about it this week. People actually know why this happened. If you know why this happened, maybe we're looking at correction because of what it was. We'd said that this is where this is an actual prime example. Everyone was like, yo, boy, it's going to get corrected in the next like 1 minute. Oh, it took fucking 3 days, and yeah, it did eventually. But you'd got to please don't be that person. Wait to see the signs that you need. But yeah, it's a good chance. But I mean, at this point, if you're looking at the structural time frame, what we said about the other day, I mean, we pushed all this way out. You may as well just let it break out the top and then deal with support further up. You may as well at this point, because it's, you know, the move's huge. Like you said, you should have been probably earlier, because this is like the range we had before, which was nasty until we broke out, right? And that was based on prior lead up to the news. So, it's interesting. I'd rather be above there now, because then you know you're breaking high time pressure, which would be good if for further upside. But we've seen this before. I ain't convinced we're going to even break that. I think we're going to bust it, and then if we don't get heavy push today, especially with this news, bro. If this is correction before this news comes, and then we're through the floor, I think we're still going down. That's what happened the other day. So, well, it's happened four times now. I ain't convinced. Let's put it that way. Too much downside momentum from a high time frame perspective to really get me juiced up about buys yet, because it's like levels that we started to break on the way down. If this close bullish here, for example, something like that for today, then yeah, I'll probably have a bit more interest in trying to, from above here, over there somewhere, once we get above that level, and create low time frame support, then I'll deal with it. I think I'm happy there. But until that point, I don't like the idea of trying to reject off this bullshit to the left, because we're still pretty heavy downside full stop, with nasty news to come, potentially rinse up down there for the end of the afternoon, and everyone will be like, oh, oh. And it's all like, oh, Mr. Move. Yeah, it's Friday, man, it's Friday. I see the idea on the low time, it makes sense. You know, I think it should have been earlier as well. I think do it instead, about 15 to 6. But, you know, it's just gradual movement right now, and that's what you tend to get when you're leading up to some news and that. We had, the other day, we had this, didn't we? We had a range and that leading up to the heavy news. I've had very slow movement before the news is going to reject that, correct the whole move basically up until the point of random weakness. I'd rather space it out. Easy. Oh, a little bit extra.
Mind you, realistically, this is
Legit, that's the target. That's what I just noticed because I was looking at earlier on the 30 we spoke about it. Someone sent a solid chart as well from a structure perspective as well. This is now the place. If you create support, we just said that, if you create support above here, in there, look for that for an upside potential. So maybe there's a 5-minute play there for people. Because your target then at that point was, oh, you sent that chart in because that's on point. Because that's what we were talking about, exactly what we were talking about. Yeah. I'll do this chart in a sec. This one here, who's that? Put your hand up. Who sent that one? Lee 143. That's legit. That's a very good chart, man. Good outlook. Ooh, let's get some monster push at 8 o'clock. Can you imagine? We're back up to 325. That's what we're talking about. It's on the thing, isn't it? Jeez. I think this is the target, though, to be fair. This is the, now we're in trade, which, as we said, it starts down here. Understand we're way past the continuation point, unless you're looking at a super high time frame. But targets you're going to have to pay attention to on the way up. Now, there's clearly two areas here. We've got this level, which became our 4-hour resistance. So here is 4-hour, that's a support level. All the way across the left, use that, go over to 4-hour support level. But that here then has a wick into here, which creates a zone between here and here. So it's actually pretty sticky at that point, which would mean this would be a relatively sensible place to take some profit if you've not took some already. So take some profit, don't be a dick, it's Friday, finish the day a week strong. As I say, that jumps up 2 bits on it. Man, I really want to hold it open for that 8 o'clock, but I'm pushing level. Nah, but this is what I'm saying. This is where it's like, yo, could I just take this and be done and be like, yo, I'm good? Or do you risk it? Now it's Friday. I've had a very good week. However, I took a loss yesterday and then a couple of pretty decent wins in the afternoon for one trade move. To be fair, not one idea. Do I close now or do I just call? Because I don't live on a beach with like yachts and stuff, I'll probably just close it and be happy. You know what I mean? And that's how you get to that place, right? That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to close my trade. Okay. Yeah, I ain't trying to do that. I don't care if it goes anymore. And everyone's going to be, oh, you didn't hold the move. Yeah, chill. I don't know why today, so I'm out. I'm taking all my trade at this point based on what we see on the left. Our level, potential rejection point, we know it's a key number. If we start busting through, yeah, great, well done. There's still no way to enter this trade if you look at lower time frames. Breakout zone with higher candle creation. You know, you're looking at, this was another potential entry. Obviously, the one I was talking about down here. We went through this earlier on this morning. Please go and look at the start of the stream. It does explain it, very interesting. But we've got the momentum coming now with it open, so we will see if we get a mad push. If we do, I'm going to be pissed, I ain't going to lie. But the fact is, I'm banked up for the day. I'm happy with what I've done. I'm more than happy overall that my week's now going to be fine. I don't need to take any more trades today. This week's now complete. Go look at Wakil. Weeks don't lie. Hands in the same boat, right? It's done. It's like, you know what? I don't need to force myself Let's be done. Finish the week strong, come back again. Right, do the same thing week after week. You will do pretty well long term. Yeah, but still, you know. Yeah.
I think it's got too fair, isn't it?
Oh, I think it could but the only thing I was, that's where I'm looking at. So this is the point we had yesterday, remember? So this is what people were saying for further downside options. So our structure was here. So this is our resistance to support, which we have mad rejections. We talked about why we were going to get rejected at this point. Why did we rejected the resistance? We rejected the support, but we've yet to retest it. We did on lower time frames for potential downside in this candle, which was sick. We should expect to see that. Now what's going to happen here? That's why I'm saying I'm out. I don't want to try and play this. The hour opens and fucked up back down here. I'm not trying to play drawdown or lose profit. I'll rather close here and be like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, fine, because I'll just get another option. Well, we won't today because I ain't going to take them on trades, that's no point. And then if support's created above that level, down, innit? You know, make the option. Wait for it. Like I said, understand where the move began, right? If you know where the move began because you're doing your due diligence, checking up what's up, right? So the move began down here, right? You're buying in at a bit of a dickhead place right now. You know, if you're about buying right now, you deserve to get beat, right? Because you've seen the support area created down here. You've got solid candles closing above. At that point, you can look for a trade here to maybe look to push up to this point, right? Once that's done, price resistance pulls down, another big candle close there. You could look to test this high and maybe look to push to the same point again to the left. If you start breaking that level, you then start looking at these areas, this and this, right? If it breaks that level, you want to see support above there because this is your structure. There's another option in here. If you had potential support created in here, look for that. How are you going to find it? This is what I'm saying. Your job now, figure out where you could have got opportunities. All these places that I've just marked there are going to be idea areas to look for further upside. What are you going to do if you see that? What do you do if you see that? What do you do if you look for support in there? Is there support options in there? Is your target going to be based on what you can see to the left? Is it going to be based on the old historical levels you've got set up? Let's see if you get reaction or if you just buzz. It's a piss off on way further, I think. But in such a short period, that's literally like 2 minutes. But we know, man. That's 10 minutes an hour. Does a business sometimes, but I ain't trying to hold my pull back. Get me. Yeah. When did I close out? I've literally moved. What's it doing? It was 10 pips from my close point, and I literally said I was closing like literally here. I ain't even playing. Yeah, legit fire though. So if anyone in that trade, anyone in GJ right now, anyone get early entries before the stream started, or even during the stream, anyone taking a GJ trades, well done if you did. It's pretty good. And with the volume to come, it'd be nice to see if we do get continuation, because if we do, that could really change things. Nah, Danny Jennings, I ain't trying to hold it. Bank up. Nah, bank up. Friday, bank up day. Don't forget, it was a runner actually. I probably could have held it, but the fact is, I'm looking at structural movements. I don't know how it's. The thing is, I don't like uncertainty, right? I don't know what's going to happen there. I have got no clue what's going to happen there until I see it. Right? If it breaks it, cool. However, at that point, I'm not going to be in a position to look at from a percentage income and say, right, oh, that's good. I'm up, I don't know, say 2%. I like it, and then it comes back here, and it's like, yeah, now I'm up at 1%, and I could have took 2. You see, I don't want to be in that position because, like, you know, I just don't like the idea. So if it pulls down nicely and creates a support, then I'll buy the crap out of it if it was me again. But I'm going to take another trade now. But watch this level here, mark these levels up and see what's up. See what happens. Somebody's potential is coming. I get too carried away because I'm 4 seconds into the candle open. So, yeah. I've got another 15-minute hot double close in the next 15-minute close bearish. I think that's, don't be salty, man. That's a solid option. But the thing is, it's, again, Leo, you understand that you're in a kind of continuation of where the move began, right? So getting into the trade is pretty cool, you know? So it's pretty cool. D-Lox, what's up, mate? Seen you for a while. Hope you're good, bro. Good work. 75%. Nice play. Nice play. Carlos Andrade, give me a sec, I'll look at that now. I just want to pay attention to that open, dude, just to see what's going on. Why didn't you invest over entry and risk-free trade? I did, Emma. I closed 50% already, so that's the point. So my risk was at break even, my entry was down here, I closed up my original target, which I'd set out, which I explained earlier, which was roughly to get to this point. That's what I was looking for entries around this point, right? So my original stuff started here below this candle on the 5 minute though. There's a movement in here that looked like this. There's a wick on there and I've got my stop below it basically. Took the entries as we broke up and above this yellow line. Looking to pay attention here, which makes me look 4 pips or so up, so whatever happens I'll be able to see a reaction. If we close above this point, this is my target. As soon as I got to there, close 50%. That was it. Move to break even, power. That's it. I've got no interest at that point. Actually, I'll move to break even before that, to be fair. But either way, I left it do its thing, and then that's it. I'm not trying to fall for the ground, man. That's where you got to have discipline, be happy with it, and be like, yeah, I'm good, you know. Do the same thing tomorrow. I don't care if this goes up another 500 pips. It'd be a biatch, yeah, but the fact is, I didn't analyse all the way up to there. I was already pushing my luck, in my opinion, because I had analysed to this point and potentially here. Where did I stop it? There. I don't care whether it goes up another 20, 30 pips. Yeah, cool, I could have thought about other stuff. You got to put everything in perspective. It's Friday, it's the end of the week. I've now finished positive for the week in a good manner. I'm more than happy with that. Let's do the same thing next week. I don't care whether it goes another 20, 30 pips. It doesn't matter. Who cares? I'm done. Back secured, job done, right? So your job is to be consistent and profitable. Guess what? That's another win. That's another win. Done. If it keeps going, yeah, great. Oh, look, I held one for 500 pips. Who gives a shit? It's still in my bank now. So that's key. Money management. That's it. So people might say it's stupid. Again, people will not agree with it because it's not the way they like to trade. But my balance grows that way, right? That's what I find works for me. So I'm going to do what I like. Sometimes I will hold runners, but the perspective is it's Friday, right? I don't want to hold it on Friday when I don't need to. See what I'm saying? There's plenty of time left this month. Well, we've got exactly a month of trading left for me. Ish. Let's see what Carl is doing. I need to know what coffee is, man. Golden clarification, 100%. Master discipline. You just honestly, you've got your own personal rules, right? Everyone's got their own risk requirements and their risk appetite. People are like runners for ages and days. I'm not really that bothered. I just, whether it's a difference for whatever reason, I just want to build a consistency. You have to action trades to be closed, right? Yeah, I don't want to be 90 pips up on a runner and then take 30. Who gives a shit? If I wanted to be a swing trader, I'd be a swing trader. That's what I used to do. It bores the shit out of me. I don't want to do that, right? Holding runners is cool if it's worth a while. In fact, it's not. Not in this case. It doesn't really make no difference for income. It doesn't make a percentage gain. I might as well just, because it's a 50% runner, I might as well just close it and be done. It's gone way further. So from entry to wherever it is, if anyone said to you this morning you could take a trade from 769 to 218, say, oh, if I said to you tomorrow you can have a 40-50 pip move and you'd be happy with it, and you'd say, yeah, cool, cheers for that, I'll just put it in a bank tab. You would be like, yeah, but I could have had 70. Why don't you just take your nice 50 pip move, be done, finish your day, man? You know what I'm saying? Yes. Anyway, see this cat, I'm going to make coffee, and then I'll say goodbye to the child at school. Yeah! What happened here? So we're going to move to, yeah, for the range, that's solid. If you're looking at this to the left, it's a very, very solid viewpoint, because we just spoke about this kind of area of 38 to 200-ish, where we see the structure. Perfect. Entries above, as long as you create support, you're comfortable with above the low point of your structure, which is your support. Create support above that level, which we talk about. Look for this continuation. This is this continuation in a manner of frame, right? So you now see nothing's breaking down there. Entry wise, where did you enter? As it broke the high. Okay, so you got one candle close above and you went with it, and the stop below that candle. You could have got fleece there, in my opinion, but you know, it doesn't matter. I might have put my stop below this range, right? Just to cover myself and then get into profit and move the break even, quick shout, you know? Either way, it's a great trade, it's worked out well. I mean, it works from the structural perspective, that's where the target's going to be, and that's where I close, right? If it continues, it continues, but from this manner, perfect, because you're looking from point to point, you've done, finished, guess what? Constructive, 100% finish, well done, congratulations, good Friday. Kiss my ass, Friday 13th. It's been done. So we've, you know, it's great work. Whoever's done that. Who sent that one? Carlos. Nice work, dude. That's some level. Let's have a look. What did he last? Where's he gone? Oh, he's come back. Busy. Nah, good. As long as you're good, man. That's cool. So it's in your about for a bit. But it's nice to see, man. Good. Hope you're getting on good. Why don't you trade December? I do trade December up until about the 13th or 14th or 15th or whatever I can be asked with. And then I have a holiday. It's holiday. It's the end of the year, man. You work every day throughout the year. You lot forgot about that if you want to be a real trader, right? Because you work all the time. Days off, you don't get paid. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to be doing stuff every day, you've got to work every day, right? When do you want to have a holiday? Well, when everyone else has a holiday, really. Around Christmas time, most people have a little bit of time off. Especially not bankers and stuff. I see where they're all chilling in Miami, wherever it might be. Well, this year, nowhere, right? But you know, all them people do their thing, right? You see many people sitting at a desk doing enough business over Christmas period, right? Look at it. You have to look at what people are doing. So I'm just paying attention to how I should react to that previous resistance point. I should probably mark that stuff if you know what I'm talking about, but it's probably by the time, if you've been here long enough, you know what we're talking about anyway. So that resistance, this support, this reaction, pay attention to this level, and now pay attention to roughly that level. Let's see what happens at this point. This is where you should be doing this. Don't forget the move has started. There's options in here that someone showed. There's options down here that I showed. There's also, I think, a 5-minute option here you might want to have a look at. Look at the 5 and see if you have maybe implemented that. A bit tough because you're at the top of the range at that point, so it's a bit risque, but you know, maybe there's an option there that you could have jumped in a momentum move. As we know, we wouldn't really expect the previous 30-minute candles to start breaking the lows of the other one for the momentum move. Very similar to here, look, I know it's 15, but that's the idea, right? Until you start to see that, then that's the end of the move, right? So this is what I was trying to expect at this level. I did not want to run into something like that, be up in profit here, and then this pull back, and I'll be like, nah, I'd rather take my back there and be like, yeah, I'm good, and not have to deal with this bullshit, because I know that's going to come at some point. There was a chance it could happen here or here. I'm taking my bets at that point. I'm getting out. Yeah, fine, I missed this type of extra move, but yeah, it's the way it is. Not too worried, because now I've got what I expected to see, which is some form of dodginess coming on, and then that's where you don't want to be in, because now it's inconsistent. It's not just straight continuation, right? I don't want to be in this bit where it's like, oh, I bet bare people in the world bought there. Don't be that person. Oh, Danny James, is this a picture? Is this a bit of a Friday special? If it is, right, I'm not going to do it just yet. I'm just going to chill. I'm going to make coffee first and I'll do it after. Let me just look at this chat from June C up in the place. But if it is, I'm not doing it just yet. I'm going to chill first. I need to go get a coffee and then come back. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Exactly, very similar. I mean, this is very much on the point of what we were talking about as well. I think it's a good idea. I mean, if you're looking from a let's see, we've got pullback, resistance, support, etc., the way we're starting to form. From a structured position, if you're looking at dailies, it would make sense to see further downside, but we know, as we said at the start of the stream, if we're going to go further downside, right, we need to see probably some form of liquidity route, because the daily at no top wick, to get some liquidity orders to force our way through the solid daily zones which we've got to the left, because it is a very high point of resistance that's very tough. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, see how it plays out. I mean, it's good either way, John. It's great to have a plan in place. If you start to see something you like, then action and trade. Right, that's all you got to do. Those that don't know what we're talking about from a daily perspective, look, we've clearly talked about this already. This is something that we may need to grab some further upside to bust through, quite like a big hammer, like have a run up. If you listen to what I'm saying, you need a run up. Right, it's like trying to get over a upside players, you could be looking for support to form anywhere between these levels now. Support forming here, respecting this level here, would give you opportunities for further upside to test. If, for example, we come down now, this is going to create a resistance which is a high. Are you going to look to test this? If you see solid support form, so you have bigger candles closing above smaller bearish candles, you could look for further upside to then test that potentially. But you have to have these plans in your head. What am I going to do if I see that? There's your plan. Think about what you're going to do if you see it. Doesn't mean we're going to go up. I'm just saying that's the theoretical behind it. You need to think this through first, plan it. What is it I want to see? Now people are buying there thinking, oh well, it's going to keep going up. That's not thinking ahead. That's just waiting to see a big fat candle close. Now you just bought a dickhead place. But you can find a better option. You know, same as people that talk about sales, they've got options, man. Solid. No pullback. We have clean traffic on the left. Well, that's unfortunate. You know, but how far down are you now? If you just did that, there's going to be a form of pullback. Right? Or do you mean on the daily? If you're looking at now clean traffic left, I would say you can argue, if you look at different time frames, this could be a zone of danger at this stage. But I'm not keen on it based on what we can see here. Go and look at the high time frame. It's a bit sticky, but you know, we know we're at the high point of this trade. Right? Trades happen. You know, trade started all the way up here, right? Trade started here. Those are optional. If you're just trying to think about getting it now, you're very late to the party. But there's still opportunity based on what we've got here, right? So if we can respect them levels, I think you've got further upside potential, but you need to wait for confirmations of that, right? Get me! I'm high right now, 20 minutes in, just realised now this is going to really mess you up. Waving just at you, I'm live. What's up? I'm sitting there choking. True tech, man. Don't make that up. JS, I think, is a very solid option. If you see it and you're happy to wait for it, it depends on what's happened. If you see what you need to do is a little bit of back testing with that thought process. Because people have strategies to do that, right? But they're not consistent. The thing is, if you're consistent in your thought process based on understanding what's been happening recently in Asia, is it a case that we create support and then the high of Asian gets broken in London, and you see that consistently? Guess what? You use that to your advantage, right? If that's been doing it for the last 6 weeks, you maybe want to pay attention to that type of thing, right? You see what I'm saying? So that London breakout thought process that everyone's got a strategy to do is really, if you base it on understanding what's the market doing anyway up until that point consistently, it's just a case of paying attention. What people just seem to do, oh well, all they use is volume. Like, oh well, look, we're going to get the biggest candle at 8 o'clock, let's just trade that, which is helpful, yeah, but they just assume it's going to happen every day. We've seen it this week, not necessarily the case, right? But from trading a strategy, they would still take trades in that situation. So looking at the back testing side of things is more beneficial, and then you can really make a solid decision making based on what you've seen, right? So if you start to see lots of support being created in Asian, and then leading up to like pre-London, you get the breaks into London of the high side, very sensible then, right? Right, anyway, I'm going to leave this on the chat for peace. I'm going to leave it for 15 minutes so y'all can see any formation of lower time frames. Or maybe you want to look at 5 yourself. I mean, I'm not trading it right now because I'm out. I don't want to try and hold any of this bullshit going on right now. So this is back to where, this is below where I closed, right? So it's a good choice. So now you wait to see what happens. Pay attention to this level here. 100%. I'm going to even draw a little piece. Pay attention to that and see if anything gets reaction. I'd leave it on there for now. If this ends up being your target, again, pay attention to levels, don't make them up. JS, no problem. If you want the ideas of back test, just literally go back and understand what you've seen happen. Where's the highest forming in Asian? Where's the lowest forming in Asian? Is it long continued support and then we get a continuation down outside in London breakout, or we see it upside? Anyway, back from here, go make coffee. Oh, that's disgusting. Don't take no stupid trades. And then we'll look at Danny James's chart. James Cal Rowley, give me 5 minutes, I'm coming back. Pay attention, help each other. People send chats and give each other opinion, understand what's going on, and try and help each other, assist each other with some opinions and kind of, we'll talk about it. for a bit. That's king. I meant if you try and double your account today on a Friday and then mash it all up, you ain't gonna be taking your girlfriend nowhere. That's what I'm saying. Alright, no, there's no need to be trying to be heavy. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're doing alright, consistent, it will double in time. There's no point. There's no rush, right? No rush. Should be able to take your girl out anyway. Okay? Anyway, what I was going to ask is, what's your preferences on time frame entries? What do people tend to prefer time frame entries on? Have you got a specific time frame you prefer or not? Not me. I need ban. Oh my days. Actually, people are paying attention. I'd like for 5 minutes doing a little bit of business right now. Actually, here's starting to show a little sign. Maybe the one's doing a bit less, a bit more, sorry. 1 and 5 for the hours, cool. How sensible. All these people taking like 1 minute and 5 minute entries must be super confident in their ability already. You must really understand the consistency level on right. You must be very consistent already to be at that level.
I like it.
Are you serious?
But you're mad quiet.
What, Ralph?
Ralph mad.
Nah, man. Ralph ain't good. He's better than he was. Because yesterday he was like, no. I think you've got it.
Something might have changed, but I wouldn't expect to you.
I can hear you okay. I don't know about...
All I got to was the truth.
I reckon you got a problem with the thing, because you're the first person that says there's an issue.
Oh, let's have it.
Nah, because I can hear everyone okay, and I can hear Northerner now as well, so, I mean, I don't know if you can hear that. There's some scum made their way in.
Stop.
Yeah, that one. What's up, Nick? You good?
Good. Ralph is perfect for me.
Yeah, I can't. I've got no issue at all. I can hear. The only thing I can't hear is music for some reason.
I think you need a new headset, Carl.
Wrong. Oh man with the big words on a Friday. Come on, bro. You put me in a position like that makes me look dumb. Anyway, for real. So some people are liking the 5 and 15 and that, cool. So for all these people using super low time frames because they want to do the whole let's get the bad boy risk reward and that, are you already consistent on a specific time frame, like 30 minute or 15, like precise? Are you very consistent on them levels already? I like 50 minute, but find more on 5. You will find more on 5 because there's going to be a lot more opportunities. Lower time frame is way more opportunities. The problem is if you're not consistent already, the further down the time frames you go, the more you lose the understanding of where you are in the market overall. Right, you can do it quite easily because the more options that show on 5 and 15 and 1 and stuff, you'll see numerous opportunities with candles closing above and stuff, and it's very, very tough. But it can be if you're already inconsistent, because you may see a solid option, for example, on 1 or 50 or 5, and it doesn't play out, and you think, man, why did that not play out? But then you might realise that it's like the 30 minute open or the 5 minute or the 15 minute open or something where you expect to see maybe a wick creation, it's like pullback or whatever. Same as this hour open, look, same thing, right? So we can still end up massively bullish in this candle. But if you're looking at that time frame, maybe you're looking to take sells from that level or something. So you'll be looking at lower time frames to look for potential areas to take sells, opportunities on low time frames. There's a lot of aspects that people need to consider, but really before that level, I think you really need to understand just the basics of solid candle price action based on closures below previous candles or closures above previous candles, looking to take further opportunities based on what you can see on the chart with momentum movement, solid structure, plays. Once you get that basics down, then you can start applying the techniques from lower time frames to add into that, right? So then you can start to have multiple entries in one trade idea. For example, we spoke about this live last night on the webinar. But over here, this is the idea from a trade, right? You see, yeah. So you would have got a potential idea on a 15, but if you go and look at this price last night was this, right? So let's do the same for YouTube. It's a bit interesting. Alright, cool. Now you've probably seen it, so it's a bit peak. So, here's a good question. So, which entry, number 1 or number 2, would you be more confident with further downside? Pop it up, pop it up. Let me see. There's a lot of ones.
Just missed that. So what were you looking for?
Well, looking at just that time frame, without looking at any other aspect of what's going on, which entry for further downside would you be? I've not really showed the whole screen, and actually that's a bit peak. One sec. What I'm looking at from a structural perspective, right? So we've got, let's mark it out again. There's a lot of people saying 1 and 2. So you've got a range here with our break. That's our range, right? So option 1, resistance formation. Option 2, resistance formation. Now which makes more sense? I mean, which one would you be more comfortable with to look for further downside after breaking the range, right? So for me, I'll be more comfortable with number 1 based on this time frame. We're not talking about nothing else, just this time frame, right? That second one is a weaker close, right? Completely, but it's kind of done exactly the same as the previous one, doing the same job about retesting trying to retest the previous level, right? But number 2 being a perfect retest, why is number 1 not a perfect retest then? You know, that's what I mean. So if you look at people's opinion, you can see where there's so much deviation that everyone's, you know, for me it's clear that the first option is a lot more comfy, and I'm a lot more confident in further downside there based on the fact it's closed so strongly after retesting the previous low support level of range, right? And a bigger candle gives you the opportunity to see there's momentum in the market at that point. You'd expect to see a bit more continuation and not exceed the previous high. But the people that said they would rather look at number 1, now if you look at the difference of this candle, we look at this one specific, we're looking at 30 minutes, a weakish close. It's not a super confident candle, however it is creating a form of resistance. Now when you look at the 15 on the same candle, same candle, now what? Does it look more, how does it for you guys, does it look more comfortable now? This is the same thing on the 15. Now does that look more comfortable for taking sells now than it did previously? It looks more confident. And this is what I'm trying to get to. When you start looking at different time frames, you start to get different viewpoints. So some people may necessarily, not always, but some people may now change their viewpoint based on what they can see now looking just at the 15. They're a bit more confident with that. Now, how many people would be a little bit more confident with that close over the previous one? You know, there's a big difference there, right, from a psychological perspective, because it's what you can what you're looking to see, right? There's a big difference. Now, strange fact is, if you add that candle and that candle together, that is your 30-minute candle. So this entry is the exact same spot, identical spot. So there's no difference at all with the price where the number is, right? It's the identical place. See what I'm saying? So it's identical, there's no difference. However, how many people changed their opinion when they looked at that 15-minute time frame? How many people would feel more confident now, basically looking on the second one? I'm saying GBP, buy or sell? I don't know. Have a buy. It's Friday. But you can see the difference, right? Just from the viewpoint of you can change one time frame and you can start to get a different opinion. Now, if you're consistently doing the same thing day in, day out and using a specific time frame for entries, you're going to see a lot more confidence built yourself and a lot more consistency based on looking for the same things again and again and again. If you're looking at the 15-minute, you had an even better option here for a risk-reward perspective instead of waiting for the 30-minute close, which would have been here. Now this candle is the same on the 30 and the 15, no difference, but the visual is completely different on the 15, which probably brings a little bit more confidence, right? So at that point you're like, you know what, that's not a bad shout, might go with it. And then, you know, it's hard to see, but then if you move that to the 5, you might start thinking, you know, I'm not sure, because it might look a bit rangy at that point. Same as 1 minute. 1 minute would have rejected from up here potentially. So it starts to get very confusing. But if you're very much confident in your overall, should we say higher time frame, when you're looking at 30-minute and stuff, for this type of trader, if you're comfortable in what you're seeing anyway, then you go with it. You don't have to go searching, is my point, because you should be able to see the same stuff on just one time frame. If you start looking on the lower time frames all the time and start confusing yourself, that's where people make mistakes, because they lose ability to understand where they are in the structure. And that's especially some people that have got a bit more experience, not necessarily, but for those that are new, that's where it's very key to understand what you can see. Because when you change your viewpoint based on changing time frame, what people will start doing is finding entries when there probably isn't one on the time frame you originally looked at. You think, oh, you know what, I would rather wait until we start breaking low that green candle, or some people might have thought that, right? But when they start looking at the 15, they'll be like, oh yeah, it's a stick entry. And then it's like, yeah, but it's the same. Similar? There's a big psychological barrier there that people need to really understand, and I think as long as you are confident in what you're doing originally, that's why I was asking about, people that just roll out, oh, I'm going to smash the 1 minute and the 5 minute stuff. If you can't understand that shit now, on just by changing one little piece, changing one time frame, and change your view completely, because there's some people that did. Either way, it's a good opportunity to take sales. You can see, obviously, we started the downside movement. We were waiting to see a resistance. If you could have gone with it on 30, it would have made no difference, because it's a good option. But it's not as good as this one, Looking into this 4-hour level, we've looked to retest it. That's this, right? Cool, it's closed, bearish. You would expect to see further downside, but it's not as comfortable as this one, in my opinion. But go to the 15, you change your opinion. And it's like, But yeah, just be careful when you start playing with lower time frames. If you lose your view of understanding what we're talking about now, for example, which was, I left it on 15 so you can see potential pullbacks to the previous level, look. That's about bang on, right? So that's where we're pulling back to, creating a little range on 5 minute, more likely a little bit of support formation. If you're looking at 5 minute now, you already got to remember that you're already looking at this, right? So remember that, mark it up, pay attention over here, and then see if you start to see that support formed. If you start to see solid candles on the 5 minute that look like this, or start closing above previous support levels, maybe you want to go with it, but you'll be putting your stops below the range on the 5 minute, right? And then you'd look for breakouts if you like that idea. Don't forget, we're still at a pretty nasty little spot. No guarantee yet, but if you like that idea of potential continuation, you will play it in that similar manner. If we go and look at the 5, we can see if we start to get that support formation. Now, let me just mark that up from the left, actually, so people get the gist. So candle bodies is what I like. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but that's what I'm playing at. So I would then look here, and I'll be paying attention to, are we seeing some form of support creation, some sort of rejection? I'll be playing stock below the range, because that's what it currently is. So, if you like it, it's very weak, but this could have been a potential option to take an entry on that green candle, but your stops, don't forget, would be here. Your idea would be to break this and then continue momentum. Not necessarily in this candle, but you'd expect to break this range. Now, what you've got here on 5 minute. This is the level we've just spoke about to the left, which is a place where you'd like to see some form of support formed, rejection. There's no guarantee this is going to break out, though. That's the thing. So you're playing the same thing, but on super low time frame. So you're still looking for that structured move. This is now your resistance point over here. We're starting to create a form of support-ish. This is a nice looking candle, but you're still going to have stops below this range if you're looking to break out to the upside to your next potential target map on high time frame. But you already know this is a solid 4-hour support level. So are we going to have to wait for this to break out, find support on a lower time frame of it, so you've got confirmation? Because don't forget, we had this already. This is another move out, create support. This is another new zone. We may pull back into this zone before we get further upside. That's what we were talking about at the start of the hour. So we've not done that yet. We're starting to create support in this level above the level we spoke about to the left, which is nice to see. So if we stay above that, the idea for further upside is very high in percentage terms. So you'd expect to see that break that level and continue up to your next level, which you would have marked based on higher time frames or whatever it might be. And you can clearly see as you start to see that break, but we haven't closed above anything yet, so there's no guarantee. If we do, we should theoretically be looking to see probably movement up to at least this level here where my cursor is at 425, and then potentially move up to your whole structure play on the 15 or 30, which will take you into this same structure play, same as what we're talking about here. When you've got structure, the moves in between should be pretty straightforward. So between here and here should be an easy job, but then to get to here, you may have to deal with some bullshit in the middle. So again, you have to watch for these levels to see if you can find maybe lower entries. But until you close above that level, there's no guarantee of going. Some people might like to wait for this to break out to confirm with bust, and then look for support to be formed, right? Because at this point in time, you're looking at the first support creation, right? So we've had 5 minutes that's done this. That's your 5 minute support resistance. That's what you've got after continuation from this area of consolidation 5 minute, which did the same thing, right? Based on the low end of the structure or resistance. Same thing at the top end. You grab your consolidation on 5 minute, which is what you see on 5 minute a lot. You'll have a zone like this, which ends up being resistance. You'll have movements out, which are probably a little bit like this. Then you'll have like a support area created in a range, and you might do the same thing back the other way, see, and then bust out over here. That's what you tend to see on lower time frames, and that's where people lose their head, because the lower time frames become very messy. So, you know, we'll see. But either way, until that's broken out there, I wouldn't be really interested, unless you've already got in and you've got stocks below that level and you've moved to break even. I think it's a good shout, but don't forget you're already at the end of the move. We already know from a 4-hour perspective, if you look left, we're now turning into the solid level we spoke about yesterday, which we had solid reactions from. So do not be surprised from the resistance reaction and the support reaction. Do not be surprised if we don't see something here. We've already had a pretty fire 4-hour candle. Let's see if we break before this holding. If we do and stay in this zone, which is now the low end of the zone, your area you're looking to take trades within should be in this gap, right? This gap here is a bit dangerous. What you want to do is see support in here on low time frames to push up to that level. Get what I'm saying? Or you take it early, trying to break into this resistance. You know it's not, support resistance level. So you know at that point that could be a danger. You know, it's all about visualization, that's it. And this is why if you go on lower time frame, you probably won't even see that shit unless you've marked it up. See what I'm saying? So then people can lose the plot and take shit decisions, make lots of bad calls, overtrade, and all you need to do is sit there and wait for what you know you need to see, which is probably a support and resistance. And as explained, hopefully that will then push up to 425. If not, you know, you should be at a break-even point at that point and just let it do its thing, right? Get me? But nasty level. So we'll see how it plays out. Nice candle close on the previous, but you know, we'll see. Anyway, there you go. Good education. Young Tyre, yes, they can be, well, they're on the 5 and 1 minute, there can be trends, right? So that's the problem. You can't rely on them because they're so inconsistent because they're lower time frame. This is why you look at your higher time frame levels and analyse your chart from a top-down analysis perspective. Most recent support, resistance, price action levels, so you can look for reactions at specific levels and target specific levels. That's what we talk about all the time. You know, it's not the same as having a strategy. And like I said, until you see closes outside with support above, it's very tough to say that's going to continue. You know, it's risky, but it's very hard. Your higher time frame levels are important, and that's why when you get to specific areas, you may want to look for reactions. Same as what we do here. We spoke about this retest level. It looks a bit messy because, again, on the 15, if you start going back to the hour and go back to that level, you can clearly see where things start to do their business, right? That's a lot clearer, right? See what I'm saying? We had a range. This is a range. We had a breakout, we pulled back, create resistance basically at the same spot. Downside potential to test this previous 4-hour support level, which is based on what we got to the left, right? Which is our big structure between here. I think it's that top one, I can't remember if it's top one or the next one. But your big support resistance was from that level. So that's why you want to wait for clearer areas of movement and wait until things have done what we want to see, which is get out of a certain area, which is shit. What's the Gucci gang, man? I don't know what the Gucci gang is. I'm too old for that shit. What's that? Carlo, no? What's the Gucci gang, bro? What's the Gucci gang? Or someone asked them, like,
What's all this in the chat?
what is it? What's in the chat? Oh, I didn't see it. My bad. Oh, I'm on top chat. That's why. Oh. Nah, I'm a Hugo Boss, bro. Really?
RS.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Man's on the Sports Direct team. Trust me. The levels with them Armani $20 t-shirts. I ain't even playing. It's a fine little t-shirt. Hang on. Gucci glasses actually. That ain't about the flick. Who gives a shit about a pair of glasses, you know what I mean? I'm boss them anyway at some point when the youth jumps on me. Now what if you got any Gucci? Is that a thing? Is that you got to have that to be a trader? Is that what you're supposed to be? I might just buy another monitor.
Why did you think I don't even wear design?
I know, man. There's some trust me. Sports Direct's the business. I ain't spending bucks on stuff, man. Sports Direct's the one. Trust me. I've got some nice clothes, but yeah, I ain't so sure about the whole. I ain't spending like $500 on a pair of trainers, man. Come mad. I was spending. Yeah, but I ain't spending £500 on Gucci trainers, bro. Or maybe one pair. I mean, not of shoes, like shoes, like proper shoes. Yeah, I spent legit money on shoes. I'm a bit custom. I like them. I don't have nice shoes, like proper shoes. No, I ain't talking about trainers and that, man. I still buy nice trainers, but I ain't spending 5, 6, 7, 800 quid on a trainer. It's stupid. According to Instagram, you're not a trader unless you Gucci out and have at least 2 Lambos. Yeah, but I've got 2 phones, so yeah, I'm already past that level. I'm past that level. I've got, what else can I have? I haven't got nothing to show if it's posh. I ain't got nothing posh. Man's got a hoodie on and a hat. Andre's demo 24/7. 2001 lot. Eve.
Early today, you know?
You know what? I was thinking I'm probably gonna leave it till about 1:30, just have a bit of fun. I was just gonna see if I could try. I was gonna try and do something. I wanna see this, you know, but I'm not. I'm done. To be honest, I think the week's out now. I don't really want to get involved in stuff. 2 phones, one for the drugs, one for the hose. Nah, man. You know why? If anyone's been watching the stream for long, when I got this new phone, yeah, people probably even remember when I got this new phone because I was fucking gassed because I don't get new phones, right? I got this new one, which is I can't even remember which one it is. The iPhone brought out the new one, right, just now, when they 12 something. Alright, man. So this phone is brand spanking new. Literally, oh shit, never used it really. And because I've not had time to set it up properly or anything, or even get my number exchanged properly, and yeah, brand new. Now they've bought a new one out, and that's old. I might as well get the new one, right? I just have to get I have to ring up and get a new one. Madness. Yeah, see, come on, that's it. 11 Pro Max. That's the one. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, but I ain't even really. I've used it to take a few pictures and play with the slow-mo on the camera, but actually used it for making phone calls and that. I ain't even had time to get things set. It's like, my old phone works, you know what I mean? Look, there's my old phone flip. But that's the thing, this phone, man, works. You know, people actually work, say they don't work, but yeah, see, when we met Conway, I literally just got it then. I actually had it with me. My plan that weekend, no lie, was to get stuff sorted with my provider and get things switched over and done properly. And I'd never got around to it. And it's now November. And it's still sitting here. If you ring me, it rings on the other phone. Long. How much is that 11 Pro? How much are the Pro Max 12s? Man, what is the difference? It's literally like 10 minutes ago we had like a new phone. Oh shit, we're on 15 and the 5. Sorry, I want people to see what's going on. With that truck before me and that. Sorry.
There's an incremental difference. It's not easy.
Why is this right? It's a sheep thing. $1,200. No lie. 1,200 quid.
Phones are a big standard these days.
Bro, we were looking at TVs, yeah, 65-inch bad boy TVs for half that price. Man. Man, that's a mad thing. Yeah. Man, 1,200 quid, but I ain't spending it on a phone.
Did you do that with the 11?
Nah, I got it was a free upgrade, trust me. I was like, yeah, I'm having that, I'll have it. And it's just sat on the side ever since. I even made a phone case for it and I've still not used it.
Yeah, the session.
Gang. There he is. Oh, you can see it. There he is. That's cool. That's when I was considering merch and that, but then I can't buy it. Well, that's coming on out. rating it, bro. You get the beat. Imagine it becomes a viral thing. Carlo's a millionaire for chatting out one time and everyone started to jump on it. we'll have to get the old what's it called on it? So I can copy it. You could build a sick PC for 1,200 quid. If you know how to build a PC, legit, you could do that. But I can't even work phones, so chance of me building a PC for 1,200 quid, slim. Probably triple that because I'll pay someone to do it. But then it's probably only worth like, I don't know, 1,000 quid. Danny James, let's see what he's... Danny James, well done. Let's see. The latest people jumping will be pretty cool. I've considered it. I really have considered it, honestly.
Listen, don't you consider
Yo, legit, nah, you get the pot, bro. You get the pot. I don't need the pot. You're good. Well, we could get another one where we can make a Ralph one where Ralph jumped in and did it. So, yo,
Are you done you justice there?
every week, my man. Every week, yo, that's a bad boy. How do you draw stuff like that good? Honestly, is that you? What did you use to draw that? In all seriousness, on Trading View, how do you draw lines like that, bruv? You want to see what my paintbrush does? Honestly, I'll show you what mine does. That's honestly a lot of respect. Someone take a picture of that. That's awesome. Appreciate it. That's really cool. Friday, bro. Hey, look at my paintbrush. Here's my paintbrush. So I'll draw a hand, yeah. There's a hand. Oh, I don't know.
Why have you made the thumb massive? Who's got a massive thumb in comparison to their penis? It's a gamer. It's what it is. It's a gamer. How do you delete that? There you go. I can't draw straight. Look, it just wiggles it up. You see how does it wiggle it up like that? I don't get it. Yeah, madness. Anyway, let's see some chat people. That's what she said. Yeah, good one. Good one. Friday business. Everyone going to try and take us as it busts out or what? Or, I mean, obviously I'm on a chill now, so I don't know if you guys are actually still planning. Let me know. Where's Ian at? Is he starting to do a bus? Ooh! I did a little bus. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what he said. Hey, 5 minutes was kind of tasty on the way.
Was it?
Started making
Yeah. I've got you. Hey, that's a nice little business. I'm not waiting till above that, to be fair, but yeah, same market. That's good. Nice. You expect further upside as well, so you'd have a good target. That's what it's all about 5 minutes. If you can't see this when you look at 30 minutes, because that's this in there, right? That's a push on that 30. Look how much bullshit that is up until there, though. That's a good sign, though. This is a good sign, though, but these are things that people, in all seriousness, need to pay attention to. This is your, low range area. You can clearly see rejection now, and that's a solid candle close. Yeah, we didn't close above, but your idea would be, okay, let's pay attention now in here and probably the lower time frame to see if we start to find anything that gives me opportunities. Above that level, if you've already got it marked, you know, you'd expect to see anything above there pretty comfortable, take buys at the top end of range, which is what we talk about, and then if you get the break, then cool. And that's what Carlos just talked about in the 5. So you can see the reaction down here, which is where this happens on the 5 and that. Oh yeah, there it goes, nearly in the right spot, so we get rid of that sort of crap. But you can see that's that level, that's the wick of that candle that we're just seeing. And then you get that close up here, and then you can look for the resistance to be broken, so you can look for entry somewhere over here, giving you the confidence that the hour candle's already closed, giving you a little push up, and then this is potential to then push to here, right? You stop to get down here. You know what I mean? Either way, you can figure that out in the 5 minutes. You have to understand what's happening in all session parts, right? DJ's range up and down right now. We haven't really got any solid chain. Games have nuts. This is like before news, right? We said this yesterday though, remember? Like before this news comes, it's like maybe we're just gonna week up here, everyone's like, yeah, we're gonna buy it all, and then they get leave. You never know. We'll see. Either way, it'd be nice to see if it pushes past this level, because this was just nasty consolidation 4-hour time frame. So, from a structure perspective, this is the first place you want to start to see. If you're thinking further upside, if you can reside some kind of support above this level, nice options. Lower time frame then to look to test highs, etc. That'd be quite nice to see. As long as you can stay above that low end, I think you'll be good for further upside at that point. But be very cautious at the top end of range, because if you start to react at that point, then you could just clearly do what we've done in the past, which is pull up a specific area, just go slightly above, everyone thinks we're going to fly through, and then it ends up coming back down here anyway. So just keep it in mind, it's still possible for that to happen. You know, one candle closing above doesn't necessarily mean we're going to continue, but if you create solid support on high time frame above that level, then you will have a better opportunity going forward. So have a look, innit? Danny James, honestly, that's awesome, man. Appreciate that. Good job. Thank you so much for making that effort. Really clever. But I ain't ginger, but I'll allow it. Yeah, but
Ain't ginger.
right.
It's light brown, isn't it?
Where the light brown at? I ain't got no light brown. Oh, maybe it's the camera, isn't it? I look younger in that picture. More magic keys will be shipped to the Philippines. Nice! Philippines up in the magic keys gang. Great to see. I need to change that at the bottom. It's actually in stock now, people, so I haven't changed it. It says pre-order. It's actually not pre-order anymore if you want to get it. Discounts on the channel description, and it is now back in stock, so then orders will go out. If you've already ordered it, the order's been, I think they're going out today or tomorrow. I think similar to that, maybe Monday. If you already ordered it, they're on their way, kind of thing. The rest of them will be sent out soon, but when you get it sorted out, get it done. Use the discount provided for the community. Spoonman, what's Spoonman doing? Oh, here we go. Spoonman's trying to step up his game. I think he did this last week as well, you know. And he outdone him. I think there was a little competition. I think Danny James got outdone last week, just. Oh, my days.
Oh, shit.
Yo, love it, love it, love it, love it. Oh, mate, that's it. Oh, dear me. He's even got the hairpiece right. You know what I mean? Man's down with that hairpiece. It's just got a little one time, you know, a couple little strands and that.
I think there's one too many whiffs on there.
Oh, bro. Yeah, that angry face. Hey, that's legit fire, man. I appreciate you. I hope someone caught that on a picture. If not, I'll do it later on. But yeah, there's no time for clout. I don't mind new traders. I don't like new traders that ask stupid, easy questions that if they could be asked, they could find it out by typing in Google. That's what I don't like about new traders. But I do like new traders that want to make the effort with passion. You know, new traders that haven't got any interest in just typing in Google, why did GJ drop or something, and reading the news and figuring out why we had, you know, just general things happening in the market. That's lazy. I just don't. You could replace that with lazy people. You know, I don't like lazy people. That's just the way. Who's got an airplane taking off? Is that Ralph? I can hear things like,
Oh, it's my washing machine.
oh, bruv, that's
Is it loud?
bruv, I can hear it in the background like a proper like.
I got it on a fast spin and all my towels on.
You got to look after that. Oh, I can hear it's like it's taking off. You got to look after the Gucci team. Trust me. It's just like I like. Oh, wicked. Anyway, if anyone wants to send some more pictures in, I'll tell you what. Fridays are starting to become picture day. You know what? I might start giving away. You know what? Friday we could do something like that and then do a giveaway for the best picture. We can have a little competition. We should vote on it between us and say, yo, that's the best one. I'm going to put these two on par this week. I think Spoonman. Yeah, I think so. I like the colour in this, and I think last week Spoonman took it just by a lot of. I can't remember what it was he did. I have to watch the video again, but I did post it on Instagram. But I think Spoonman kind of got it last week. But they were both very good. But yeah, I think they're very much on par. It's a different style completely. I think I like how you can draw this. Man, that's wow. you know. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's artism. But that's wicked.
That's what artism.
Artism, bro. Like not autism. Artism. That's
You mean artistic?
bruv, artism. It's my word. Don't
You
make
sound
me,
like saying
bruv.
autism with a Jamaican accent.
Artism. Bruh. It's a Knight and Dragon. That's what he did. That was a good one last week. That was a good one. Yeah. But that's a new art form on a Friday. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do on Friday. Art form. Anyway, in all seriousness, whack some charts in as Umar sent one. We are here to talk about legit stuff, but it's Friday. We're chilling. We've talked about GJ enough this week. That's always good fun. Let's have a look at this to see how Umar. What was the question? Any advice or fee feedback? I can give you fee feedback. Now it's going to cost $26. Feel happy. Be more than happy to donate to the channel. You mentioned the fee. There's the fee. So donate to the channel. I will give you my opinion. Thing is, man. Right, hang on. It's GJ15. This is what we were talking about earlier, or not? I think that's a very early entry. Based on this time frame, right? We talked about this earlier, didn't we? This is the break and range bit in the morning. What's that? Or is that the afternoon one? Hang on. One sec. Let me just acclimatise myself so I understand. Yeah, that's there, right? So that's the original break level, right? This one. Is that this one? No. One sec. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, I mean, personally, I think it's a bit early. I don't know how you entered, that's the thing, but that's what you don't put on the details. So did you enter as this broke? Because if this start, you know, you've got the thing starting here, so I don't get, did you enter there? Oh, that's what I don't get, man. But he says it entered on the close of this candle, which starts above. That's a bullish candle. No, I wouldn't have said that's a good shout, but it worked out. Maybe you want to see this one start closing, because your idea, dude, you know, is here. You know, this is the play, right? So, you know, look at targets of where you're going from a structural perspective. You've already waited all damn morning for this to bust, right? We did, clearly. Nice to wait for it, well done. Created a support, which is also your target, right? So your target is then, at this stage, right? That's your target support, because downside momentum after break, you would expect a good push. We did. Short support form, come back to retest the previous level of support, which is kind of textbook in a way. Lower time frames, we've just seen that as well. 15 minutes, a good option. For risk reward and potential areas of target, this close there on the 15 is, there's nothing wrong with that. There's an entry at that point there with stops above this level, still targeting there. You probably would have got the same, if not better, risk reward anyway. So just understand where your target is. Why you closed here, not sure. Why did you close at that point? Why did you target that level? I don't really understand it, doesn't explain that. But there's things I think you can improve. I'm not too sure. What do you guys think about entering on the close of that candle? Do you think that's a bit danger? I can understand it to an extent, but it's still a bullish candle, and it's not a small time frame. You get me?
I wouldn't have took it personally, but worked out.
But I was going to say, I mean, if the thing is, because it's not explained on the chart, maybe you were looking at the 5 minute at this stage, and you could understand if that was doing something there. Then yeah, maybe that makes more sense. You get what I'm saying? So, like I said, this is why it's imperative you guys put what you do on the chart, because it leaves other people that are watching the stream guessing. You get what I'm saying? So don't forget, when you look back at this for you personally in your journal, you're going to have no clue what you did, because I know you won't remember. You know what I'm saying? If it's 6 months ago, you won't remember exactly what you did there, because all this chart says basically, I took a sell because that candle finished green. You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. So you entered on the close, that candle stopped above resistance. Cool, I can understand that. But does it make sense? No, zero. Don't make sense to me personally. I don't like the idea of what's explained on the chart. But don't forget, this is to assist you in the future. And for those watching the stream on record, because obviously I know a lot of you guys do after the event, this being live, I mean, this personally is the best option in regards to this chart. That would be a perfect entry on this chart, this time frame. Entry there looking to test the support. Now, like I said, if the guy who's made this was looking at this on a lower time frame, for example 1 and 5 minute, looking for rejections from the top end of resistance in this area, then yes, that might make more sense. But still, understand that that candle did close bullish and there was potential for that to push up. So maybe you could have took it on this candle as we break the low, same stop still, or wait for the closure, which gives you the confirmation of creating resistance, allow it to push down towards the target level, because that makes more sense. That's a lot more solid, easy structure play based on using an entry such as that. However, it worked out this time. If you weren't using lower time frames, be very cautious taking them type of trades, because there's no reason that can't push up and bust back into there. Clearly, we're creating, until we see resistance, there's no reason for that to stop. But if on lower time frame you'd seen it, then it would give you a good option. So kind of each way you can argue the point whether it's good or bad. I'm sure some people would have took it, some people wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't have entered a sell trade after a 15-minute bullish candle myself with wick to the upside with the potential to push back into that zone, because if you get caught up above, then what you may find is you do this in this candle, come down on the 5-minute, react here, create support, and then bust back into the zone of range that you've already clearly marked. So that's why I'll be cautious of taking it at this stage. Right here, I'm already confirmed that we've got the resistance form. It's closed enough, gives me a nice solid entry point. Confident, a lot more. But hopefully that gives you some feedback, dude. You know, do your business. Oh, it's good. You know, see how it goes. Oh, now see, I set out the range and no closures above. Keep a solid support. Loud. It's the thing we're saying about creating support above, close above, but there's no support created above that level. I've got no interest in that. It's a 4-hour zone. Talked about it already this morning. Expect it. Look for potential danger. Well, it's there, right? That's the place. If that ends up being a rejection, we spoke about that, and that this morning based on resistance and support levels on high time frame. Do not test these levels. These levels will batter you. If you see, as we said earlier, low time frame, and you like the idea of support being created above this point, yes, you've got a very good chance to test this high which has been created, which is the break candle, and then allow it to probably more likely push up to this top zone, maybe even to there if you're lucky, which would be a big target point. Until you see closes above that level, there is no trade. See? Doesn't give you that opportunity. It's very, very tough, and that's what we spoke about earlier on the 5-minute time frame. There was an opportunity there to get into a trade, but you were asking it to break, and what you wanted to do, it did break, so you would have got into profit. And there's 2 or 3 opportunities based on our levels to the left, which we spoke about. Maybe some people like the idea of entering on this candle. Maybe some people took that candle as it broke above the previous highs somewhere here. Maybe even on the close. That's a bit tough for me. I think the close was too much. The stops are going to be below this range support level, the lows, and you'll be looking to break this level and look for further continuation, which will be create support and further. And this is the level we're talking about on that 4-hour, where we're now seeing a bit of rejection. Now we're breaking out range. Is it a case that we're now going to push down into our previous support resistance zone, which we clearly marked earlier on if we bust out of it on the 30? You can see what we took. Oh, I didn't do the support actually, but yeah, there's the support level. This is, I'll do that now so we can see. Get me? So that's our level on the 30-minute. That's our previous support resistance 30-minute. Exactly the same as what we're talking about in the 4-hour look, but the 4-hour one you don't see. It's all the way over here. Big business, right? You know that reaction point is going to be solid. Now we're breaking into this zone, and this is why I said I was closing my trade at around this level. Work point to point. Allow the trades to do its business in between. Catch the bits that move out, catch the bits that move down. Don't play the bullshit in the middle. No point. You will cause yourself a headache. So if this closed down below now, again, wait for resistance, sell down to there. Should be straightforward. Maybe we're going to look to retest this level. Or this could just be because this candle's yet to be closed and it's the hour open. This could be a pull back to reject around the top end, pull back deeply into this zone, and then still finish bullish, which would allow us to have a candle like that on the 1 hour, right? Or the 30. That's maybe what you're going to be seeing. So keep that in mind. We've got plenty of time left in this candle. Is this just a pullback to allow that to grab liquidity from this zone, which we spoke about here, and then look further upside, which will, on lower time frames, allow you to see support being formed and further upside. At that point there, lower time frames will give you 5 looking candles that look like this over stupid shitty ones that look like this. Get me? Anyway, you know. All about Matt was sitting there watching. Planning, waiting, understanding structure. I hope people grab that concept. Just Jason, let's have a look. Late to the party. You were up late last night as well. Oh, Scott sent some artisan. Let's have a look at some artisan in a minute. Let's see Cursor's chart first. Alright then. Ready, Miss Happy. Oh, tequila. Yeah, and that's very sensible. I think looking at that, what you were saying there, if you create solid support above that level, I would be very interested. The only thing I'll be paying attention to now is how long does it take to get up and above here if you look for a buy target above there. So obviously you know the move started down here already, right? So there's range, you've clearly got mark, which is solid. Buys makes sense if you create support above here, so this would end up the target wherever this goes to. Yes, this would also be a potential area, as would this, to pay attention to, right, from outside. This move between here and here should be pretty nice. Now, to be confirmed in a comfortable situation, I would like to see something like support formed above there, right, to like retest the zone potentially, which is your resistance point here, and then look for further upside. But the only thing I'll air of caution now on this 4 hour, because this is a high time frame candle, these movements you see here will be based on the lower time frame showing that, not like you said you wait for 30 minutes, cool, wait for that, that makes more sense. But because you're viewing a 4 hour, you would want to get past this area because it can clearly cause you a problem. Still, it's nicely moving now, but we've got big news coming up shortly, which is something I'd really take into account going forward. If you don't know how to check news, for those that don't, because I know people are asking that question right now, in the link down the bottom, no, I haven't got permission or any affiliation to them, just use the chart on the website. It's pretty sick. That'll point out when, obviously make sure you set your time zones correctly, and then you should be able to see options going forward, you know, things that can potentially cause you danger. If there's heavy news coming up in the market, stay away on a Friday. Well, actually most days, to be honest with you. Alright, where's Scott? Appreciate Scott popping in. Don't forget to like stream people. You should like everyone's artisan, at least like it for that artisan. It's a very interesting day. What's the thing called? Oh, mate. Oh. What's the... Yeah. I was just trying to remember what it's called. Friday the 13th. Then, Friday then. Hey, that's wicked, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some pictures, people. Get some pictures. Friday artisan. This 3. Although I think, Scott, although you did say it's your first effort, you know, you definitely got it up the game when we're dealing with things like this. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, where's it all gone? Oh, I've lost it. Oh, man, where did it go? Uh-oh. Oh, man, please. No. Not bad, but still, you know, thank you so much for making the effort, dude. Appreciate that. I would have taken when the candle was breaking lower than the previous. Might be I missed that part of the conversation. I don't know what we were talking about there, dude. I can't remember what we were talking about at the time. Sorry. Oh, Carlo sent one in. Well, look, oh, this is a legit chart. I thought it was going to be a video. Yeah. Yep, and that's exactly what you get when you've got a range. And as we said, if you're looking at this on a 5 minute, you can clearly see what we're talking about all morning to explain how the lower time frame works based on structure points, based on there's a level up here. Don't forget 4 hour, which you really want to be paying attention to. You know, either way, wait for solid resistance and support from downside. It makes sense. If you look at lower time frame, you've got the opportunity to do that. If you're only looking at the hour, it's going to be hard to see that process because it's going to take a long ass time for an hour candle, for example, to push up here and then pull down and then see a big fat support created. And at that point, that's 4 or 5 hours. You're not that long. So this is where you need to start implementing things on maybe the 15, 30 and 5 to then give you that option to find that resistance or support. Or again, if you like impulsive, if you watched the webinars last night, we spoke about impulsive entries. I'd be very cautious taking impulsive entries into previous structure support resistance levels such as these. But either way, you know, stops. More than likely in this case it would make more sense to place stops below the range which has been created, right? Because then you'd be expecting it, even if it pulled back, it shouldn't exceed the lows of the range. And at that point you'd be comfortable. Difference between trading within a range over structured movement like you got to the left, right? So keep that in mind. We talked about that very much in depth last night on the webinar. So if you haven't watched it, actually I don't know if they're all uploaded yet. Either way, they'll be uploaded today if they're not finished. I think I had problems uploading them last night. So if you didn't see it, make sure you watch it. Conway sent a chat. Jeez, I don't know if they're open. What do you reckon? Just going to ban us off YouTube. I knew it was going to be something, bro. You're an idiot, bro. Appreciate it. Oh my days. Friday's always fun, man. I wish I could hear the music. That's the only thing I'm missing this end, but at least you like to hear it. Conway, bro, seriously. Oh, someone else sent a real chat in. My colleague. We are actually still here to do a bit of work. But you guys, if you've got stuff you really legit want to talk about, let's deal with it. Send a chat and talk about it. It's cool. Oh, come on now. You've got to at least make sure you can get the fucking shit in the screen so I can read it, bro. Come on. It's very hard if you send it like that. I can't really see much. Try and send it again with some lights so I can see what's up. And then ask the question on the screen so everyone can see what the question is, if that makes sense. Man, that washing machine, like G on point fire, it's like, what? Carlos towers are going to be fluffed up.
Hey, can you hear it again?
Bro, it's just, no, you're good, you're good. It's not super loud. Unless YouTube is rinsing people on YouTube. I don't know. It's not too loud for this. That's a lockdown business. Can't help it, bro. Things like that need to be done. It's like things. I've got things to do too. You know? Who's Peter Suckett? Oh, Peter Suckett. Yeah, I was just going to say, I know who that is, and I was like, no, I ain't going to mention it, but actually I just realised it actually is that dude, isn't it? Yeah.
Code of football.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Come up, yatch. Wow. Who's taking the cell right now? Everyone. No one's jumped in. Sharma sent it again. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for making the effort. Let's see. It does swear down. It sounds like I'm at an airport. Oh, that's better, dude. Nice work, man. It does sound like an airport, like you're sitting there waiting room having a beer, and it's like I can hear these engines in the background going. Alright, cool. So this is our chart. I can't really zoom in. It's very, very out. Let's see if I can zoom in a bit. GU. Alright, cool. Right, look. I ain't being a dick. So are you planning to hold this over the weekend or something? Or, you know, that's a big move for us. I think it's not impossible, but there's a lot of factors there you're going to need to consider in regards to structure, movement, potential areas of rejection. There's a ton of things between there and your target, which is okay. I appreciate that. You know, I know you're looking at the way you've planned it out. Cool. But when you see this, right, let's ask the question, how many percent you up this week? If you're not doing so good, then close the trade and just take it home. It'll be done. Yeah, Carlo, trust me, I ain't being a dick, but you're going to get it. That's what it means. No, I'm serious, because you've got to really put yourself in the perspective of, oh, how are you doing for it? If you're massively fine, you want to allow it running, then let it do its thing. But there's no reason you can't bank something at this point, right? So get something in the bank. It's all right saying I held a 70, 50, 80, 100 pip trade, but end up making nothing. Who gives a shit, right? You see what I'm saying? Bank it up, be done, be consistent, and grow your business. Not worry about, oh, look, I did it so far. Because you don't need to have a 1 to 20 risk reward to be consistent. Yeah, good if it got there, but what are you going to do if it doesn't? You're going to be, what, breaking even? You know, who cares? I don't want to hold a trade for 3, 4, 5 hours and end up with nothing. Just wasted a day, right? That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, do what you can. I mean, if you've got a solid entry based on what you have done, the upside potential based on what you've got there, There is some for sure. But don't forget you've got a lot of news coming up. So see if that's going to take any effect during the day. Also, it's the end of the week. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if you're looking to add more, really understand where you are in a week. You know, that's one thing that I'd really be concentrating on today. Friday, you don't need to over-risk. If you're at 4% in that specific chart, let's see, you know, overall, is that going to be good for you to close now and say, actually, you know, I've had a very good week? Is it a very good week or just average? Or are you having a bad week and this is only going to still make you be... Because we don't know the situation you're in, right? So if you're down 10% this week, for example, and this is a fire trade, don't hold it to try and make 10% back. You need to just plod along bit by bit, it will come. Carlo, don't you trust me? You can easily get kicked out. Look, I told you this could well be pulling back into it to create a little liquidity bubble on our business, you know. Just keep it in mind, we spoke about this earlier, so if people are listening, don't just mean sell, you know. Until that shit's closed, don't mean nothing, right? And as I said, break down below, what to wait for resistance. Resistance don't come, don't blame it as being a fake out, just blame it on you taking shit entry. But we spoke about exactly this issue. Don't be that person. Hey man, Weapon M Games, G even knows what he's talking about, trust. He can promote whatever he wants, you know. For real, you know, it's his stream, he can do his thing. You know, to be fair, he's probably one of the best fundamental analysts that I know from a historical perspective, price points, reaction levels. By far one of the best people I know. But he's solid, he knows what he's talking about. His chart time and work ethic's next level. I mean, if he wants to promote his shit, then fair. You know, people learn a lot. You know, but either way, you know, if you don't like that type of thing, that's what we say, there's a million one streams around. You know, everyone can watch any stream. I know people do, it's quite clear. Especially when people go and watch other streams. I see it here when people don't come here, right? But people resonate with different things differently. They may find, for example, Weeks Don't Lie for them might be their best favourite stream because they learn much more than here, or, you know, or Capital, or, you know, as side effects. There's tons that are going on, right? Nothing wrong with any of them. But it's what you resonate with, what you prefer, do your thing, right? But, you know, the thing is, if I want to promote my shit all day long, I'm going to do the same, right? I can't be arsed, to be honest. I do every so often, so join Slack. So I won't go on the screen. No, join it. If you don't, you're Egypt, because you're missing out. It's good. We've had some good fun recently. The last 2 or 3 days, we've had some, I'll give away OnlyFans tokens yesterday. There's been giveaways hard for fun, just literally a giveaway, just because I was like, you know what? Yeah, we want to OnlyFans tokens, there you go. That's the OnlyFans token. Yeah, we talked about all sorts last night, it was good fun actually. But we did the webinar and then we stayed on for this afternoon, so have a chit chat. Good fun. Break a 30-minute high valid entries. Yeah, if you see it that much, I think you should have been in already. But has it closed? Are you waiting for a close? Send the chart in. What is it you're planning? This is the point, right? This is not that question annoys, but this is what annoys me about TradeDoes in general. People don't fucking make the effort, right? Why are you not planning that? So you should already know if it's a valid entry, because you plan. So what you'd have said, well, okay, if we get here, I'm taking a buy, for example. You already know that. So all you're doing is sitting there waiting for it. Why have you not planned that for the last hour? This is the thing, it's not, like I said, it's not disrespect to you directly, but just in general, I get that type of question all the damn time. Why do you not know that? You know, why are you not waiting for that? Are you already planned that? Because you should be entering already, right? Same as we said, be aware, is this going to be a liquidity grab? I don't mean buy it, but is that going to be a potential pullback into the zone to then move into the next zone, which is what we spoke about. This bit in between is a little bit of a dead zone between the 4-hour support level and the 30-minute resistance level. It's kind of a dead area, right? So between here we could get range of nastiness, which we're clearly starting to get. Now we want to get into this zone, we need some legs to bust this little level, which is proper important if you pay attention to the left. That's what we spoke about consistently. Until you see closes above the support, that has not done it. We have to see that to be confident, in my opinion. If you don't like it, you want to take interest as you break, you'd now be in drawdown from this one. You'd also be, you know, dead probably by then. You would have probably held a 30 drawdown. Well, 25 drawdown. But like I said, you should be planned ahead. You say get banged, you know. You've got to plan ahead. And if you sat there for the last 2 red candles doing nothing but twiddle your thumbs, you deserve to get beat because you've had all the time in the world to plan that. We've talked about 5-minute possibilities of how to wait for this area to break, look for resistance, look for support, look for breaks and creation of support, target levels. We've looked at potential areas where you can pull back to. We've explained about structure based on the 4-hour time frame here, which is massively key into why we get an issue at this point. As we did yesterday from the downside, which is good, but watch for reactions at your structure points, which is very clear. We've got solid reactions where everyone thinks, oh, it's mine, but no, it's not, because we've still got solid high time frame downside at that point. It's not just going to change unless you see support created. Did you see any? Nope. That's what I'm saying. Plan ahead. Get yourself in a position where you know what you're doing when it gets to a certain price, and then guess what? You press go. What is it you're waiting for? You see what I'm saying? Oh, James Cowley, appreciate you sending it in. I thought you'd left. Are you a Magic Keys developer? No, I'm not a Magic Keys developer. Well, I know the person that do it, did it? Nice. That's got levels to it. I appreciate that. Red shoes, they're probably Gucci, right? So that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. It's all good fun, bro. Thank you very much. First chat. Nice effort. I like how he's using the 15-minute support and resistance level as a pillow. That's pretty decent. Where I've wanted to see level. I like it. Artisan. Real good art. Miller. Let's see what Miller's saying. I think Miller sent some legit charts in the other day. I can't remember. Right. So, DJ 1 hour. You are waiting for support to wait for. Right. Oh, this is your idea. Right, sell candle breaks close below. Yeah, I feel that. I see the idea. I mean, like I said, pay attention on the lower time frame as well. I've got the wrong colour, sorry. Pay attention to this area on the lower time frame for structure. Understand where the structure points are in here. And that's going to be the key points of where you really want to be paying attention to, which is basically where you're saying here, I think, from memory. Yeah, idea makes sense, but don't forget, with an hour, it's going to be a big stop. Target's going to have to be probably, it's a tough one, you know, honestly. Because the target is going to be around that level from structure perspective, but if you start to see hours close below each other hours, more than likely you're going to see continuation at that stage, and then you probably look to test this level long term. So from an hour idea, what I'll be doing is probably targeting somewhere here, in all fairness. That would probably be my target, but I would look to pay attention to here and look for reactions. Now if I have issues at that point, I then will close. Do you see my point? So get into the trade, yeah, solid, but understand what you're looking at on a perspective of structure. So yeah, this is like a resistance level. We've broke down. Either way, we created support, we broke up. Now we're creating resistance. Now, even if we create a higher support than this, and we're going to start doing this, if that's going to happen, don't short sell yourself from a high time frame perspective, because if you're looking at that hour, it has potential still to come and exceed this low, but it's going to take a long time, right? You know, it can do. We know clearly there's issues here and here you want to be paying attention to, but maybe have targets set down here, because your risk reward is still going to, you know, your risk is pretty high at this point from a pip level, should we say. But the idea would be to actually push down to there. If you held that position for that opportunity, but look for reactions around these levels to the left, if you start seeing low time frame support forms, you might want to call it. So it means you can manage that trade as you're in it. You've done the hard bit if you analysed it, you know, maybe you could do that and look for it. Maybe don't short sell yourself there as a target overall. If you see issues at that point, close it. Don't forget you're going to be sitting there watching, right? So if you're sitting there watching, you can take action, not just go, oh, well, I'm going to leave it now. See what I mean? It's a good way of doing it. I think the chances of you getting that's pretty slim. But we will see. Hope that helps you. What if you did a plan and got banged? Well, obviously it's the wrong plan. That would be the key. But how you understand that is important. So you need to then understand why, Louis. So send the chat in. Why did I get battered? Did you take a bad entry because of something? Did you do something else? You know, did you not manage it properly on the downside so you didn't get banged? Did you get banged fully, or did you get banged half? You know, there's a big difference. I'd be very pleased, like yesterday with my entry that I took impulsively yesterday, where I closed my trade and instead of losing a whole chunk that I put on the table, I lost a half. So I didn't want to take a loss. Everyone's going to be pissed. I'm pissed when I lose 24p. But I've only lost half of what I expected, which is a plus in my opinion. For me, it's a nice positive because I managed my trade, right? So I know that side of things is improving from my perspective as a trader. You know, I'm managing my trades a lot better, meaning my losses are smaller, meaning the wins, whether they're big or small, are still going to weigh up because win rate's higher than your losses. You're going to do good long term, right? And that's where you guys are aiming, right, for that consistency, and consistency will be you taking action. In that example, I think it's better to wait for 4-hour candle. This one is bullish, so we have less probability of sales. Yes, Mario, I completely agree. I think leading up to that, now we've got half an hour. That's something you do need to take into consideration, I would say, because very interesting to see how the 4-hour opens. We may get a solid pullback again into this previous zone, and maybe look to retest these levels, the low end, and then still push up, right, which would just be creating a lower wick. That's the thing. You've got to take these things into account. Look at what happens leading up to the 4-hour open. You see something the same each day. They're the things you can really look to try and give you possibilities to maximise with. Is there a big push the last 10 minutes? Is there a massive pullback the last 10 minutes? But it happens every day for the last 20 days. Use that to advantage, right? For a half bang to a full bang, 100%. Because you can take 2 half bangs and still get away with it, right? And still be like, alright, full bang. Quarter bangs are even better. Right, opinion, feedback, great. No idea what you're trying to do, to be honest. Yeah, you've got a green and red box. Are you taking buys now? If you're taking buys now, I think it's a bad idea. But there's no description, so I've got no idea. If you're taking buys right at this second, or you're already in buys, I'd be very, very cautious right now. From our perspective, that's one big ass candle that's now gone bearish and tested the previous low. You would expect that to exceed, and it has. There's no reason that this can't continue down at this stage. Basically, just on seeing stuff to the left, I'll be very cautious. Just look at what's happening. I've been going downside for what, 20 hours, probably more. Keep an eye on what's going on. Don't try and guess bottoms, people, or tops. Wait to see solid structure. At that point, you've got bearish candles. I say on this time frame alone, taking buys is not a cool idea. But you may be seeing something else, but you haven't wrote on the chart, so I've got no idea what you're seeing that's different to that chart. You might have entered or looking to entries on the 5-minute or something, but I don't know, man. So it's very hard for me to say. Put details on there. Talking of details, I guarantee this one's got buyer analysis on. SG, what's up? Good morning. People pay attention. That's how people mark up charts. Maybe not so many lines. SG likes to line up everything on like the 1 minute, I think, or something, or maybe 30 seconds. I don't know. Can't play it. But yeah, this is something that people pay attention to. So SG, nice work. Did you say trades today? Yeah, see, late, dude. That's late. If you're listening, Carlo was talking about it as well. I think unless maybe I'm missing the time. I'm sure this is Carlo. Is this the time where it was like that 15-minute we were talking about here somewhere? Or somewhere in here with the reaction. I'm just reading because it stopped to break even. 8:15. Yeah, so go and have a look about between 8 and half past on the 15. You see some good signs of possible upside, which would have meant you got into this trade. I think kind of as it broke this level, maybe with a close. So, I mean, check it out. Either way, managed to trade well, so it's not really a problem, right? So you close the percentages still work, but it's in my opinion, dude, it's a late entry. It doesn't look like this, right? We haven't got that solid, or we haven't got this to give you the idea that, okay, next one's going to go like a rocket, right? It's just a straightforward one candle. Is it going to continue or is it not? Maybe. It's not 100% sure. So, I mean, it was a late one, right? So, either way, you managed to trade, so it's not a problem, right? So, the ideas, the thought process, the entries, although the entry was late in regards to the actual movement, where did that begin? Where is it? There you go, look. So, this is SG, this is what we were talking about, look. So, here was a potential idea. This candle closed up solidly, same as this one, right? So, these two ideas are in that level. Maybe you want to understand that if you look on the higher time frame, 30 minutes, this was range. Oh shit, on colour. you had a range kind of around this point at that stage, roughly. And at this point you were playing the bottom end of range. Clearly you see our resistance over here that was created before, lower end of range, same thing, breakout, break range, pushed up, create highs, kind of just rattled around in here at that point. Couple of options, that candle gave you an option to look to see if you can break out and fill this wick and continue. Didn't do it, but it did, it would have got you into profit, same as big solid close above, look for entries to then test this level, will it break out and continue? This time it did. So your entries are somewhere kind of around that level, right? So it's a bit late in the move, understand that you're breaking out range already, you've kind of missed the start. So there's nothing wrong with it, but still, like I said, you managed it well, so it's a good one. But I would be more likely probably just look at a little bit lower time frame, then understand where your range is, and then look what would make sense from where you were would be for this. See what I'm saying? Look for support now above this range area. See if you can respect that. If you come back into here, it could be a bit of a nasty one. And also don't forget, the heavy news coming pretty soon. So there's another thing to take into account. Either way, and the end of the 4 hours. There's a lot of things going in, like maybe situations right now. So either way, good chat. Appreciate. What's DJ doing? People getting excited. Yes, move like a half a pip. Again, if it's closed outside the box, then that support's been formed above. Do you think if you want to take it, take it. Not outside that range yet. I will be taking that. Yeah. Put it this way. 5 minutes into a 30-minute candle, minimal lower side. It's a nice candle. We said about the hour continuation, could well break and go up to this level, which is a solid point we've marked up already. It could do, with no guarantee. If you wanted to get in 5-minute entries way before now, which is somewhere over here, breaking up into the range again, lows at the support level, looking to push up if you expect to break the level, right? That's the play. Fact is, we're in a range on any other time frame, nothing's closed outside yet. So if you want to take it, by all means do so. It's not the best of entries. You're literally buying at resistance at this point. If you break through, cool, it'll be a one time that you do well. Because who says it's this candle that's going to break? You know, we don't know for sure. It's starting to push up. Why does that, you know, might end up down here still? You know, we'll see. Either way, do what you're comfortable with. If you like to take it, you can take it. Manage to trade. Same as SG was a bit late in his entry, but you can see how he managed to trade and didn't take any loss. I don't think he took a loss, did you? I think it's a break even. Oh no, he took a percentage and then got to break even. That's pretty cool. Four-hour will close soon, and you may need to wait for 4 hours. Looking at the size of the candle, right? So you've got to look at things, you know, what makes sense. Look at the 4 hour. We spoke about this. Do not neglect what we're saying. This is not no joke area, right? They're 4 hour candles. That's important. As is this, right? We understand why they happen. Where are we right now? This is a big ass candle. If this one next one opens and comes back down here to create a wick to then end up like this, for example, if it does, great, brilliant. You're going to have opportunities, but your opportunities are going to be here when it pulls back and creates support. Get me? But what you're going to still need to pay attention to is these levels. They're not going to go away. So they're the things you need to pay attention to. If we push up now, cool. You can't say you're going to buy here and the next candle automatically just goes up through the roof. I would expect to see some form of wick, but not necessarily the case. Again, it's all down to a personal preference. I don't like entering unless I'm already in a trade, which maybe I shouldn't help, maybe I shouldn't. The thing is, I would have held it for a long time to actually do nothing really extra. I would have done nothing. But from the time I closed, it's moved up to the level I closed, which is back there, and rattled around the same spot. So just a good shout, Martin. Yeah, it was a well-managed trade. Craig led to wood. Nothing on Forex Factory. I would suggest either looking at this one or check your settings. There's definitely news of sorts coming which can potentially cause issues. And it's Friday. You know, everyone knows the market is coming on a Friday. Everything happens on Friday. You think things are working out in your favour, everything looks good, you've got no structure, you take a buy and you get absolutely hammered, you're like, why has that happened? There's no real reason for it. It's like, yeah, it's Friday. You know what I mean? And everyone then starts, oh, well, banks are moving their orders and la 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 la, and just trying to find excuses. No, you just took a bad idea. But you can't help it, man. Don't put yourself in that position, you know?
Yeah. Gonna shoot off
Whatever.
anyway.
Oh man. No, I won't have that. Do you think?
Yeah, I'll give you a shout in a bit.
Yeah. Oh man, no bother. You have a good one, mate. Oh, I'll
Sweet.
speak to you later on, no doubt.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
All right,
Latest
brother.
people.
Peace out. Green Shadow, what's up? Good morning. Late, man. Late. Oh, Capital Hungry in the building. What's up? Hope you're doing well, peeps. You got? How'd you get on this morning? It's nice. Good morning. Nice little pushes this morning and nice entries earlier on. It's quite good. So I hope you guys are paying attention as well. And you did some good business. It was a nice play. So, good stuff. What's up, Jeevan? Hope you're well, man. We had some discussions earlier on. People thought there was beef between me and you. I'd like to clear that up. But, nah, you know, good. So it's nice to see you boys doing all right. So, yeah, nice moves this morning. Some nice moves. I managed to have some good buys from down around 700s myself, which is pretty cool. I was waiting to see how I react at this level. To be honest with you, I'm kind of done now for the week. So I hope you guys are having a good week as well. You're managing your risk properly. Nah, I think it's just, you know what it's like. It's social media business, you know? Mate, serious. I think I said something yesterday about, I think someone took it out of context. I was talking about, people talk about other streams. I was saying some legit streams about, like, yourself, to capital, all sorts of different stuff. And then I said about, most people just like to sit back, get on with their business. No one cares about other stuff. But then I said, actually, Jeevan's one of the ones sort of back in, like, you know, when you're in Instagram days, you'd be like happy to just roll it out. You have to say what you think, right? You know, on point. No one cares. Say what you say. And then I think people thought he meant, yeah, it's got out of hand. So yeah, we're good. I explain that this morning, you know. Tell Jeevan's got Instagram. Nah, he's dangerous on Instagram. Man don't need Instagram, trust me. He causes issues. He's got no chill. He's got way more important things to be doing, but looking after his dudes. Trust. He's dangerous on Instagram. I wouldn't want to pick a fight on a beef perspective with someone like that, but he just don't stop. Anyway, while you're making the effort to be here, people, like the stream, put me up. Like I said, we're kind of done for the day anyway. We're not really looking for anything else right now. We're just kind of having a general chit chat, you know. But yeah, do you guys take trades in Jeevan's thing this morning? Refugees send a like. Gulag gang. Did you guys take trades this morning on the low time frames? How did you manage to find anything this morning? Oh, good, nice one. Any gold predictions? I haven't really looked at gold today. To be honest with you, I'm kind of done for the week. I've kind of lost interest. Well, not lost interest. I'm out and done. Yeah, I did a really good trade this morning. I capitalised on the EN interest rate decisions earlier in the week. I made a little loss yesterday impulsively in London, which was a bit lame, but still. I've had a pretty good week overall, so I'm pretty relaxed. I'm just trying to see what happens at this 4-hour kind of structure point, which is pretty key. Because we know these levels are pretty legit, so, you know, don't look at my lines. It's even like, oh. But no, we've been talking about this structure point, which lines up with our 30-minute structure points as well, so it's very important. We saw the reactions yesterday with the same support resistance levels which we're paying attention to. We can see them levels reacting. Just pay attention to what happens here. We need to really see some solid structure support or resistance at this stage. So either way, trade's been done, and it's now a continuation stage. If you're still in it, great, but I'll be out by now. New 4-hour candle opening for the majority of people soon as well, so kind of a chill day, you know. People have been sending pictures in, you know, having a bit of chit chat. That's it. Made a K. Nice work, you know. That's decent. It's not bad for a little morning's work, you know. Always got to love a bit of extra plus for the week. Yeah, we had some good ones too. It's been a nice week. It's been interesting. And the structure yesterday was fire. For anyone waiting for downside after the breaks from the top side levels, once we started to see that structure formation and solid downside movement, it was straightforward entries. Very straightforward. Most time frames giving up good opportunities, and you can really ride that down all the way to, well, 138 would have been targets, but then further than that, easily into the, you know, mid 137s based on what we had to the left. It seems nice to see. So EN's been the one we've been playing with a lot recently. We've been kind of selling that for like 2 weeks, man, on and off. It's been cool. Just looking at further upside at the minute, just in case this news is going to create a bit of mashupery in the market. But either way, we're looking at kind of as we come to the higher time frame levels, what we've been seeing is on the dailies we've been seeing a pullback previous day before news kind of kicks in, like a big liquidity grab before we push down heavy over the next couple of days, which catches a lot of people out because they think trend or overall structure's changed, and then we start to see people trying to bust buys in there when clearly it's just kind of grabbing a bit of liquidity to smash through home heavy higher time frame levels, especially the daily levels which we've been dealing with recently in weekly zones. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this news. It'll be interesting to see. Where did you get what did you do? Take buys, I assume. Where did you get buys from? Where were you looking? I guess you're playing 1 minute like gang style. So interesting, man. I watched one the other day actually when I was in the afternoon. I had some time I was watching. It was interesting, really interesting. Yeah, let me know, where did you get your entries on the low time frame? Were you looking for entries above here, or did you take entries right down the lows? Because I know Jim started way earlier than I did. I think I took probably trades around the same time, because I took trades before the stream kind of started, or around the same time. Shout out to Kenya. What's up? Alexis Clare, never heard of that person. That must be a proper waste, man. You know, like a big girl. Either way, get ahead. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it a day because I'm done for the week. So hopefully you guys have had a good bit of fun this week. It's been interesting. We've enjoyed it. We've had a bit of fun with other people as well, which has been interesting. Like we said, we kind of planned this out, paying attention to what we spoke about earlier on. Watch out for this 4-hour open. Let's see what happens. Look for your solid structure points. If you can find entries, cool. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't force things. If you're not having a great week this week, don't try and rush it and try and catch everything back today. You're just going to make it worse. Pay more attention to looking at why you're making mistakes, right? Look for people to look for assistance. Big places like Capital Hungary, great place to look for a bit of analysis, understanding of, proper pinpoint stuff. It's really, really good. From a fundamental perspective, there's not many better. Really respect that work. So, I mean, that type of work ethic is stuff where people really learn. If you're struggling this week, instead of trying to take trades this afternoon, don't go wasting stupid entries. Go and get some assistance. Wickstone lies on in about probably an hour or so. That's at the bottom of the screen. Go check that out. Go give them a like. Make sure we like my screen. Make sure we hit up Jeevan from Capital Hungary. Maybe you should get Instagram because it's always good fun when man's on Instagram. So, yeah, little shout out, gang. So, anyway, appreciate it, people. Have a great weekend. Anyone that's on, obviously, the private groups and stuff, top right corner of the screen, don't forget webinar Sunday, market outlook, and then obviously what we're planning ahead. We'll see how we go. So have a good weekend. Stay safe. Trade in a sensible manner. Don't be a waste, man. I mean, peace out. Oh, I've got to do it. Latest people, because there's no one else there. Have a good one. Yeah, I know, Mo. It's all right, man. I'm just doing some stuff. You know, I've got you. I know you're still here, dude. So, I'm going to put my bank details on the screen in a minute so they can all, like, steal my money and stuff. Hope you're good anyway. Hope you're having a good day. It's hard for me for you guys that are in that bit.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome to TraderTV.live. North American stock futures back in positive territory once again this morning as the post-election rally continues as we head towards the weekend here. Trying to wrap up the week on a positive note. We did see a little bit of a pause once again yesterday that we were talking about throughout the show as we continue to see money coming back into some of the stocks that are set to benefit the most from potential vaccine and everything getting back to normal as far as day-to-day life is concerned. The Dow was down more than 300 points early on yesterday, but end of the day relatively flat. We had the S&P down about 1%, the NASDAQ down about 1.6%. So we'll see if we can get back into positive territory heading towards the weekend. All kinds of earnings to get through this morning. We have Disney, we have Palantir, there's EV makers going crazy this morning. Li Auto posting better than expected results. And oh yeah, DraftKings. What a move that thing had in the pre-market. We'll talk about DraftKings coming up. It's Friday, November 13th. Yeah, November 13th on a Friday, 2020. TraderTV.live starts now. There's a look at Asian markets from the overnight session. Bit of a mixed story once again. Shanghai higher, everything else relatively unchanged. Let's go over to Europe and see how things are shaping up. Pretty mixed so far throughout the European landscape. We'll shift over one more time to North America and see, yeah, nicely positive here to start things off. The Dow up 0.8%, the S&P futures 0.7%, NASDAQ about 0.7 as well. You can see Brazil up about 0.5% there. Crude oil to the downside in a big way today. Some of the energy names I did see in negative territory, and gold higher to end off the week as well, about 1% for gold. Good morning, guys. It is Friday the 13th. Oh, well. There's some earnings, lots of earnings, in fact, to get through this morning. Li Auto, very impressive, with Palantir to talk about. DraftKings, Sean. Wow.
Brennan Jinx. Whenever you mention one of these names high flying to the upside, it's like it has to turn around a little bit here on DraftKings. There was a quick little question in the chat from Marlon. I see Sean's got the nice hoodie. I'm rubbing my hands to the cold, but my hoodie fits pretty well, all the different sizes. So I don't think it fits large, but Sean's gonna leave it on there. I'm interested in his thoughts. I think the EV space, let's be honest about it, that's where we're gonna be all going today. Strayed a little too far away from Neo until the afternoon. Make sure we get back on that. There's big earnings to get to with Disney and Cisco as well. You just gotta stick to what's moving, and there's no way around this Li Auto. And of course DraftKings, which is trying to level off around the 45, 50 area.
Yeah, DraftKings today. Well, I think we'll probably take a little bit off here. And those of you I was talking with Marlon in the pre-market, long 38 or something off the call that we made last week. We could have got an 8 point on DraftKings. I got a little bit of a better price, 35. But we'll see right now. 45.50 right now on DraftKings. Yeah, look, our Neil just mentioned it there, Brendan. We're going to go over it. What we're going to do, if you're just joining us for the first time, thank you and welcome. We do have our morning movers. It's a free watch list. On here is going to be every single name that we're going to discuss coming up, and a little bit of a write-up on what happened and why they're on there. There's Disney, Palantir, DraftKings, Li Auto, Neo. They're all here. Farfetch, Cisco. They're all on this list, guys. Sign up right now, Valeria. Drop the link. Get that, and let's start discussing it.
Yeah, we do your homework for you even. We come join us at 9 o'clock and we'll come up with a trade plan before the open. Let's jump right into things here. We'll have a look at what's coming up a little bit later on in the show. Brand new video coming your way. We're going to discuss the Hertz delisting. Sean's very upset about the Hertz delisting and the move to the OTC markets. Our friend Jeff Mendel, a part of this video. So we go right to the source. We bring on Jeff. We talk to him about the process let's get it started. Yeah, lots to get through before 9:30 this morning, guys. Once again, if you have not done so yet, sign up for the watch list. Join us at 9 o'clock every single morning. We touch on all the stocks that are moving around in the pre-market and discuss a little bit about why and how we can approach trading them when they do open at 9:30. Blowout earnings as far as Disney is concerned, much better than expected. Obviously, there was a loss because of the theme parks pandemic-related loss, but everything else, including Disney Plus subscribers, way better than expected. 73.7 million versus 65.5, so big number there for Disney Plus. They kind of overlooking the theme park thing here, guys, as far as Disney is concerned.
Yeah, look, obviously they've sort of somewhat shown that they can reopen in this environment to the best of their ability, with the exception, of course, Disneyland in California. There was some talk that maybe they would reinstate the dividend. They didn't, which probably a good thing. Moving into streaming, this is the time to invest. Well, obviously a shift that's going on. So in this industry, you can see this, of course, in major movie releases, and they've already tested a few things out with streaming releases, and that seems to be like it's the future. I think they got the right pulse on this. So I like. I'm happy with Disney here. I actually like the fact. Normally, I wouldn't be all about it gapped up and then is now holding lower than some of that consolidation. This 142 that you saw aftermarket. All that said, it just means that you sort of pick this one up at a price. And I think when I was looking at this morning, I had like a 138.50 to 139.50 range that I wanted to see I could buy in front of. So I would let it break to the bottom, and so long as we can hold that dollar lower, I think that's where I'd be looking to jump into a Disney long term.
Yeah, I'm super excited. You guys know, I think, and I was going to check you, and I forgot. So Disney review, well, that's going to be my largest holding. I don't see it. You guys like to see this in balance locator. I don't even see Disney on here, which is actually very, very surprising. Oh my God, we're going to get to PO in a minute, guys. What is it now? It's coming back down. This was at 52.73 days high, but no Disney on here. So let's just call up. I'm leaving this on here just for a second. I know a lot of you guys and girls like to look at this FCX, one of the only cells, so is MGM there. The casino side of things, everyone else is buying. Krister, hello. My stock shares got $10 so that's good. Okay, so Disney, yeah, 142. I mean, you do have these wicks up here telling you a little bit that we did go up to 142 before coming back down. I don't know. I would like to see it up a little higher than 3.5%. It's suspending the dividend for 2021 January. Sort of expected. Dan Loeb called for that, so I think that's good. Focus more on Disney Prime Plus. I was not Disney Plus, but you know what? They lost $3.5 billion in their parks. Not great. We'll find out what they want to do today with this stock, but I don't know. I'm just going to use like yesterday, 135, 136. We get down there, we'll watch it, or we'll see if we can take out 144. But for right now, I'm just going to watch the futures here. The Nasdaq only up 0.63. I'm not super excited about this.
A bit of a muted start to the morning once again for Palantir. We were sitting here watching this in the aftermarket yesterday when the report came out. It didn't really do much. There was, test higher, test lower. It kind of came back into the ring. So the first report, guys, for Palantir as a publicly traded company, they raised their guidance. I mean, revenue seemed decent, but yeah, we're moving downside here.
I like the raise on the full year guidance, and we talked about that. Someone asked me yesterday at the beginning of the show, if you had new money, would you get involved with Palantir today? And I had said no. So I mean, they're only down 3.5%. It's not a huge loss for them. I like the forward guidance. I mean, it's their first report. I thought it was pretty good. A lot of companies' first reports go the other way. So look, it doesn't matter who's going to be. A lot of the ramp up on Palantir was because of Peter Thiel and Donald Trump, like the connection that they've had. You guys, I hope you know that, and if you didn't, now you do. But yeah, yesterday's blow at 17. We did test a little on there. I got smoked on Palantir yesterday. We talked about that, but now you build this base. I mean, 13.50 here. We're still only a month and a half in on this company, so there's really not much to go on other than we'll watch this 14.50 level. That was somewhere to yesterday, so you can see here 14.50. We bounced off there a couple times yesterday before heading higher, and then basically closing 4 p.m. at 14.70. And we did have a little bouncing spots there at 14.50. So I'm going to go long through 14.50, and then if we dip down here to 13.50, we'll defend that as well, and then use the pre-market bottom of 13.33. Again, it's not going to be something that we go crazy in. We did see that there was an imbalance on Palantir, of course, and where is it? There it is. So it's small now, 150,000. So really all the interest today is in the EV space. So we'll wait for Palantir 14.50. I'm going to take this.
Yeah, the interest in the EV space it wouldn't surprise me if this drifted down towards this a couple sessions ago is 13.17 here, so like 13 even, I think, could be the dip for me in Palantir. I'm also very interested in this previous high, which is also chopped 15.50 to 15.60. If we get up into that range and run out of any kind of steam, that's where I'd be looking for short on Palantir. Other than that, it would be a failure at the top, which you're $3 away from that, so let's not think that's going to happen here.
Okay, let's go on to DraftKings here. Still up more than 10%, but another one coming in a little bit so far here in the pre-market. Big numbers for DraftKings. Revenue more than doubled in their latest quarter. The unique players number, 64% year over year in Q3, and the average revenue per monthly unique user was up 34%. So nice number right across the board.
Yeah, I think that's first mover, right? I think that's why we want to talk about it.
No, 100%. I think that's what it's all about. And look, things are when you talk about sports gambling, things are going to get bigger and better. Next year, my anecdotal evidence is I'm not even into golf, and I'm betting on a golf pool because what else is going to do these days? So look, actually, we're just talking about this consolidation as we came on here, right at 45.50. So when I broke this level down, I was looking at this when we were trading up around 46. So there is the off chance that it breaks through, and there obviously isn't any kind of a buy through that price at 9.30. So we do have to dip down a little bit further into how far we can go, and just let's quickly look at a higher time frame so you can see. First, just have a quick look at 46.60. If it crosses through there, I think that's a breakout. That's the other reason why I like to break at the top at some point. If we do dip further than that 45.50, I'm looking at this top end range, 45 even, all the way to this next top, and it's like $1.50 worth of the range. So it's a really, really big target window. You're gonna have to be very patient if DraftKings falls too far to try to buy the dip. But you saw the 50 period and this pre-market high. I don't love breakouts lately. I prefer buying the dip or being a little bit patient, but it's hard to ignore that 46.50.
And you guys know I love breakouts, and I do love the dip on this one if we do get in here. You're up 11%, so yeah, you can get down to that'd be fantastic. But this is a good one here too. We've been bouncing off VWAP here a little bit. It's 45.50. VWAP is somewhat important right now because you are at 3.6 million shares, so it's 29.12, but I will go long if you break 375 here. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, maybe 80, 85, something like that. But we're going to give DraftKings a go here and break in 45.75. We have Elizabeth Miller, one of our guest traders of the day that's been on with us before, coming at 11 o'clock. So get ready for that if you're an Elizabeth Miller fan. 45.80. I like that to go through on DraftKings, aka Donkey Kong.
All right, you guys were talking attention on the EV space today, and let's get into one of the reasons why. Li Auto, big mover in the pre-market here, better than expected results right across the board. Decent numbers here right across the board. In fact, the revenue, the per share number, even the vehicle delivery number up 31% on a year-over-year basis, 8,660 in Q3, so not a bad look there. They also forecast higher both deliveries and revenue going forward here. So here we go again. This one is fading back pretty hard here, but Li Auto back to the upside.
Absolutely. I see in the chat there. I'm not in NASB, Chris Schrum. I did get in and out very quickly in the pre-market like 40 minutes ago, but I'm not in that one. I would watch out because it looks like it's trending right through an area range that I just talked about, 29 to 310. So I tread carefully short in that one if it gets to that 320 range to the top. Just to go back to Li Auto, and obviously, look, we all know what's going on with this space, but you look at this sort of pullback, and again, when I was looking at some of these levels, you have now broken through some of these pre-market like this 38, so you are having to consider that this has already come back 10% just in the pre-market. That is a rather heavy sell-off. There is a chance that we could get any kind of like a 50% sort of retrace play between this little gap here. So maybe it's going to be 35.50. That's the next level to the downside. That's what I had written. I was looking to see if there would be some play at 38 to 38.50 at 9.30. Obviously, that's not the case because we've broken through. So I'm looking here to 35.50. If it cannot break and hold back above this 38.50 to 39 range, we might actually leave it as a short play for the first little bit here. And like I said, anticipating 35.50. If it turns there, that's where I'd like to pick up the bid buy. I'm actually going to be looking at NEO as well today. I think got a little bit away from that one yesterday, looking at XPeng and some of the other ones. So we've got to make sure we stick to NEO.
Yeah, no, NEO was a monster for us yesterday, and yeah, we had $44 or something, so we bang. Okay, Li Auto, I'm loving this one. What did I just put an order in actually for it. 38.30. So if we break through 38.30, which is basically this breakout right here, we're going to go long. Okay, and look at this, guys. DraftKings are already long, and it's already 16 pennies in the money, and try to take out 46. So there's that call that I just gave you guys, 45.80. I actually got 84s on this move. So I'm going to wait. It's a small position. Like I said, it's 17 minutes. Well, now it's 15 minutes before open, but we already have DraftKings. It's already 16 pennies in the money. It's not the size that I want to take on it. So, we'll wait on it. We'll take a little bit out here and watch what happens around this 20-30 level here. We'll get some out on the upside if we can, and then we'll reload DraftKings on the bottom. But yeah, Lee Auto, guys, don't make the mistake. Yesterday, I was 9 for 10 on stocks, and I think you can play the breakout again on Lee Auto. It was a banger yesterday as well as XBet and Neo, so we'll see if it can repeat on Friday.
Guys, Neo back on the watch list as well this morning, set to report earnings coming up on Tuesday, next week on Tuesday after market. So Neo, all-time highs. You want to have a quick look at Neo here as well?
And I think coming in last to report earnings, if I'm not mistaken, all is major players that I can think of. Look, we're going to be defending this 50 level. Certainly on the day of, maybe Neo will sell off into it. I've had most of my success buying dips in Neo, and then waiting to short this stock until the afternoon. And there's always been some good ones like yesterday. So I'm going to be watching 50 to this little 51 range. If we get any deeper, you've got to be all over this 47 to 48. I think once it gets in there, I don't like standing in front of the sword, and I wouldn't do it here in front of 50, but 50 break. I think I'd want to catch like that rubber band action, maybe we snap if we can get in 47. I think seeing how Lee Auto already pulled back in, it's not crazy. I think Neo could. The only reason why I think we might actually hold that 50 is as Sean showed you there. Maybe we can have a look at it on the imbalance look here. You did see by far the largest imbalance.
Reading what people are talking about on the chat here. Yeah, you guys like the sweater. Yeah, pick it up. We do have it there on the site. This one doesn't say I'd rather be trading, but this is just a straight. Okay. All right. Lee Auto, we're talking about that, but I think we're talking about Neo right here. Let's put up the imbalance look here, like Neo mentioned there. Here you go, guys. 2.5 million shares to buy on Neo, and we have 560 on XBet as well, CCL, and then there's Fister. So, yeah, that's about it for the autos. It looks like for now. I still like Ford and GM. We've talked about that over and over again. Okay, Neo right now making the moves down to 50-50. That looks like I wanted to hold that. Obviously got a psychological level of 50. Don't forget something. We're kidding about it being Friday the 13th, but it's also options expiration. So you are going to get some people today that are pegged to the 50 level here. So you may get, and again, I assume there's going to be more calls out there than puts, but you're going to have to get people that are either going to have to sell or buy shares to cover some of these options. So I think we could get another little squeeze here. Someone asked about what this line is. Yeah, it's volume weighted average price. This is a 1 minute chart. So that, and I believe in it now, 16 million shares. Remember, volume weighted. So if you have volume, it should tell you its story. This is 51.60 here. This view up, I'm taking it if it gets back to it and breaks. But we're still 12 minutes, man. I got to stay away from Neo until that happens. But we're going to be looking for, a pickup down here in the low 50s. And then if it does break anything to the upside here, I just hope I can watch this many stocks. I mean, we've got DraftKings, we've got Lee Auto, we've got Palantir, everything I'll watch here. It's going to be a busy one.
Busy one indeed. Next one here, the earnings train continues. Online luxury retailer Farfetch reported way better than expected earnings as well. A bit of a surprise based on everyone staying at home, ordering more stuff online. There was also a JP Morgan upgrade on this, so they raised their price target 62 to 262 from 48, and actually reaffirmed their overweight rating on Farfetch. I wanted to show this daily chart, guys. Like this move in just the past couple of weeks here, from $28 to $50 today for FTCH. Not one that we talk about.
Not usually. And look, it's not 150,000 shares pre-market, so not normally the amount of volume, obviously, that we'll be looking at. But when you have a catalyst and when you have a push like that, it's going to be hard to stay away from a couple of things. I do see you see that gap up to 51, holding below a psychological level like 50, a strong move like that into the push. Sometimes you get those, whether it's price target raises or upgrades, and then the top of the move is in. Sometimes the major players come. So if it doesn't break 50 off the open, this just feels like a retracement sell to me. It's just going to be trickier. Like when we do this on other names, you've got to think about the spread being usually better. I see a 15-cent spread with not a lot of liquidity, so it could be tricky getting in position. But if it doesn't break 50 off the open, it's got to be some
Yeah, far-fetched. I mean, this looks exactly, not exactly, but it does look like it's top right. This is still near. Wow, big size there at 51. Remember, we do have the imbalance look here. We'll get to them in a minute. FTCH, I'll give you that on the screen. Yeah, up 11.5%. Wow, that's a big one today. I like anything breaking out. I like that JP Morgan upgrade there. I think when you get positive earnings and then you look like this on the daily chart, I mean, look at the daily chart here. They're exploding on this Farfetch. And there was a rumor, I believe, last week, Brendan, about it was Farfetch. I don't know, I forget who it was, but someone was talking about taking a stake in Farfetch. For some reason, I think it was Alibaba. That just makes sense. Anyway, someone was talking about it, and they were right. And I think that's where this bump came from, 43 all the way up to 48. Obviously, that's today on the earnings, but we got these bumps last week there, so I'm not sure. There was somebody that was in.
It is Alibaba.
It was Alibaba.
It is Alibaba.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. Good. Thanks. Alibaba interested in this company, so and I'm interested in Alibaba. So $50. Let's take the break. If you really want to take this, $49.50. I'm going to put an order in to get along at $49.50 on Farfetch, but I am very, very careful of the spread. Although it only shows 2 pennies right now, remember, you're looking for on lots, right? That's where these come in. So it's this level 1 that shows the 100 show lots. So actually, not bad. 49.50 on a break here of Farfetch. I like it.
All right, guys, let's talk Cisco real quick. Another earnings name, big move in the aftermarket yesterday. Want to make sure we get to a room here and talk about the overall market. So, thoughts on Cisco moving higher?
Okay, I want to try and get excited about this one. The thing about Cisco is you get this little break and you're right into this little target zone, this little technical level, 42.60. I think that's going to be, there's a really strong likelihood when I see something like this, you're probably going to consolidate around this range, maybe even pull back into the 40, which would set me a little bit better on this positive report. I think we're going to have sideways action around this 42 to 43 area, so it's not a heck of a lot of room to run. There's still some, and I think the fact that it's holding sideways here with not a lot of volume, not a lot of push to the upside, you know, I'd be hoping that it dips into the 40 range because I'd be very, very hesitant to take a breakout in Cisco when there are EV names to play. We just went over Farfetch. I mean, you know, I'm looking at some of these small caps that are moving here, and before we go to a room, a couple of times people have asked about, I do have a position over in CBAT. You know, so lithium battery makers, obviously you're going to see a bit of a push to the upside. No specific driver here in terms of news. Obviously, the entire sector of space moving to the upside. What I liked about it, this consolidation, sort of the first breakout on volume prices down here around this 520, and they had like a 520 to 550 area. So it fails at the top at $6. Once it makes this break into that target range, I'm shorting in that range. But this short, I am covering at 550 off the open. I don't want it to break higher because, you know, I've been burned by this time and time again, and then I miss the re-entry if it fails off the high of the day. So I'm just going to go into this one. If it breaks 550 with any sort of power, I'll be out of it just shy of that. So I'm listing about 25 days on this. And I have some targets in front of 5, and I'll try to hold half of it to see if it can't retrace towards the bottom. But this one, I'm treading a little bit cautiously with the
All right, yeah, let's go back over to Brendan. That's a good coverage. I mean, Cisco's a big one. We have ACB. Do you want to talk about that quickly?
Let's bring in a room here. First, we'll have a look at the overall market. We'll talk about the futures back to kind of the top end of the range here. But looks like we're moving a little bit lower here. Arun, what are we looking at today?
There's a couple levels. The low from yesterday is still in play. The top end from yesterday. So that's moved up to 35.80 from 35.75-ish. So I'm looking between 35.60 going up. I'm looking for some shorts here. It is drifting down at the moment, but hopefully we can get a nice little pop off the open that I can actually sell into if I get enough. If I can read into it enough and get spread from selling, I'll sell into the open around 35.60 if we can get there. Now on the bottom end, I'm looking at 35.40 going all the way down to yesterday's low. Actually, we don't have to go all the way down to yesterday's low. Just above it is 35.15. I think we've got just below it, like 35.12 or something like that. 35.15, there's a little bit of pockets in the pocket of support below 35.20 going to 15, but there's pockets all the way down to 35.40. So if we get below 35.40, I'm going to start from the close. I'll use that 35.15 as a stop. Couple areas to look at: 35.60 going up to 35.80 for shorts potentially, and of course going down 35.40 going down to 35.15 for potential longs. So those are the only two areas. It is a Friday. It could turn exciting at the end, given that it's end of the week. It's Friday the 13th. People sometimes get superstitious. A lot of traders do. So we'll see how this one turns out at the end of the day.
Great stuff. Thanks so much. Yeah, superstition and trading, how? Never happens. Let's let's talk about, there's that little Solo in the EV space as well. Solo reported better than expected earnings. You can have a look at that. Let's talk ACB though, guys. Multiple analysts out with a positive note on Aurora Cannabis, talking about both 2021 and then all the way through to 2023 and their projections as far as ACB getting profitable.
I just took, yeah, good luck with that. But I just took this right now. I guess it broke. I mean, I'm long at 31 here, so we're just long off the bid. You can take it with me. I want it more if we break through 750. And again, it's just one of those. There's really no levels here. I mean, unless you really want to wait for 8 up here, which is where we bounced off yesterday. I think it's worth taking a little shot now. We did have 750 right here, 760 actually right here. Yesterday where we stopped before dropping both times. So a run from 730 to 750. So that's a level today. I think we can go. We just took out a little bit there, 4 pennies, whatever, on this one. It's a bigger position than most. So 740. I'm just going to wait for 750. I mean, that's where I put the order in. We're going to go long on ACB today. Look, we catch an upgrade, and I like it. So right now we're long at 31. It's already trading 37s. It's a nice little 6-penny winner. We'll put some orders around 50 to get out, and then we'll go long and break at 50. I like ACB, so it's we Batman in the building right now.
I don't love ACB, but I like it today. There was that 650 buyer. You're forming a bit of a wedge after it puts a higher low at 7 even, and you're doing the same thing again today. So, whether it's defending a 7 even break, I actually was looking at the 750 you're talking about there, Sean, but it's just round number bias, I think. That's the culprit from there. So I'd love to be defending 7. Got to have a look at that. I don't think it's crazy to think about an 8 even break, especially even if it happens later on in the day or just one in the session like a secondary push. That obviously is a big one.
All right, guys, let's talk Hall of Fame resorts. We mentioned this one going back about a week ago. You remember this thing went all the way to 650 on Monster Volume when they announced they were teaming up with the NFL for an alumni, Hall of Fame alumni collaboration. So gapping up again this morning. Yeah, we're up almost 50% on this one. 320, if you go back to that initial day and then the day after it, 320 ended up being a bit of resistance. So just watching 320 up here for HOFE. It was just an update, so the event happened, the alumni event happened, went off without a hitch, was very successful. So that seems to be the only news for HOFV.
Great look there. I want to get to NAV. I mentioned I'm not in this one. I had one in and out short, very, very early on. Too early in the session, to be honest with you. And then there was this test. When I put in the chat there, this 290 to 310 area. I wanted to see it test into this range. It already put in one failure. That's a good sign. I would have loved if this happened at 930. If this had happened right at 930, I would have been shorting at 290. So a couple ways to play this. If it makes another test off the open, I'll definitely give it to this 320 area to hope for a failure. Otherwise, looking to break down below this 270 to engage a short in NAV base. That one firmly on the radar as well. Neo starting to push a little bit off of this, and look, ignore these wicks here. I do actually have an order to get a bit of a dip in front of the pre-market low here. It is consolidating 5150, so if that fails to break on that imbalance number or positive imbalance, I think we could get a dip in front of that 50 for the first dip buy, testing at 50 levels.
What just happened with Lee Auto? Like, now I'm in this one at 40. It's just ripping. I put the order in thinking there was no way we were going to get to this level. So let's get some out at 75 if we can. We're already long 38.44 here on Lee Auto. That just bumped up like crazy there. So we'll get a little bit out here. We're long right now, guys. 38.44. It just got spicy there. Look what it was. 37.40 and then blast. And I was like, what? I'm wrong? I do like the long through here, though. If we can break through VWAP, I'll take a little bit more shares on Lee Auto. But this one already spicy here. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Okay. Okay, so Lee Auto, DraftKings, ACB, Palantir. Let's just check the board quickly here. You want to see Neo's now getting close to paired off. We'll just talk about that. I have no idea what this is. DMYI. It's like a warrant or something. CCL on there as well, and Fisco. So everything getting paired off a little bit, but all still buys with just a minute left here, Neil. Yeah, Lee Auto, we're long. We're going to take it off at 75 and then go long again right here at the open and just see what happens today, right? It was a fun day yesterday, and there it is. Did we just get hit there? No, we're in the money right now, 50 cents. There it is, out right there for a nice little 40-cent win on Lee Auto, and we'll take some more as we go. But already a nice little day on a couple EV ideas, guys. ACB, 7 cents in the money now. DraftKings just looking to get itself sorted out. We are not heavy in this position at all. We talked about DraftKings earlier, and we would like it back down here at 44 and change. So right now I'm just focused on Lee Auto.
Yeah, and I'm watching DraftKings since that 550 didn't hold, so now we're looking for the dip a little bit lower that we're talking about. If you were following along, which you should be, but it's Friday the 13th, and it's not Valeria because she's dropping the bell. That must mean that Randy is behind me. There it is, double thumbs up. 5, 4, 3, and Randy always breaks this thing when he does it. There we go, buddy. Another emphatic bell ringing by our good friend Randy. Here comes DraftKings pulling back in, so immediately we're going to talk about this 43.50 area. I got a bit of a dip buy in NEO as well, so that did trigger 50.65 on NIO, and DraftKings still falling. So going to have to track over to NEO here. We talked about this one being a good one. I don't know what Lee Otto's doing right now, Sean, but NEO did dip into that pre-market low. It's come right back up, and I feel like I don't want to look gift horse in the mouth this early. If you're going to give me 50 cents on a dip buy, I'll take a quarter off right there and just grab some profits. I also have to watch out CBAT. Tight stop on that first little bit above 550. I'll get out if it breaks.
Palantir, yeah, we'll get out if this thing breaks 13 or 14, sorry. We'll get out of this one if it does break that, so we'll wait to see on Palantir right now. But there it goes to the upside. We're long Palantir 54s, guys. Nice couple outs right now, 85s. If we can get that, we will. Good trade. Now we're going to be waiting for 90s. Bang! Yes, sir. Punching that one in the face. Let's go, Palantir. Making all that money right now back. We love you, Palantir. We're long 950 in our own account, and we're long right now, guys. 14.54. Let's go. Look at Lee Otto. Hell yeah. We open up and boom! Big explosions here. I don't even know what to say. Pokeroo. Sean, you're on fire. What are we going to do here today? Lee Otto, bang it out, guys. Palantir, bang it out. We're done. I'm done. We can be done today already, guys. Palantir, bang. Take it, Neil. Let's
Nothing
go.
done over here, guys. Lee Otto, NEO breaking through this level here. 51.75. Got the dip right at 50.65. I already got half out. Now we're tracking like $1.50 winner. I've also picked up DraftKings. It's trending towards its bottom price, 44, the pre-market low. I got some 44.66 here. Now, if Neil comes back in and puts in a higher low, I'm going to add to my position, see if we can't bust to the top here, guys.
Oh, man, guys. Bang. What a day already, man. We're just cashing it in. We'll hit the Papa Wheelies. You know, I should be wearing, though, on this one, a helmet because, you know, we have any damage there, we're going to forget how to trade. But, yeah, what a big day, man. 38, like, look at this. Bang, 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 bang. Lee Otto, man, just making us rain today. Long, 38.44. Bust through that VWAP. We take it, and we love you, Lee Otto. Thank you so much for all that cash as we go. So a big day here already for me on Lee Otto. ACB fading back in. Who cares? We're going to get out at 7 and changes in light position. All these positions I took in the pre-market are light. That's why you're going to hear me go crazy when the Lee Otto goes off, because we take this during the market open. We put on real risk, and there it goes, man, through the roof, guys. 14.85 right now on Palantir. Bang! This is us today, man. Feeling like a gladiator. We've got on the sweet duds right now. Hey, Valeria, I like your green as well. Thank you for the money green, Valeria. Now let's just keep spinning it.
It's
guys.
a weird one. It's got to be because of Valeria. This is the first time, I can't even think of the last time that I was only long at 932, and it is here. And we got a bit of a dip buy here on DraftKings. Just to let you guys know, 45, some resistance. It breaks through 45. I'll start taking some profit. NEO is now a couple of bites in the money as it continues to trend towards the high. I want to see it break the top before I try to get aggressive, take any more out. Brendan, what do you got, buddy?
The other one that we were mentioning there, Solo, is starting to go here as well. It was a little bit late to the party there, but 570, 575 was that high from the pre-market. Just breaking 6 here for Solo, guys.
And there it is, guys. Yeah, we'll look at Solo, but look at DraftKings back to 45. Let's see if it can get going. I'm not even focused on it. We just took out a little bit here. Lee Otto is $2 now in the money. So here comes another banger for you. We hit Lee Otto. Just still ripping high side, man. Ripping faces off. Let's just get out of more and more of this, man. I don't know how high this is going to go. We're still holding a little bit here, about 20 or so % of Lee Otto. We just keep going to the upside. Palantir, look at our best out. 15 off of a 14.50 long. Are you kidding me? El Fuego your boy is right now. This has just been an unbelievable morning. We didn't catch Neil. I know Neil did, well, so that's really good.
We tried to talk about all of the EV space just so you guys would know all about. Take anyone, it doesn't really matter. The only thing not working here is DraftKings is testing that 44. So I got greedy. I wanted to break 45, get at least 50 pennies before I took it out if I was going to risk at least that much. I also got into ACB here. I talked about defending all the way into that 7 even area. It was forming that wedge. So I want to be buying dips in front of that potential breakout. That one's turning to the downside. Neil's doing a great job of holding up at 52 right now. So I've already taken some profit out. You're seeing it hold this 52 level. It is still trying to break out this 5280 top. If it goes, I'm hanging on to this. I'll probably take a little bit out here at 5250 the next time, and then see if we can't get a bigger push. I'm also looking to buy the dip, and I might have to pay up a little further than I expected to get that dip buy on a Neo. Well, the second dip buy anyway.
Yeah, I'll go long Neo off that break too at the high side. So, but you guys, I mean, we are just like loving life right now. Lee Auto like just makes the day right there. It's what an unbelievable trade that was, and then Palantir as well, guys. What an unbelievable trade. Just like we're 2 for 2 on these. We did say wah wah wah. We'll fall down the hole, and I'll give you final one here for DraftKings. Where was that? I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm still hella long this one in the 30s, so that's okay. But yeah, long there. And look, we took this at 9.14, and the best part is I told you that we were very, very light on this trade, and so that's why we can hold this. You're never going to see me take like a $2 hit on a $40 name. This is very, very small, so I'm going to hold the last third of this, see if we can't find a base somewhere here, possibly go back long drafting for real shares on a 45 break, but more work needs to be done on that one. Lee Auto comes all the way back in. I told you guys what we were holding, about 10-20% of that one. We take some out. Now it's coming all the way back. So watch out for this 36 break. We could get a nice little pullback, obviously, in Lee Auto and put a trade on. Right now is not a horrible spot to look at that.
And I am going to get into that NAV. I talked about it breaking back down below that 270. It is making a test below VWAP. I'm going to get into this one in the 60s. Just got some Neo out at 5260. So, like I said, I'll take off a couple of bucks there and let it ride through the high of day. Brendan, what's up?
Here we go. Chinese name starting to pop back up here, guys. VIPs, Bishops Holdings, Chinese name 3.8%. Was a lot higher in the pre-market, worth noting. Following earnings, so they reported aftermarket got better than expected, but big volume there. Downside now for VIPS.
I just got something else. Oh, 5285. Oh, Neo goes all the way to the upside. Okay, I didn't even realize that one. All right, so now we're in Neo. Go, Neo! Bang! We pick up 5285s, and we're using shares on this one, boys. Chicken dinner winners time. Yeah, Valeria running the cash right now, too. So, Valeria, you got to do that again. Valeria feeling ways on the money today. Valeria, go ahead. Do it now. Do it now. There we go. She's sending the love this way. And Neo, boom! Another one for you guys. We talked about taking out that high right there. Bang, bang, bang. We're almost flat on Neo as that one goes. Oh, yeah, and Lee Auto. We hold that. I said this might be a good spot to get long. We missed it. It rips back to the upside. Man, I'm feeling waves today, guys. It's a floss type of day today. Look at the NASDAQ go. Look at everything go, man. This is a fantastic day. Glad you're with us. Wowzers. It's almost... Look. Hydration Nation, take it, D.
What a reversal there on ACB. PDD, guys, the one from yesterday, the big one from yesterday. Another 7.5% here. All-time highs once again for Pinduo Duo.
Yeah, and speaking of reversal on ACB, I'm going to get to Neo in just a quick second here, but ACB testing that $7 area. I'm going to start adding now that we're getting close to that 7 even. Neo on the pullback, look, it got to get me back to this 52. I'm trying to be patient with it, still hanging on to our original dip buy. I'll play off of VWAP if this wants to dip back in, and that'll be the next one to get upside. It just broke for 53 again, so a couple of bucks in the money, a little bit more than that actually. And I mentioned NAV off that 270 area. It just made another test, and another lower high got put in, so I am in the short on this one. Finally, I did have to wait till after the open, which was a little bit discipline on my part. Watch out for that 7 even. It looks like ACB is trending down just a little bit. We did talk about Cisco. I don't want to get too far away from that name. I was kind of hoping we'd get like 40s or so on a dip. That hasn't happened. So Cisco potentially looking like it wants to break through the top. I wanted to defend that 20 price, never got there.
Come on. Let's figure out what DraftKings is going to do, guys. I mean, like I said, we've hit our goal. We hit our goal early today. I said we have to extend said goal, and I'll do that because it's just been too easy for me the last couple of days. DraftKings right now upside. We'll wait on it. I mean, I'm not really super excited about this one. Neo, I mean, we took the break, and I mean the breakouts are just working like crazy right now. 53.50. It's still going to the high side. We still have Neo. That's 65 cents in the money. Lee Auto, $1.70 in the money, guys. And Palantir now 33 cents in the money, not doing much. Take a little more long with the break 15, whatever.
I mean, it's the whole group. Look at XPEV as well. $50 about to go on XPEV here. All-time highs for XPEV.
And look, it's getting ridiculous here on some of these names here. I'm just gonna go back to CBAT as we just crossed like $3 on NIO. It looks like we're headed to 55 rather rapidly. But this CBAT failure at this price, 590. I talked about it. We take some profit, get out at 550. That's what we did to save some money. And now that it wants to hold this lower high after pre-market, I can start thinking about getting in 560, 570 short side on CBAT. I said to tread lightly on this one, and then made a move to the upside on the open. So that's the reason why it just looked relatively strong. That's why I had a tight stop on this name. ACB's holding 710. Looks like I might not be able to get some at 705. I'm gonna have to pay up if I want to get some buys in front of that 70.
Oh man, I mean it doesn't get any better than this. Look at this reload on Lee Auto. 38.90 guys. Took that out right there for 50 cents quick. This was in about 30 seconds. We took a 50 cent, not even like 10 seconds. We get long. I told you this was a good long spot down there. We get long and get that out right away on Lee Auto. So a good little trade there on that reload. And things are just like looking up here, guys, for us today. Neo coming back a little bit. My out's going to be right where we got in. We've already destroyed this name. I'm not going to hold it back down through where I got in. I'm not about to play that game, so we'll wait on that one going through. We also just did take Alibaba there through 20s. So right now we're long. We should be long 20, yeah. 264.30, and there it is. Out at 50, that's a quick 30-cent win there on Alibaba as well. And by the way, pigs get slaughtered, guys, out of Neo for a big-time winner. So we throw it out on the chicken dinner winners today, guys. It's been a big one. I hope you're enjoying this Friday the 13th.
And just gave you guys that CBAT in the nick of time. Was talking about this little rollover back into this one, 556. I did have to chase it just a little bit. I will take profit out in front of this 510 to 515 bottom. We did see it stall out there before in the pre-market before we're into the upside, so got to make sure we make a little bit of money on the way down here. Just to get back over to ACB, it is starting to bounce just a little bit, and talked about the wedge that was forming. It's always better to look at it in the actual time frame that matters, and this is give 15 minute gives you better perspective. 650, 7 even, continue to form that wedge. It can break from here. Thank you very much there, Randy, for the reload, the Cuckoo Cup. But I got this one at 717. I wanted to add one more time in front of 7 even. If this one breaks through the top, I think 8 is an obvious target to Sean mentioned.
Guys, Palantir breaking through 15. We took more long. And look at these calls, man. I gave you DraftKings. How much is DraftKings up today, guys? 8%, right? Palantir, another big earnings play for your boy. Up another 4%. Let's do it, man. We're killing it in these accounts, and we're killing it everywhere, Brandon. Give us another one, my friend.
Fisker, guys, FSR 15.5%.
Wow.
How about that one? Yeah, $17 taken out there on the open. We're up to about $17.50 for FSR as well.
Oh, man. What a big day this has been, guys. We'll dance the gorilla off right now. It's just been so amazing here. Look at this Palantir long. Like 14. I mean, yesterday I lost on Palantir. In your face, Palantir today. We go long there right now, long again, and now we're just cruising to the upside. So big days everywhere here for you guys. We're really, really proud and happy with the way this has worked out today for all of you as well. I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you're having just as much success as we are here on the show, guys. Let's do this.
And Neo's leveling off at 52. I talked about wanting to buy a dip, but look at how far it crashed back in. So I might have to just take it anywhere in this range if we get any kind of sideways or action, or even a bid that just steps up on the level 2. I wanted to dip by this name. It's looking like it's coming into here, but I wanted to stabilize just a little bit. So I am watching the tape. 51, obviously the 52 is a large range, so you don't want to be a little bit too hasty into getting into this position, guys. ACB's back in the money for me on the long side, and that NAV B basically flat. So there goes Neo. If you chased it, it is what it is. I'm going to try to park it down at 52. I wanted to see a bid step in, and we're just so crazy it never actually happened. I'm going to have to pay up just a little bit, but I want to be certain I was popping here again.
Yeah, we got out of Neo already crushed that one. Look where we got out. And guys, that's the thing. You go perfect on your outs too. Like, I just saved myself $1 there by getting out, right? So I don't think that's, as important for a lot of you guys who don't understand sometimes the outs and where you get them. Because by you getting out right here, it allows you to reload, right? So if you like the long, and again, depends on your shares. If you're not using big shares, then it doesn't matter. You can hold through, or what your bottom is. Like if you have 50-40 as a bottom, then yeah, holding maybe up here is a good idea. But like right now, you can look at view up and think about getting long and saving yourself a little bit here. So we'll wait to see on Neo what's going to happen with that one. Alibaba's going to come out. It breaks 263 to the downside. But yeah, Neo just looking. I'm looking at a longer time frame here. I don't really like it right now. Let's let this thing settle down. See if we get to 50-50. Man, using these spaces are good with that.
And And now I'm going to go with the backflip action here, and I'm going to go back over. Neil just popped back up to 52. I'll get to that, but CBAT, as planned, and twice this week you saw me break my rules. This time we stick to it, and it's going to work out for us. If we break this 510, going to hang on to the rest of these shares for 475 area, and if it gets through this 475, 420 to 440, is going to be the target. $4 was the previous close there, so watch out for CBAT to come back down. NAVB, on the other hand, this one is going a little bit back to the upside. Now, obviously, it made one test and was put in lower high, so a failure to break through 290 is still going to be a good sign. What I will do here is only get more shares in NAVB if it turns down and on the way down off of 290. So I won't let it break 3, and I'll only add my position if on the way downside off of this 290 area. Brendan, what's up?
High flyer, we've talked about many times. Cassava Sciences back to the downside here big time today. 21% on an offering. So they announced an offering in the pre-market there. But this is an interesting level in front of this. $8 was resistance and support. $8 right down here for Cassava Sciences, guys. Down big time today.
Well, I guess that's what happened to the new offer. So here comes Neo. It is leveling off around that 52 area, like I mentioned. There are bids that are stepping up every now and then. I don't know how good they're going to be, but 51.90, I just saw a few buyers step in when it plunged. If I see this level off a little bit longer here in that range, I think that'd be a reason to add to my position. But I've only had a couple of longs. I didn't cover everything from 50-60 down here, but I did add in one time at 52 on that little VWAP pullback, and I waited for it to settle down. 52 was a dip price after it broke the pre-market high that I was looking to get in. Giving you back to ACB here, I like the fact that it's leveling off a little bit here. I've only had a couple of ads, and I'm probably not going to get 706s here, so I can go ahead and cancel that. I'll probably try to add some here between this 10 and 15 range. If it does hold sideways, I got no problem with that. I think that's going to be fantastic. Eventually, the break of 750 to 8 is going to be your target outs. The dip buy has worked so far in Neil, so we'll line that one up and lock those pins down. I'm not really a very good bowler, so I don't know why I keep hitting that one. So again, this will be the last of my position from that 50-60. It's now just the 52 ad that I have. Let's see if that one can run. I will not give this trade all the way back into the 50 like I was going to with the first dip buy. I'll trail this one to about 51.50. Don't want to win and turn into a loser. Let's go to Brendan.
Some of the clean energy names starting to pop up a little bit. There's actually news on this Sunworks, Sun W moving around. They had a merger agreement in place with PEC, which is another one in that space. They've ended that agreement, so no longer set to merge, which apparently is good news because this thing's up 16%, was higher in the pre-market, but starting to move here back to the upside for Sun W.
Okay, we did have that. I think that was on our list. So Farfetch, we did take that one breaking through 49.50. It ripped up $1, honestly, on that trade, but we were not fast enough to get it. I was busy loading up to pay for short, so we'll have to wait for this one, but we are long. New position, that's why we hit the siren right now. New position with the Farfetch. Long off that, and again, this was on our watch list, guys. What we're talking about with watch list, if you're just wondering, like, hey, what do they keep talking about? Valeria, drop the link, please, and you guys can sign up for free. We're dealing with our mail provider. We talked about that already, so hopefully you guys get this. It's Morning Movers, man. It's watchlist.tradertv.live, and where's Farfetch? We just take that out right now. 15% off. There it is right there. That's why we're long. Hey, I thought I had an order there at 90, but it goes to 89. Give me a break there. Farfetch, we just could have took 50 cents, but we missed. So we'll wait on that when our order's upside. Oh, don't get me out now off missing that. Just not very liquid here. 3 million shares is liquid, but look at the spread. We talked about that earlier there. So we may get stopped out here. If we break back down below 48.50, I'm not going to let this one retest bottoms. We just missed a 57.
Speaking of testing bottoms here, Disney pulling back in. We talked about the event that this could happen on Disney and prepare for some little dip buying action. It didn't hold my first target range. That's why I completely ignored it. It blows through both prices. You want to see consolidation on the lower end of that 38.50 to 39.50. If it gets down into this 35 to 36, I think that's going to be more of a stand in front of the sword level than it was higher. So if we get down here at Disney, I'm prepared to buy in front of 136. But Brendan's got a little something for us.
Fan favorite, Co-Diagnostics, 3 days in a row now for CODX, back to the upside. It held 12 3 days ago. There was a little bit of news. They updated their COVID-19 test kit and made it apparently more effective, so more accurate as far as testing is concerned. So 3 days now, back upside for CODX, guys.
And guys, long here. What's my position? Long 39.10. It's at 39.60, so I think we could probably take out a little bit here if
that high of day. Now 53.66 is the current high. Look, is this little dip buy? If it's going to reject here through the top, I got to make sure I take some profit off on the way back down. So it's either going to be here around 53 quarters, or we're going to let it pull back into like 52.50. I just feel like if there's going to be a range bouncing off of VWAP, I want to take advantage of it. It seems like it's only going to go upside, so we'll try to slay this dragon. I should have hit the EV one. That was the one that first hit. I'm going to hold through a break through the top and then look to see what happens if we can get ourselves to 55. As far as ACB goes, you can see we have that long in ACB. I'm not... It does look like it wants to push higher, but I'm not really taking any profits until we get to that 750. We get up here to 35 to 45. That's when I'll get out. 750 is almost like an ad on a break as opposed to taking it out. Brennan, what's up, buddy?
I just saw this save. Spirit Airlines having quite the day here so far. Up, almost 6%. Coming up to a decent level, though, 1925, 1930 area. Resistance in the afternoon, but straight higher so far for save.
Well, by the way, we did get our FTCH there for 40-cent win there, long 50 out 93 there for FTCH. So Farfetch, we did take that. My next out's going to be cutting up here at the day's high. So we do like Farfetch there. Lee Auto, we're not out of that yet, so we're going to wait to see what it wants to do here. I could have gotten out numerous times at 60 for that 40-cent win. We actually just picked up some more down here. So our average price 39.03 right now. I think it's prudent to get some out at around 50 if we can. So that's Lee Auto running the table again for me here, up 35 cents on this position. Looking for more though, guys. My orders are up here in the 40s, but we'll see if we can get it a little bit earlier than that, some 39.50s. It looks like it's having a problem right here. I don't know. It still could bounce, so don't get me wrong, but 39.45 seems silly not to get some out around here for 40 cents on Lee Auto.
Yeah, it just feels to me like, and it's, well, I mean, it's sort of obviously true now that I look at it. You talked about Lee Auto stalling, and the same thing is happening here in NIO. You know, honestly, Sean, this is more the reason to hang on to this one if it breaks through the high. It just feels like always selling short on some of these. Not selling short, I mean selling ourselves short on how far this can go. And Neo, this time I want to hold through the top end break. And I'll be buying maybe a little bit in front of that 52. If it gives me 52.50, I got to take that. It feels like it doesn't even want to give you the dip buy at this point.
Okay, so there's some size there on Lee. So I just, 39.30. If that breaks, then yeah, maybe we go a little bit more long. So I just got some out there. Let me see if I can scroll this to you guys. It's gone now. It's not gone. It's there, but there was size at 39.30 there. So we did get out of a third of our position at 29. There we go. Let's see if we can see it here together, guys, on the list. Let me see if I can swap this down just a little bit. There it is. Oh, we saw it there for a second. Unfortunately, the bookstore, there it is, 600. So that's it's moved down. So now it's 39.10. So this guy's following this down. So Lee Auto could be in a little bit of trouble here. Size following down on Lee Auto, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing the same thing on NIO, but it did just drop. And the second you showed that size, I saw us drop a little bit there. Now, CBAT, I just mentioned in the chat, I still have this one short. I'm now looking to add to my short position, but I needed to roll over. It just retested this 550, which is my pre-market out. If it rolls over short or shy of this 585 top or 590 top, I'm going to add to my short, not take anything off, especially if it were consolidating below 550. All the more reason to get into more share short. I'm bidding out in front of 510, 525 with that break. That'll hold half the position. Brennan, what's up?
Another clean energy name just popping up here. Big volume coming into this one. Polar Power. You remember POLA, 14% now. Just started going, so wasn't really doing much off the open, but volume coming in now for POLA. We're kind of back into some significant levels here on the daily chart.
You have to take solo breaking through 50. I mean, this stock is nuts today, up 54%. I mean, I guess people are getting squeezed out. There we go. We take it there. We're on the 53 right now. It's small position. Like I've already chased this one all the way up. So we'll just see if it continues to go parabolic right here. I mean, a small position or not. I mean, if we get up to $8, this is a beautiful win for us here on solo. So we're still long right now, but we'll wait on this. I'll give it up to 8 or back down to 7. So it either breaks this level right here, 690, or we get out at 8. So I think this is well worth the risk to me on this stock that's just going nuts right here.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed with this one is it had a very significant $6 level. So I do feel like psychologically that 8 could be an interesting turnaround point. 760 is the current high, but eyeballs for me on that 8 level. We have free shorts on this one. I'm not shorting it yet. I'd rather it holds to the upside actually.
One that we haven't mentioned in quite some time just popping up here. Smile Direct Club, SDC coming up to $10 there. Big relative volume on SDC today. There's not much in the way of news on this. They did update their current quarter and next quarter guidance today to the upside. So a little bit of
If it takes down the bottom, we'll get out 43.60. It's a small position from the open, but I understand that it's a loser, so not much we can do there. Neo, look at Solo now, guys. Solo going off a little bit. Back
Yeah,
to
that $8. All I'll say is I'm not long. You are. I would hold an 8 even break. It just feels like that's the level if it goes. You're probably looking at upside halt.
There we go. Put some 77s there on Solo, so a nice little 25-cent win right there. So chicken dinner winner on the 25 cents. Chicken dinner winner on the first part of that one. We're gonna wait to see what's happening with that one. Is Palantir? We take a long again, man. Just keep crushing this one, guys. We're long again at 20. It's at 30. Let's go Palantir. Slap shots everywhere.
Disney does not get all the way down to that 136, but it turns around 137.50. Now trying to test back into that range that I like, the 38.50 to 39.50. If it breaks upside into the bottom end of there, I'm going to be going long any second now once we catch that little break. So let's see what happens on Disney. I'm not in yet. It is still trying to break through 138.50. Neo holding the top. It got to 54. I'm looking at 55. Still holding that dip by at 52. So hopefully we get another $2.50 on that in front of the 55 level. I'm not shorting Neo until either does something ridiculously crazy or selling comes in rather heavily. Neither one of those things is happening.
Okay, 45. Here it comes, man. Just almost like as if we just called that front this bottom here. We showed you DraftKings that we liked it, building a little bit of a base. Let's see if it breaks through 50, and it does. So now we're gonna go long. We just did go long here at 44.50. That was a big ramp up, so I understand that we're playing the momentum here in DraftKings, going long. I don't know if it can withstand this. VWAP is at 61 here, so that may have been a little bit early. We did talk about going some here at 44. The big one's going to be here at 45, but we are in this position, so we're going to put our, we stamp our name on that one and put it. But look at Lee Otto. What a banger that one was, guys. Going long at 39, out now at 40. So once again, guys, the cash register just keeps on ringing for me here. And Lee Otto just going to the upside again. I wish I would have held some of this, but I didn't. Damn it, we were just hella long. Look at this, 40 and change now. Damn you, Lee Otto. We had you, we didn't hold, guys.
Yeah, and I've got the last of my ACB. It actually finally dipped down to 710. Like I said, I thought I was going to get like 705, something off his actual bottom. But I just waited patiently for it to get to the low here. If it breaks back to the upside, I wasn't taking profit at 30s. This time I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, it's a $7 stock. I should be taking 10, 15 cents when I get a shot at it. CBAT just broke 90, so I'm out of that short. That's been a roller coaster ride, but I'm treading lightly with that one just because it felt like a relatively strong one. So I'm not done with it. I'm probably going to try shorting again at some point on CBAT just to track back over to Neo. I know I mentioned 55. It has to break through 54, obviously, first. No trailing stop for me just yet. I want to hang on to this one, buy it if I get a shot at VWAP. It just has not been any hard pullbacks to get me into position. 55 would be an out, not necessarily a short, but I would cover it.
These guys, look at Neo, man. Like, what a good long distance, 52.80. Still breaking to the high side, man. I see you guys want some bangs. We have to wait for a Chaz, guys. We're going to give you some big ones coming up soon. So hopefully we have some bangers for you. But it's been a big day for us anyways already. Like Neo and XPEV. We haven't even talked really. I haven't anyways. I don't know about XPEV. I know Brendan knows this one. Like 15%. Still making moves to the high side. It's Neo and it's Lee Otto. Like, these stocks are so impressive. Lee Otto coming back now. I mean, we could reload this right here on Lee Otto if we need to. But Neo just made 54. Unbelievable. I talked about 50 having some option, a peg to options there, and it looks like, we're writing now 55 calls probably. So watch out here on expiration today. Weekly options expiring. Just think of the low rate for 54 one more time, guys.
Yeah, so I just got triggered into Disney. You will see that one pop into my my little board here. So it's at 138.50, that little area we're talking about. I am going to be watching Solo. I give you the reasons why I wasn't going to be shorting this one in front of $8, but the psychological level of a 6 break, getting into that 25% move, it does seem like it wants to turn around. But look at how shallow its retracement is. If it can't break through 7 even, you might get another push, and then an 8 even break is going to be even better if it happens the second time. Wowzers, already 10 o'clock. That means we need to get over to Brendan. Big screen happening now.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Let's have a look at North American markets here. Nicely positive, as we mentioned. Trying to end the week on a positive note. The S&P 500, the Dow, both about 0.8% at this point. The NASDAQ is lagging a little bit, but very slightly, only half to 0.7% for the NASDAQ here. The Russell, 1.4% back to the upside for small caps today. 0.9% here in Toronto for the TSX down in Brazil. Yeah, it goes on and on and on. I mean, 1%
I look over and it's like I have no shorts on right now, and I see the no short positions on right now, and I see the Nasdaq and starting to roll over. The ES holding up a little bit. Now I've got a little bit of Disney, and I'm not adding to this position until we can hopefully bounce off of this low. You got to see it hold the bottom here. If it doesn't do that, I don't like it as much. So I'm just going to take what I have and get out through the bottom break. If it does consolidate higher, ideally at 138, then I would add to my position in the event that we can run further to the upside. As far as Neo goes, Sean, I'm still hanging on. Of course, I talked about we got that dip into 52 that was worthwhile, and I would still take it in and around VWAP. So obviously, as it grinds higher, you can see that move up. I just want to see us bounce or consolidate even a little bit, and I'll try to get into some more shares buying the dip. Obviously, I missed an opportunity to take some out here in front of 54, but I'll still maintain a bit of a dip buy here. If it crashes through 52.50 and then maintains it to 52, break even-ish is my stop along with 52.14.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so DraftKings right now comes down to 44. We reloaded again. We use 44 as a bottom. We did take some out there, like we talked about, when it ripped back to the high side. And now we're back long at this price, so we'll wait to see. DraftKings, I've talked about this the last couple of days. It hasn't traded well intraday. We've noticed that if you've been watching the show, we have called that out a little bit. And it's just, I don't want to put too much more into this one. But guys, I don't know. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Hopefully you guys are on Palantir today. This was a call that I made a hell of a long time ago. Earnings comes, we get an extra 7% on Palantir. We're looking to go to all-time highs again. We're long still, 15.22. Look at these longs on Palantir. Bang, 14.53. Are you kidding me? 14.50 long Palantir. Long again, 15 break. Long again, 15.20. Now you're up here to 15.70, guys. This is a 45-cent winner as this stock continues to go to the moon upside. Solo, we're still waiting for a 7 break. We talked about that. We've already taken out half up here at 77. And so, again, it'll be a loser if it does break down and we have to get out. But I thought this one was well worth the risk. Not a lot of risk on this one. Basically, the day is waiting on draft. Not the day, but my big position waiting on draft. But see, it doesn't want to go. We're going to get out to break 44, guys. DraftKings, big call for me, up 7%, but not trading well during the day. We'll take the money in our long-term account.
Another one that had earnings, didn't mention it, but Blink Charging down 5.5%, kind of in that space, but negative earnings here. Aftermarket yesterday, you can see for Blink, it's come back to $10. Kind of struggling here though at $10 for Blink.
I'm just having a quick look at it. I this all along today, and then I'm looking at Solo. If it gets any kind of a sideways or a bounce, 640 to 660. If I was short, I'd be taking it out there. I'm not, so I'm actually thinking there could be a bit of a push. As long as it doesn't halt to the downside, I will like this one on any kind of a push in front of like the 650 area. Might be worth even dipping into a long or sideways action here. The ACB just came back to flat, so it continues to make its defensive 7 even over and over again. Watch out for that CBAT. It could break through its high at 615. If it does, my hands are off the keyboard, but I am going short again if it fails at this price. So looking to catch a bit of a bounce play here on Solo, is again, this is where I'd be covering if I was short off that $8 range. So I've got to think at least about taking along from 650.
Okay, guys. Yeah, just out there. It's nothing major. Okay, Palantir still upside. What else did I want to look at here? I want to look at Neo and Lee Auto. They both falling a little bit here. Neo, we gave some back there on that break. We got that break, and then we're back up to 52.50. So we're going to watch out, man. It's bouncing off this view up. I still think there might be something there on this one. Reed Batman is still in. Come on, Reed Batman. Not making a decision on this one. Aurora Cannabis, we're long at 730. We got some out here for about a dime, and then now it's dropping down, bouncing off that 7. So I don't really see anything. There goes DraftKings. We'll fall down. We'll put that one in the gates of hell. As I told you, it has not trading well intraday. So DraftKings falls down. We get out. We lose that 30 cents there on DraftKings plus that initial stop at the top. So DraftKings, my worst position by far, but that's irrelevant. Well, it's not irrelevant. You lose money, you lose money. Look at Palantir, just embarrassing, up now 8%. What a great call that was. Like a little bit of mac and cheesy for you. I was tweeting this all last night. I know a lot of you guys gave some love on Twitter for Palantir call. There it is right now, up 8 and change. I said you'd have to wait till the morning. What's up, dude?
Candy Technologies, another one. If you remember the earnings, they didn't like at all. As far as Candy's concerned, we were down at 6. All the way back to $8 for KNDI, another 17.5%. Volume big time on this one.
Okay, so there's a another bit of a reload. I talked about this 52.50 area and around a break-even stop on that 52.15 dip on Neo. If it crashes through, we'll just take this one off. So far, buying the dips has worked, so this is the target area that we have. The one to actually be careful about here that I'm in, and I did give you a little bit of a look on Disney as to why I was not going to add to this position just yet, but it is now trying to bounce off of this 137. Call it end change, lower, higher low at least. So I get some sideways action, giving me some reason to maybe add to my position like I was waiting to do. If it breaks through the low of the day, I will be out of Disney altogether. But a good place to add here, so I'll pick some shares up if I can, right around this 138 even. Still only giving it to low of day, however. Just tracking back over to Solo. I have added to my position here, so I have 673 off of that 650. If it breaks below 650, I'll just cover that one. I just feel like that's where I will be getting out of short, so maybe it runs out of steam to the downside, and we get a secondary push upside. Brennan, what's up?
Anyone looking at this UROV up 93%? It's a buy-in merger deal announced. 16.25 in cash for UROV. Just trying to find the buyer there. Submitovent Biopharma buying this one. 93% cash.
Ooh, okay. Big one there. 93% upside there. Okay, 93% premium, sorry, on that buy. So good little look there. Thanks for bringing that to our attention, Brendan. And I want to bring to everyone else's attention Palantir, as it's still, guys, making move to the upside right now. $6.50 win, $6.50, 65 cent win. I wish $6. Upside here. We'll see what it can do. Yesterday, Palantir, we saw what Palantir did yesterday off the open, and this is the highest it got since then, 15.30. So we're well above that. Yesterday's action on Palantir, that was the afternoon. Let's just see what happens. We ripped to 17, and then we just fall back down. What kind of levels were we at? And then 15.60. I mean, we're well above that. We're at $16 now. Yeah, there's nothing here on Palantir. It's upside right now. We take some out. See, these drops is what scares me, which is why I'm not putting any more big capital into this trade. We're already got 65 cents in the money. Now that's coming back down. We'll look for a reload, but it has to be in the 15 area near view up, guys. Let's not throw all our money away trying to talk click again on Palantir. But 9%, guys, making this boy smile as we go. It's just been a big day for us today, and I just hope that you guys are able to cash in as well, especially on this EV space.
Yeah, I mean, crazy action. I see you there, Eric Meadows, one of the members of our chat. There was the rejection at CVAD at 6 even. At that time, my eyes were peeled on Solo getting a bit of a bounce play on the long side. Look, that's actually trending down. Neo was pushing back up for him, but I did miss that roll. I tried to tell you guys what my thoughts were on that trade. I didn't catch it at 580. It is looking like it wants to hold this lower level at 6 even. If that happens, I'll try again to short it probably about 570. It's already 1010. And there's plenty of names on this board that you're going to like or be interested in. Let's go to Brendan for some upgrades and downgrades.
Hey, yeah, let's get you a few more symbols to have a look at, upgrades and downgrades on that side today. Interesting names on here. Cheesecake Factory, Disney, Hexel, and this is Pinduo Duo, 8.5% to the upside. Earnings yesterday, a whole bunch of upgrades today. Kodiak, Palantir did get a price target decrease, so that's why it's on this side, but still, yeah, report a 9% and Welltower there. We'll shift over and show you a couple of these real quick. PDD back to the upside today, gapped up, held 140 there in the pre-market like a wall, and then straight up to 148 in the straight line for Pinduo Duo, all-time high, second day in a row for PDD. Palantir here did get through, we were just talking about this, 1520 area, but we're coming back in, testing 1520. Yeah, price target decrease, but oh well, Palantir is back over here.
No, not Palantir. What is that company anyways? Yeah, we're just joking about that. Palantir, good name, good company. Neo falling, guys, 5170 right here. Should be a good place to get out and then reload into a short. I'm actually thinking for Neo at some point. It's come all the way back down here. I'm excited for the short. We're going to average in one more time. So we just took some long at 90s right now. Again, if this breaks, then we got to get out of this one and decide about going short. I thought I never go short on Neo, but here we go, man. It's tanking.
Yeah, that was just my cover. So when it broke that break even, that 52.14 was my average. Average on the first dip buy. When I took the second one, I gave it to that 52 break. I'm out of it. Solo's leveling off, and I'm holding off on adding any shares until we get any kind of a bounce. I'm giving it only this 650. If it does level off here and I was shorting this bottom, it was a 650 break that I probably need to be confident. That just hasn't happened. But it is struggling to catch a bit of a bid. Volume holding up well. If there's a positive sign here, it is the fact that volume still looking pretty solid, even at this lower level on solo. Watch out for ACB, guys. Looks like that 7 defense is coming into play right here and right now. It is grinding towards that bottom. It held the first time. The second time, if it breaks, I'll be all out of it. Let's not forget 650 was a buyer and a great price to pick that one up. So if we get back down below 7, I'll just cover ACB and then look to re-engage that position at around 650 when we saw that buyer earlier in the week.
Oh man, making me sick right there. We had a great long. Our average price was 52.05 there. Would have been in the money now, but then we go short here on that break. So right now we just took a few more shares short on NEO. This is a very, very dangerous trade now. Short NEO. Never been like this in a long time. So let's get some off if we can into the 60s. We're short at 80. So here we go to the downside NEO. Try to make this back in the short price.
And a little bit of a bounce happening finally in the solo. It's still going consolidation. I do want to add one more time. I did leave myself some room to do that. But this is what I wanted to see first, and I'm not going to chase it on a break of like 680 or a break of 7 even. I just want to see if I can pick some up at like a 660 to 665 before maybe this thing makes a push. If it does go up, I'm thinking 720-ish for the target to the upside. I would expect it could put in a lower high, guys.
Not only do we go long EV space, but your boy goes short. What a nice little win on the short side of NIO, man. We're short $52 right now. It's 60 cents in the money, and man, this is actually more shares now short than we were long. That's why you start seeing me covering like a madman right now. I'm very nervous about anything short. Bang, though. We'll just keep on hitting that, man. Good idea on the short. I know you guys heard me say that on the short on NEO there. So we make everything back now on this short, and we're going to ride this one, see how far this one can go down here. We did have some spots at 51. I think that's too far, man. Like, NEO is so super strong, obviously, but here we go. Giving back right now, NEO. So very great short here, 75 cents in the money. Very, very pleased with this action.
Yeah, and I'll go with... it's not spicy action, so I'm not going to hit that one. I'll flush down the toilet. Usually I'll be shorting these, and I did say to you guys, 650 would have to break me to cover along on solo, and if I was shorting, that's what I would have needed to see anyway. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get out of it. If it does hold this, not 6 even, but more like this breakout price at 575, I think that's the target area that I've been looking for, probably to see if it can get any kind of level off in the secondary push. So got to watch out for that one. Solo, in and out, usually shorting those. Today went long and got a little bit burned. Disney and ACB still holding, at least for the time being. CBAT, I did mention, looking to get into that one again to the southbound trade. Now, it's starting to go even lower. I was trying to catch this here at 570, so we can go ahead and eliminate that. Remember, it was a 550 level I was playing off of earlier, so this is what I will now play off of again. If we can get a 550 consolidation lower, it's already tested and broken and failed at 660. I would not short this and then give it all the way to 660, or 6 even, sorry. I'm always going to have a tighter stop on this thing unless it's that high of day. So CBAT, I am now looking to engage below VWAP. Paper cuts on this, and a couple of good shorts and a couple of not so good ones. So basically shooting 50% on CBAT for the time being.
You guys, we are basically now out of NEO. I mean, I told you guys that we were rapid firing. I wish I could show you our best out. I'll find what our best out is. I think it's in the corners there on the downside on that move down. So now we have that 10% left. Still in the money, 15 pennies, 52.07 is our short. But the out's going to be basically right where we started to reload this. 52.10 or so is going to be our out. I'm not going to let this one go all the way back to the high side. I love the easy space, and I was nervous about this NEO short, but hells to the man. That was punched in the mouth there on the short. So good little trade there. Really, really happy with that one. But again, we were long on this break, so we did have to cover that for the loss. We averaged in before going short and then believing in the short and then hitting it to the downside. The thing is you got to always look back at these levels, right? Like 51.50, there was a lot here in the pre-market. We were doing tons of them. There we go. So now we're out, so that's a good one to the moon now, probably with NEO. I got to make sure I don't go long by accident here. Palantir still 53 cents in the money. Really glad to make that money back on NEO. We were in trouble there. Palantir, we're going to get out if it goes high side again. We're going to do a baby long at 16 just to see if we retest yesterday's high of 17, guys.
I want to go to one from Brendan brought this to our attention, Jaws Acquisition Corp. JWS just tried to break through this 12 even top, and you go to the daily chart to quickly show you. There we go. It was a bit of top of like 1180, 1185 to go on the daily. Tried to break through that even dollar just moments ago before sort of pulling back in. This is one of those where the second push could break a few more backs. The volume not nearly as big as yesterday, and I'd almost like dips into this 1185 range or a secondary push to 12 even. So I'll take the second break and even buy into 1185 before thinking about taking this one off. But I just want to be part of this party. You saw how good it was yesterday. If it makes another push, it's half as good as that. Certainly worth the risk and reward at these levels.
GRWG, let's talk about that. Thank you guys for mentioning that. GRWG, Grow Generation range is another call that we gave you about $16, $17. Wow. Yeah, GRWG, guys. Really super. I mean, this is just another one. We'll hit another home run and another great idea. If you're trying to find where, hopefully day trades, I'm here for you with that. And I'm also hopefully going to try, and something I'm trying to do for you guys, add some of my thoughts for longer term positions. And for those of you that are watching, know that we've been pretty hot fire. We talked about JP Morgan below 100. We can check in on that one right now as well. That's at 115. So hells to the yeah about that. We talked about Grow Generation. We talked about CGC down at $14. That's at 25 right now. So everything going really, really nicely for us. We talked about Fastly in the 60s as well. And I just hope a lot of you guys are picking these up. Some of these names. And yeah, I don't know. We're not in the business of showing bank statements or trading statements, but you guys know where I'm long. I've been talking about these positions for quite a long time. So very, very happy with the way this is all panning out for some of these positions I've given you guys. Microsoft 201, are you putting it? What's up, Brandon?
Another one with an offering this morning, this ORGO, back upside though, 7%. They announced this down here at $3.50. There was an offering on this ORGO, but coming back on $4 here. A bit of a mess on the daily chart. This is a biopharmaceutical.
Yeah, another name to watch there. I did get into that JWS, the Jaws Acquisition Corp. Had to pay up on the second break of 12. I got 07s. I would take it on a pullback as well. And thank you for the super chat there. Curated high. Yeah, I mean, it's all about the EV space. I think that goes without saying. You saw some of what's happened here without even us talking here, Randy, and that means we haven't talked about Fisker at any point. I like Fisker, but I think with this space, you do have to be careful to make sure you're trading in some of the names that you're the most comfortable with. That's why I've only been in NEO today, because I did say this, that's the one I trade usually the best. That's why I step back into it. Just having a quick look at this, a heck of a lot of action relative to some of the other names. I mentioned Jaws Acquisition Corp. I just got into this, and I'm going to be buying dips. It's not just the secondary push through 12 even that I like. I like it on a bit of a dip as well, in towards this 1185 range that I mentioned. It made such a quick parabolic move yesterday. It's rather calm today, but the grind is on this one to the upside, and I missed the party. I don't want to do it 2 days in a row.
Okay, I know Neil was talking a little bit of Disney. I haven't looked at it yet, so we can definitely have a quick look over at Disney. But right now, ACB, I'm going to go long right now to 715. I think it's made a bottom there at 70, so we'll try a long. This is a small position, so you'll see the price change when we get it. Someone asked me there, and I responded to you, Dan. I forget where you were in the chat. I'll do my best, guys, to talk to you guys on the chat there. Thank you so much, Nomar, again, for the $2. It's been amazing, guys. All the super chats, and thank you so much for the contributions as we continue to do this for free. Someone asked, it's the last Monday. If you are a member, hey Lori, what's up? Well, good to have somebody. But if you're a member for $5 a month, or $4.95, whatever it is there, you will be able to get a direct link to one-on-one where we take questions from you guys, the audience. We don't do it on the air. We do it live to members only. And I think it's about 1 p.m. We're probably going to wind up doing that. So good on that. If you guys want to become a member, members only, you'll be able to pick our brains and ask us about anything. So I thought it was really fun last time. Okay, here we go, guys. There it is, ACB. Long through 15, it rips right to 18. So we'll take a little bit off at 18 if we can. 19's now coming. So here we go, ACB. And it's me, Batman. We're smoking weed right now. We're not. But we're smoking with ACB here on this. So we'll see if it goes to the high side right now. 722 going here on ACB. Let's see if we get that. We'll take
it's fair to say, Sean, if you were trading Canopy, it's perfectly cool to say you're smoking weed because that is the symbol. So that's what it's all about.
But smoking weed is cool anyway. Okay, here we go. ACB to the high side right now. I just gave this to you at 7:15. Bang for the idea. Dang, happy. Up to 22, guys. A nice little 7-penny winner. Like, you just put on a measly 1,000 shares there. It at $70. That's enough to buy Valeria Starbucks all week, guys. 723. Here we go again. So we Batman, I told you we'd be back into the building, and bang, the winners just keep on coming. Thank you so much, Jeremiah, for the $5 there. Thank you so much for that super chat there. You guys are awesome. No, Jeremiah, you are awesome, my friend. Good call. Hey, you're welcome, man. That's all we're doing, guys. We're just giving good calls. Jeremiah right there, and I want to say thank you to a new member, Corey. Thank you. You'll be getting that invite to our members-only chat, but I cannot let the man, the myth, the legend wait for too much longer. He's over there at the big screen as he goes back and forth, wondering what Hideki Matsuyama, what's his last name? Matsuyama, right now in our Masters pool. Brendan, let's see who's going to win the Masters. Let's get a call right now.
Oh, Casey. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Thank you, sir. We should do a Masters update a little bit later. Let's talk small caps, guys. CBAT, 41% here this morning. One of those battery makers. This thing's really not even doing anything. I had to stop on this. That was probably too tight. Still have a quarter left. But, yeah, we're rejecting 580. This high, this wick high on the daily chart is 580. So I was just working off of that wick high. Seems to be a level so far. So was probably not patient enough with that one. But we'll see what happens with CBAT. Really not doing anything. This Hall of Fame, that was as easy as it gets. Did test higher initially right at the open. You wait for the rejection, then start hitting it on the way down. We're down to 250. So this is 310. We're down to 250. It's breaking 2-day lows right now on HOFV. NAVB was the other one that I was kind of looking at. $3 ended up being a level in the aftermarket yesterday. Above that, there was 320. Rejected at 3 and then 310-ish here right off the open. We're down to 250 as well. So lots of opportunity in small cap.
Yo, that's me. What's up going on, guys? Sector Watch, Money Talks, European Update. Great little segments that we're putting together for you. ACB now 6 cents in the money. So money keeps spinning today. And we'll look for a little bit more. Oh, shoot. Neo. We called this short. Unfortunately, we did get out there on that squeeze up, but we should have used VWAP as our out because we got back down to 51.40. Watch out, man. I mean, Neo's been a good stock for us today. I think you can see at the bottom. What the bottom will show is all of our positions rotating in and out, and then you'll see right away, if the total net, like after this is done, it'll flip over and you'll be able to see the damage that we've been doing on stocks. Someone asked, where are you getting on the Palantir? I said HOD. Anybody knows what that means? Put that in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. We just put this all right there. Look at this, Alex. Like, we just gave you that goal. Yeah, you're damn right, goal. We hit that. Thank you, Jose, as well. And I asked for a couple more members, and look, you guys showed up. Thank you so much to Alan, and thank you so much again to Corey. Just a little bit of talk there. All of these, like, we call them super chats, but they're really just contributions. Like, YouTube is what YouTube is, but we're doing the show for free, guys. There's absolutely, we'll never ask you for any cash, anything like that. If you did want to support us, of course, we're flossing with this. We've got the Trader TV mugs. I also have a couple black hoodies as well that are really super nice. I like the white ones. The black ones are also nice. And then obviously those contributions. Thank you so much for everybody. And I just hope that we're also making money, not only day trading, but we're taking some of these calls long term as well. So I'll probably get out a little bit of Palantir after the show, but we'll wait to see that. $15, $16. What a big run this has been from 9. And somebody else, Neil, said something about Simon Property Group. And again, guys, another idea that we had. I based this one out for you. I kept talking about this level right down here at 60. Your boy is long, and I hope you guys are as well. I didn't get any out up here, which is a little sad. I should have. And I think we'll probably get some out today. I do not like these ripping COVID cases right now. I mean, it's new highs here in Ontario and Canada. Canada, where is that thing? I'm going to pick anything up. And I know that it's over 1 million cases south side in the past week. 1 million. So I'm not worried about the mortality rates. I'm not worried about anything like that, other than the fact that it's the hospitals, man. They're going to get overwhelmed. So I am very, very nervous about that. So that's why I think getting into some Simon Property, if you're long with me here at 60, I think it's a great opportunity right now at 70.
And thank you, Dylan Grissom there at NAVB and Palantir, diversifying, take small caps, take some of the bigger names, do whatever you got to do as a trader to make money. I want to go back to ACB here. The bounce off of 7 looks like it's a good one for now. I said I would start taking profit up the first time it came up, 7 does hold an ACB, so looking good, at least for now. Brendan, what's up, buddy?
Another one of the clean energy names just popping up on there we go, volume scanner, OPTT, 7%. Look at volume just coming into this thing, back towards this 170 area, very tight on the daily chart. Remember, this one got all the way up to 380, 375, 380, but starting to go here for OPTT.
I just want to come back to CBAT. You're going to see this one start to roll over again. This time I do catch it. It's like the 5th time I've actually, well, I mean, technically it's more like the 4th short if you really want to be diligent about this. But it's a rollover off of this lower high here. I took some on the way up, the rest on the way down, which has got to be the better plan for me overall. I'm always going to, if I see this pattern forming, higher lows, I still like shorting off some of these levels, but like I said, be careful with it. That's why I'm taking profit here for a 20-cent win. If it eventually breaks something like this 535 level, I can take some more out in front of 510. At some point I want to break a 5 even, and the idea is to still have at least half of the position on short side if that happens. That does risk, of course, that it's going to continue to put in higher lows and grind to the top, and if it breaks 6 even, we do have to watch out there. So back into CBAT. As far as Jaws goes, it's basically flat, so this jailbreak, not necessarily on, obviously if you were following this from yesterday, you saw the bigger move there, and that's Jinko Solar, not Jaws, my apologies. But Jaws, it's still holding this 12 even, but you're watching this rollover. Now, I was prepared to add to this one in a dip buy, but if it goes like 2-3 cents in the money off a break, and then does this sideways action right where I'm in, that dip buy is altogether off. If it breaks this 1180, 95 area, I'm actually tightening it up. I'm just going to get out of Jaws. It looks like this is not nearly as strong. If it breaks through the top, maybe I can add in that way, but certainly not adding on a dip. Brendan, what's up?
G-Tech, we were talking to G-Tech, I forget what day it was. Might have been last Monday or so. G-Tech popped up on news, looks like starting to go again here for $7. Volume coming in to this one. I noticed it off the bat as well, but it was kind of stuck in this range from yesterday. We did get above that, but 27.5% for this G-Tech. It is Friday. There's about an hour left in the session. If you're joining us over in Europe, hilarious watching what's going on over there. What's up, Pete?
Hey, Brandon. European shares are mostly in a positive territory at this hour. Overall, the quarterly results for stock 600 companies are better than expected, with 68% of firms beating estimates of analysts. Back to you.
Yeah, good call on that. We should look at that earnings board for North America once again. We had a look at it going back a week or so ago, and it was very much the other way. It was almost 80-20 companies that missed expectations. So I'll pull that up again.
And look, Eric, once again, look, just telling you guys what we see here. If you take it, you take it. Have a good weekend as well. If your day is done when you're straight in the morning, there's nothing wrong with that. Our day is not done. Neo grinding right back towards 50 even. Now, obviously, the pre-market bottom 50.25. The dip buy was here at 50.65. So it looks like there's an opportunity for it to maybe base out here and give you a chance to break out again. Thank you. We appreciate all the super chats there, Jose. So if we hold this 50. It looks like there's probably a chance you get like $1.50 bouncing just to VWAP. Gotta have that. If 50 breaks, things could get very, very interesting on Neo. Just to give you an idea of the gap fill we'd be looking at. Talked about this at about 47 in the pre-market. So 50 breaks, I think that's the next place you might think about buying. First things first, it has to get through an obviously big psychological level. I'll have to have the level 2 up just to make sure. If there's massive, massive size there, you might see me scalp off of that to the long side.
Here we go, guys. Need to do this because, oh man, speechless. We had a lot of shares here, short man, 52 even on Neo. That would be a $2 win. Look, it doesn't matter that we don't have it anymore. Yada yada yada. The point is, I really felt that we were turning there. We got out. We were nervous. We should have gone short here at 51 when that broke. I mean, that was pretty obvious. I just thought that this was turning. It seemed clear, but. Damn it, right back down to that 50. I even talked about 50 and it being option eligible to be to the downside there. That's unbelievable. We had that call, and I'm sorry if you guys got out of that. But one thing, I'm sorry, not sorry. Allen here keeps going, man. I told you guys, I said HOD. Where am I getting out? HOD, high of the day. Bang. Right there. It doesn't get much better than that. That's a big time win for us today. I I can like drown my sorrows about Nio, but no matter what, guys, we're huge today, and I know that we've had those calls, so hopefully you guys are having a good time there. Brendan.
Could be why. This could be why, I should say. Citron, guys, just coming out saying $25 on Neo expected. So, yeah, that could be a little bit of a catalyst to the downside for Neo.
Yeah, it just broke through that 50 even area. I had a quick long at 06 in front that got stopped out, and I'm going to look to see if we can't short in front of it there, guys. Oh, look, it's just this story. I saw it on Twitter just a second ago as well. It just got 92s on a bit of a slip. I did chase it a little bit on Neo, unfortunately, here, though. I wanted to catch it at the same price that I got out of my long position, but I had to put another order in to go short. So 92 is what we got slipped to. The previous price here was 50.65. That was that bottom where I bought, but the previous pre-market low was at 50.25, so it's a bit of a target range for now. I wouldn't add to a short position unless it holds this low level down here, guys. So Neo, once again, Bren just gave you guys the news. Obviously, that already come into the downside. I just took this break at 50 even. There's a break 65, the higher low that I put it off the opening range. I'll be out of this one, guys.
Yeah, same way. I'm going short. I just went short right now on Neo. 50-50 there. So we'll wait to see 50-43. We'll wait to see if this news and what people think of it. 51 is my target out here, guys. I can't hold this more than 51 there. I got decent position. I also want to go short if it breaks this bottom as well. So 50-50 right now. Sorry, 51 is going to be the out here on Neo. So right now we're short. Let's see if it can run back to the downside. But big position here. We'll see what happens. Back down 51. If that breaks, we'll get out. But I think there's some more downside here to Neo. Just really mad that we still don't have that position. But here comes Neo back now down to the downside.
Oh, so ACB, guys, unfortunately, I'm just staring at Neo, and the ACB starts to pull back in. I want to let you guys know, if it does come back to 7, I will continue to defend that price. I'm just not going to be buying so far away from it this time. Got to give it, all the way to 705, 706. Get yourself a good price. I was buying in the teens and wasn't patient enough, I don't think. 7 was a fantastic hold if you got it. So good look there. It looks like it is trying to come back. So I am going to be all over ACB in front of 7. Until 7 breaks, it's actually a long for me on ACB. And from there, 650. We talked about that buyer ad nauseum both in the morning, a couple of sessions ago, and also in the afternoon. So ACB, if it breaks, 650 is your next target.
Yep. Good. So yeah, right now I'm still waiting for that 7 break. So we're long here, and then look, we just catch it out there. Yo, what up, Alan Olson? And again, guys, like I mentioned members, and you guys came through. So thank you so much there. Welcome, Michael Lee. Welcome, Emilio, or Emily, maybe. Thank you so much for coming through, guys, for all of that. I'm glad. Palantir, holy moly, you are right about that. Holy moly, guacamole right now on Palantir, guys. Up to $16. We'll take a small break through 16. Didn't I take that? What was I waiting for? No, a little bit higher than 16. So we'll wait a little bit higher. Now, if it goes through 16, we'll test it one more time. I like it. A break of 16 will be coming through, hopefully. We did average into the Neo short, so let's see what happens now. It just does touch 50.11. Probably a good price to get out, guys.
This CBAT, I talked about this one looking strong, and once again, it is grinding towards the upside, so you do have to watch out. If it gets back and above this 580, I just don't want to mess around with these higher lows the whole way through, so I'm tightening my stops all the way. My price here is 564, and Neil's about to re-break through this 50 even area. Like I said, I want to have something in the event that it goes down to 447, and it's not that Citron necessarily is the be-all, end-all of everything here, guys, but you do have to pay attention to this. You can't ignore when they come with a report. We're already looking at a hard reversal on Neo, and I know we've only gone long, but there was a short. It did hold up. That low, that bottom pick, 50.65, it looks like Neo held that price, so I got someone. It made a bit of a turn. It looks like this is going to be a good one. I did not anticipate that on NIO I was going to be shorting today, but things happen, you change your tune. I just took some out, and you see these layers down here all the way to 49.50. I'm holding the rest of this position, and somehow get up in front of 49, and then it's all quarters to 47. You go up this far, at some point you're going to come back down, and if you got a short and it holds this level here, just got to hang on to it, or
yeah, I'm not stopping.
HOPL, people say.
Yeah, I'm not stopping. I'm holding this for sure, Neil. Averaged in at 50.50. I gave that to you. Look, there's $1. Like, I'm about to get out of here because, honestly, hit the sirens. I gave that 50.50 call to you guys. We reloaded everything. Look at these reloads. Bang, 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 bang. Now to the downside. Look, this is what we're doing. We're hitting it hard for you. We're giving you that cash. And you can see bang to the downside, bang to the downside. Nice trades here. We're short now, 49.90. But we short all the way up here. We've been cashing out of Neo, guys. Big trades here. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Palantir's going crazy. Neo's going crazy. ACB, we're in the building, and the money just keeps on raining down. Let's go. We refilled our coffee, and we're ready to rock and roll. What a big day.
No, I'm just getting my orders locked and loaded, ready to go. Obviously, been working out of this. I'm not. You see this wick to the upside? Thank goodness I changed the way my stop order is triggered. I'll talk about this a little bit later because usually this would have gotten me out for no reason about 50, 70. So thank goodness I did change the way my stop order is triggered. But Brennan, what's up there, buddy?
A little volume alert on Solo, the other one that reported earnings, still 33% here. This thing's coming up on 91 million shares today, almost 100 million so far. Came back down to 6 there and held on a little bit of a bounce on a volume alert, guys, for Solo.
All right, we're going to hold the rest of this. I'm done getting out, so screw that. We're going to hold the rest. Am I allowed to say that? We're going to hold the rest. Like, I just keep getting out on the way up, but, like, then I realize I really think this thing falls. It's just, it's been parabolic. We talked about that over and over again, so I am going to hold that. Look at the chart on this, Neo, guys. This is the daily chart. We've talked about that. I talked about it with Randy today at Trader TV. Randy, I think it is. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I mean, look at this move, guys. From 42, this was only this beginning of this week, like November 9th, we were at 41. It goes to $54 today, and then Citron comes out with that report. Give me a break, bro, on that one. But easy here. We'll see if it goes to downside. We got, look, guys, we're short 49.74. My initial calls are right here. This is cash money millionaire style, guys. If you know where that's from, then you may be as old as I am. Here we go, down to 49. Boom! The money just keep going. Look, someone said they wanted bags. I told you I was saving them. So here we go. Bang for the big win. It just keeps on coming downside. 75 cents now in the money, and we called that one all the way up here at 52 before Citron came. They must have heard what I was saying, Citron.
I just got some shares out in front of 49. You see turquoise on my on this little chart here. If you see mine here, it's just going to be limit order. Someone asked that the other day, and I know we don't always explain that every single session for you, but that's all it's going to be. I talked about the gap towards 47, so I will have bids all the way down into it. I'm looking to see if it does hold that base, and it's like this 46. I mean, technically it's like 46.75 into 47 even. If it turns there, I would be all flat. Certainly we can try to hold through. Neil's still actually positive on the session, if you can believe that. Might not be for long, but 25, 30 cents away from that. I don't think it's going to hold up at this point. 47 is the ultimate target on this Neil short, guys.
We're just giving hot dogs to everybody right now. What a big move down on this stock right here. Huge. Get out of everything EV right now, guys. If that would be my call. You don't know what these other downgrades are going to come. Auto going downside here. Everything tanking here. Let's check out Alibaba. Our long in Alibaba a couple days ago was 262. So right now we're out of the money $4 on that long-term position. That's hella long-term. I'm talking about our normal calls for that one. There we go. Down to the downside. Where did that target down? 48.50, man. Neo, short here. Longs upside, then we reverse to the short side. Now we're just cashing in on this one, man. Neo, big time today for me. And then look what happens. I mean, can you do it any better? I haven't had time to tweet out today anything, but look at this. Long, 14.15, long. Someone asked, where are we getting out, boss? Right there. Cashing in. Cash money. We're going. This is what we're doing. My next long-term play will be rocket companies. What's up, Brendan at the booth?
Hey guys, yeah, let's have a look at the S&P 500. We'll see what is leading this market higher so far today. 0.6% for the overall market, so a nice way to end the week. We are off the highs. We mentioned 0.8% earlier. It's all about energy stocks. There's a little bit of strength coming from the far corner over there, communication stocks as well. We did note that crude oil was lower on the day, but look at the energy sector, all in positive territory. This group as well, real estate stocks, those little tiny REITs in there. We have SPG in there leading the way. Sean, 6% for Simon Property Group today. SLG, there's that Kimco as well. REG's 4%. So those little real estate stocks doing quite nicely so far. Tech shares, industrials, financials, all
Roobet Crash here in Neo. I just got a bit of a pullback into this $50 area. I talked about this 50, 65. It was sort of that opening range bottom. There was some support a little bit lower than that in the pre-market. So I'm going to short into it and then add to the position. That's what we've done here. Just so you guys know, ACD pending. I will literally have two positive stocks and it will be up, and it's mostly because thank goodness I'm taking out CBAT every time it squeezes on me because it just broke through the high. I've been nothing but shorted, but you have to make sure it's paper cuts, guys. It felt like it was strong. I just couldn't bring myself to go long in that one today. Obviously, that would have been the right way to play it. If we do get a second breakdown here in Neo, I would definitely take some profit off again in front of 49, and then this 48. Maybe it has some trouble getting all the way to that 47 ultimate target, but as long as we're below this range here, this 50-65, this is where I want to be short on an IO. If it breaks up, I'll walk away from it and then see what happens a little bit higher, closer to VWAP. So from long to short in that one, ACB. I don't know what to say, but this is like the third time that it's come down to $7, at least close to it. And I did try to sit here passively. There's my order, trying to get it once it broke 10s to buy this little dip off the 7 even. I just couldn't get any more shares, so I'll still take profit on the north side of VWAP because you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. You got to take a profit when it's there. So I will do that on ACD. I'm still looking to add, of course, to that position as long as it wants to hold 7.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get taken out here at 50-50. Neo's going to go right back to the upside there. So we did try a more short right now at 15. We've always given this as our target out. So if it comes back to the upside, here it goes. We will get out at 50-50 of our Neo. And I already have a stop order in, so really nothing to do other than watch this thing break through 50-50 again. I don't really want to go long, and let's let this settle down a little bit and then see if we can't pick up some shorts if it does come back up here to 52.50. Man, that was fun there on the short side. So we'll give a little bit back here. We are still short now at 49.79. But again, it's not a big position. We're giving this to 50-50. Let's just see what happens here as it tests the high side there before falling back down. Palantir, we're still waiting for that one. Bitcoin's not doing much. Chewy's been a good stock for me long term as well. I think we could also check in on some CCL action now. As again, if the virus keeps going out of control, then I do like this one short, but today not doing much. There's a pretty choppy here today for a lot of these names.
I just want to go. Brennan mentioned this name, and apologies for not getting to it a little bit sooner here. G-Tech, another sort of parabolic move to the upside in comparison to what we saw a little bit earlier. It's definitely made stronger moves before. If you look at the gap up from $2, but you see this one actually trending to the high side here, and you start thinking about, okay, well, if it's going to pop every time off of consolidation, you know, I'm gonna love the short. The day that we get below one of these sort of opens and can hold, like, so 540 is gonna be the target for me. If I see this thing below $5.20 on Monday, I'm definitely gonna be shorting it. Otherwise, I'll be shorting into pops, and that's gonna be the way to go. Neil's trying to roll over. I'll start taking profit off, as I said, on the way down to 49 in the off chance that this is going to be it. That's as far as it goes. But as far as G-Tech, the reason why I'm not shorting into this move is I'd rather short into parabolic highs as long as it's above that 540. So I just want to give you the higher time frame look as to why I'm not touching it.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so Neo comes all the way back down, and we just get out of a little bit there at 95, I believe it was. So we're just licking our wounds a little bit there. We just got double out just in case it does break. We talked about breaking that 50 level, and we didn't really want to be a part of it. So we just did get some out there. Good out, man. 95. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's good for now. Out some at 95 there. I don't want this to break and then to go back to the upside. So we're lighter. This is called capital preservation, guys. We've already did some nice trades on Neo, so now we'll cancel and we'll wait for the downside. But I just want to make sure that all of you know that we did get some out there on purpose there to the downside on that. So that was a good one. We just took some out. I'm looking to see if it breaks this level 49.50. That's going to be the next one to go. If that does go, then we'll take some more short. But until then, we're still watching this 50-50 level on Neo. It's been a good day for us, man. Neil's just talked about Weed Batman a little bit. We were in there, and then I talked about getting most of them out there ahead of 25. I do that every time. I play the quarters, 50s, even dollars, 75. So as you go, that's how I trade. An ACD for the majority out there. We still are long 15. So that's what that is. It comes back to the upside. We'll get out of that immediately. Who runs ACD? Or sorry, Neo.
Yeah, and sorry to put you guys on the spot here, Sean, but if you can confirm for me, I wasn't watching Plug Power off the open, so I don't know if that's real that it got down to 22.60. Now, if in the event that it's not, which it likely isn't, you've got to be thinking about this 23.70 anyways. I mean, you're
23.70.
Sorry, so 20, yeah, so okay, 2370 is the bottom. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be looking at this, so ignore that wick. If this breaks to the downside, plugs another big time runner, and I feel like if that goes, we could have another short opportunity. So plug power through 2370. It's been a while since I've, like it was heavily long in this morning, and I feel like now that Neil's come down, there could be some good shorts to be had. I know it's Friday the 13th. That's not the reason why, but if this is going to make a turn as well, that looks like a fantastic level to get a breakdown short. Definitely scalp some of it because you have all this chop here from the close yesterday between 23.25 and 23.60. So definitely take some profit out there. And if it breaks that bottom, I mean, fuck, you see how far this has come. It's definitely going to be worth our while if it does want to pull back.
Yeah, Palantir, I see some people talking about that one. We will wait on Palantir, guys, for that one. It's come down and just touched VWAP. Again, we should be there at VWAP. We've seen this happen too many times. This drop and bounce and drop and bounce. The thing is, right, like if you drop and you didn't take profit on this, it dropped even further. So we are a little noticing on Palantir. I actually don't want to go long until we break the high today. I see this VWAP trade. If you guys want it, we try to see like it's been cash for me and for you, I hope. But I'm not going to do it anymore, man. This is earnings. Palantir, 40 million shares. That's good. I still think, guys, and look, I mean, by the end of the year, this thing, I'm going to say you could see a double from here. There you go. I made that call right now live on the air. Nobody else will have the balls to give you a double. There it is. We're going to see on Palantir for a double from here by New Year. So that's only a month and a half at this point. We'll see. I just love the volume down here at 39. I'll get some out. Like I'm long at 9.50. So this goes to 20, we'll get out. But I'm going to find out the short interest. But I do think that if this stock gets shorted right here, then Palantir could be in for a juicy rest in 2022. Look at juice right here on here.
Sean, timber action, it was just a level that just got chewed through like a knife through butter at 49. We talked about reloading this one. There was that 50-65 area. This was the dip buy. This was the pre-market low. That's why I roll over. This is not the best entry because obviously I talk about this all the time. It goes into your price level, catch it on the way down, not the way up. Fortunately, if you're directionally right, those things end up not mattering, but I'm not going to gloss over the fact that I shouldn't have had it here short. I should have had it up over here. It's a better price by 35 pennies for a reload, but it's also a safer position to take. Either way, I talked about getting some out in front of this now new low at 48.50. If it breaks, I am going to still hold. I want to be short some on the off chance it gets to that 47. So I've taken everything out. I can get that over there. I've taken everything out that I will in front of the current low of day. If it breaks that, I'm holding the 47. Brennan, what's up, buddy?
Cisco, guys, just noticed there was a little volume spike there on Cisco trying to break through that 41.25. Once again, overall, this thing's done absolutely nothing so far today, even with the earnings report. Still up significantly, but in basically a 50-cent range here. Just popped up on a volume scanner. Sean, to answer your question, 2.4% on short interest for Palantir.
Look at this, though, guys. I just tweeted this out about Neo and that we were calling this short. And yeah, there it goes, man. Pants down. Anybody caught it? Pants down on Neo. We just continue to downside on this one. Join the love, man. Follow us on Twitter. And I just tweeted this one out. I don't know if I tweeted the Palantir one out yet, but this is what I was going to, and it just doesn't get any better than this. Just to show you guys, long Palantir there, long there, getting long there, and then we were asked, where do we get out? High of day. Yes, we do, and that's the only way on Palantir. Put that one up on Twitter. But look at this, man. We are now $2.50 in the money on end of the IO, guys. Yes, Rob, that is my call of the year. Palantir, but I'll make another call on January 1st, so we gotta wait for PLTR, and I don't know if we like it too much. I want to let this settle down from here, guys. It's 15. I mean, look where Palantir came from right now. It came from 10, so this is where, see this break? Like, this is where we were telling you to go ham. We did buy some at 9.50, and those of you that were here that day know about that when we talked about it, and then now up here, 17, 18. We still got to break this 17, so that's going to come.
I hope Neil holds to the downside at some point. 47.15. He just tried to make a bit of a bounce. I did take some out here. 47.90. So we'll put a couple of bucks again from that. The 50 reloads that we did have over there. Could have had 50.25. But it is what it is. Things came for choosers. Obviously, start going to the higher time frames. In the event that we break this, 47.90 $44 could come into play. Plug Power also broke its bottom at 23.70. That just got taken out, so new position orders just got 67 to the short side. Neo looking like it's trying to find a bottom plug. I'm hoping it makes some fresh ones. 10.50. Wow, come and gone. It is time for Money Talk. Let's go to Brendan at the race.
Hey guys, yeah, currency time. Let's have a look at foreign exchange land. Pretty muted once again today. I was mentioning yesterday and the day before that as well. A bit of a wait and see as far as the U.S. Election results getting finalized are concerned. We had pretty muted week so far as currencies are concerned. A little bit of strength coming through in the euro today. There was positive economic data over there. 118 and a quarter. We're up about 0.2% at one point. Canadian dollar is pretty flat. Look at the British pound as well, 0.3% to the upside. 131 and a half. Everything else not really doing a heck of a lot. The Canadian US dollar, though, I just wanted to point out this support area on the higher time frame. I mean, it's an hourly chart, but higher time frame 76, 75.8 up to about 76.2. There's this area of congestion that we're kind of back into once again after topping out after the election on that spike to the downside for the US dollar. So yeah, the CAD back to 76 even once again. Down here, cryptocurrencies also very quiet so far today. Bitcoin holding nicely above 16,000. Ethereum up about 1.5%, 470 once again for Ethereum.
I started taking a sip of coffee there. Yeah, look, Trey Lang, I've never seen you here before, but thank you for becoming a member, and thank you also for saying about the quality of today's show. I think every show tends to be pretty high quality, but I'm a little biased to that one. So there's Neo making moves. I did not get out of the bottom of 47, but I know Neo was talking about a target there, so that was a good one, man, down to 47 and change. We'll probably get out of that, but I'm just going to hold just to see what happens. Next breakdown spot. I mean, let's get out actually. 47.20 if we're lucky enough to get that. I don't know if it comes back to those levels.
Yeah, and I said this to Brent, and look, we're going to cover Neo because it's just the leader here, obviously. Plug in the chat here. Brent, I'm not shorting Pops. I mentioned that in the chat. After that move in Neo, there's no way if it bounces to the upside and retest 50, I'll probably all out of it. There's no way I'm going to give it all the way back to that. But just to get to Plug, there was a buyer here the first time we tested 2350. It got eaten up and then just reloaded. So, Plug's going to have to chew through that. I did go ahead and take off, 20% of the position, which I wanted to hold for a deeper retracement on Plug, but I'm not going to fail to take some kind of profit if I see a buyer like that. We're not going to get continuation until it's broken anyway, so if there is a bounce back up, it gives me an opportunity to maybe reload 70, 75 if I like it when it gets there. So all I got on is this ACD holding 7 and then Neo short still off that 50 reload, and of course your Plug Power now through 2370. And I don't know how aggressive I'd give some of these other names. I just feel like if both these continue to fall, Plug, it's got so much room to run to the downside. I do feel like even like a muted fill is going to get us to like this 22 to 2240 area, somewhere in this range. I'd love to be able to catch that. It just broke through 50, but I'll take some out in the evens and quarters and all that shebang. If it does what Neo did, I'd be a little bit surprised, but it just turned negative on the day, and we're getting the reversal. The market's holding up. It's crazy to see. We're both up on the ES, we're still positive on the NASDAQ, but it's the free fall in the EV sector that is the front story today. We did talk about this. There was no way it wasn't going to be all about the EV space to end the week, and that's certainly been the case here.
I mean, still, it's obviously sick to my stomach to talk about that, but yeah, we were big time short right here at 52. We noticed that there didn't like the action that there was here on the stock. And by the way, we just look like this is a $4 winner now for Neo as we just keep cracking lower and lower and lower on this name. And we just did a quick scalp there also on Palantir, so we can go back to that quickly. We did take some. We noticed it coming back down. I did tell you that we would look a little bit at you up. We waited a little bit lower. It did not go to 15. We got 22s there and just out 29s. So a quick little 7-cent scalp. I don't expect you guys to get that. I'm just saying that we have direct market access. That popped in and popped out. So a quick little scalp there for Palantir. I don't like the long anymore. It's just down. We may have to wait till 15.70, but this could be worth a little bit of a build right now off this deal up to 25. Yeah, we could probably take some Palantir here actually if we can go 32, 33 if we're able to get that and then use 20. This is bottom here. 20 as a bottom. Very long Palantir. 32, we're going to give it to 20. 15, 20.
precision grinding lore, I should say, as well. It's not going to be as crazy of a move down, but I mean, the second I saw that level on plug power, it was. I'm thankful this isn't actually real, and oddly enough, I feel like I just anchored myself to this 2260 on the chart. That was this dark blue print. But either way, if it falls down, I'll be very, very happy. You can see I do have targets out all the way down in plug. If it breaks 23, I'll only have half my position at that point. And this is not my last bid. I just want to hang on to some for dear life in the event that it goes crazier to the downside. Now, ACB, this time I am getting back in, and of course, the time I'm actually getting filled on these little bounces to 7 even. It is what it is. Like it's. I mean,
this is getting ramped up.
Guys.
I don't know if you saw ACB or sorry NIO. I just took it out. It went to 45. I'm gonna go short again here, guys. If it does break this level, we just took out $4 on that one.
Yeah, I just got out.
Yeah, exactly. So we just got out there. The reason why I like this, if we switch it over here, let's pull up this chart here, 20-minute chart. There is this level right here, 45.21. We just went short there. It could bounce off this, but that's why we took out some of our long in front of that, some of our short. Now we're going short again, but watch out if this cracks. 45.21 is a 20-minute chart.
Yeah, I mean, why even trade too much of anything else if you're seeing movement like this in NIO? I mean, 45, I didn't even think it would happen this fast, so I might if I get a chance, I'm going to cancel one of my bids on plug just in the off chance that gets a little crazy. I don't have a re-entry point. I'm glad you do, Sean. I'm hunting for a place to get into this again.
Geico makes the claims process so easy, I can manage my claim all on the Geico app. It's not just easy, it's giving your dog your fitness tracker easy. Woo! Already got my 40,000 steps today.
Geico, fast and convenient claim service.